The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance.
Good morning and welcome to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from the lovely city of Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert and I'm joined by my lovely friend Taj. How you doing, Taj?
Hi everyone, welcome to this fantastic Pro Tour here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. It's a big tournament, right? Firstly, we're sending 64 people to the World Championships. That's a pretty big deal. Secondly, there's a ban list in effect, and I've seen a lot of discussion. I've been speaking to a bunch of people about this. What do you think about it? What decks we're expecting to be good? But we don't have any proof yet. BSS 03 Aquatic Invaders, it's out, released yesterday, not legal for this tournament.
Yep.
But the ban list is in effect. So although we've had a lot of tournaments in this meta, it would usually be a very mature meta.
Yep.
Things are going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Ross. This is a unique tournament. One, obviously the ban list is in place. Two, BSS 03 is not legal. It's probably the only tournament we're going to have which the ban list is in place and we're not going to have the 03 cards in. But what's going to be really interesting is to see how the players have adapted to this tournament and what their decks are going to look like. Because, as you say, 3 cards that were very important in the meta have now quashed certain decks or restricted them to a certain limit. How are players going to react to that?
It's going to be an interesting one. Like, you know, obviously they've gone after Pterosaurs and purple.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty obvious. They've gone after Pterosaurs, purple, and obviously Axe Bite or that white control.
Yeah.
And I know Neverworld Depths has been, you know, it's been played in a lot of decks, not just purple.
Yes.
But obviously purple is where it came from. And I was speaking to a lot of people going like, well, you know, Pterosaurs, that's not good anymore, is it? And they're like, oh, no, mate, it's really good. I'm like, okay, but purple, that's slowed down a bit, hasn't it? And they're like, no, mate. From people I'm speaking to, they are still expecting purple to be the #1 deck.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is it. It's you know, it's not killed the deck off. It's literally slowed it down a little bit and made it. The meta's still going to be very much, I think, red and purple, and we're going to still see those decks very much in play. It's more around. They're not going to be drawing as quickly. They're not going to be attacking as quickly. It's more controlling the gameplay and the pace of the game.
Yeah, which is kind of weird because on the one hand, you saw, you know, we saw. In fact, let's talk about the tournament today. Let's start there for a second. 7 Swiss rounds, top 8. We're going to do 7 Swiss rounds today. We're going to be 60 minutes, best of 3, and then tomorrow we're going into a top 8. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people who qualify for World Championships today. Top 64 get World Invite and at least $500. And then we go on to tomorrow with the top 8 going up to the, well, I mean, the winner takes $25,000 away.
Amazing prize pool, $100,000 full prize pool. The winner walks away with $25,000, as you say. Fantastic incentive for the players to really, really go all guns with their decks.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wish you were playing a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. A little bit jealous myself, you know, thinking, yeah, it would be wonderful to be a player in this tournament.
It really would, of course. With this being a pro tour, players had to qualify here.
Yes.
This isn't an open tournament. It's not one you can just come to. The Grand Open, clues in the name, they're nice and open. Otherwise, you have to come here. And we see on the screen there, Axe Biter is banned. That's a big deal. If you look at the results, there are, you know, Eggman Gaming does a great job getting those results together. And I've spent the past couple of weeks poring over the results of all the BSS 02 metagame. Axe Biter, #1 deck. And there's a million different ways to build it, but they all have, at its core, pun intended, we've got Axe Biter there, basically being invincible and then using a card like Suppression, so you can block when exhausted, but you can't be taken out, and it just drags those games out.
Yeah, you see some of the Grand Opener results over the last few months. Axe Biter might not have won, but you see from the top 8s, 4, 5 decks are Axe Biter, so it really is dominating. It was dominating the format, and this ban's come into place now, and it's going to have a massive effect on that.
I mean, I made a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet, and it was the #1 deck. Pterosaurs, they have been slowed down a little bit. Overraptidon is gone, and Volcanic Break has been limited. You can still play it, but it's a one-off. And it interests me, right? Overraptidon is a vanilla card. It's got no effects. It's got no skills. It's a one-cost vanilla card, but it's a one-cost that can be reduced by 1 and makes it easier and cheaper and quicker to bring in Giganorex.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, for something just for a single core that you need to place on it to have it out very, very quickly, you can just, you know, blast them out quickly onto your board. And I think that's why it's just had to have been banned, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's weird. It's Rain Needle. We have Rain Needle in the game.
Yep.
Rain Needle is the exact same card. Put them side by side. The levels, the power, the cores to get to each level, all exactly the same. The only difference is Overaptodon happens to be a Pterosaur. Giganorex lets Pterosaur, well, I call them pips, but they're called reduction symbols, really. It doubles them up. And yeah, it's too quick. And then, of course, what these Pterosaur players would generally tend to do is get that Volcanic Break, and then just take out whatever counters would be coming.
Yep.
Now, luck of the draw, Neverworld Depths.
Yeah.
That is a great card.
Yes, absolutely. You know,
card.
you get that out early, and a lot of players try and get that Nexus out as quickly as they can, because every time your opponent exhausts the Spirit, you're drawing cards, you know, and it makes your, especially if you got 2 of them out, sometimes you can get 3 out. You know, your opponent is now thinking, oh my god, they are literally getting through their deck quickly, they are siphoning through, they're being able to pick the cards that they really need to have in their hands while I'm trying to attack, and it makes people sort of take off on a back foot, really, when it comes to attacking and having to overthink it too much. And Netherworld Depths, I think, needed to be just dealt with, because, yeah, it was teched in a lot of decks, not just purple.
Exactly. It might be a purple card, but white control decks were playing it to get extra draw. Everyone, it was everywhere. And you and I, we were at the launch event in London for Battle Spirits, when no one knew what was going on, nobody knew what was good, and we were all flying completely blind. Great event, huge amount of fun. But there were a few cards in that tournament where I was just kind of like, that can't be real. Like, you know, can I get a judge over this to double check this? I know Neverworld Depths really is that good. However, it is worth noting BSS 03, like we say, not legal. It's out. It's there. Brilliant pixel art Saga Rare. Love the I know not everyone loves the pixel art Saga Rare. That's absolutely fine. We've all got different opinions. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it looks absolutely absolutely stunning, and obviously it introduces a new mechanic into the game as well. And like we say, this is going to be the only tournament where it is not legal. Obviously, rightly so. The set only came out yesterday. Players haven't had the chance to get the cards into the hands and playtest with the real cards. So, absolutely right. So this puts us in a really unique situation this weekend. You know, we've got the restriction, the ban list in place, but we haven't got the new set in place. So it's going to be the only tournament we're going to see, this major tournament where the ban list's in place, no BS03. Let's see how the players adapt. It's going to be a one-off.
It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, you know, we played at a launch event where there was prize money. There was actual, you know, prize money and all of that. We could prepare for it, but for a Pro Tour, we need that degree of certainty. Now, what we've got here, we've got R2 and we've got, I believe that's Brandon Toe and Artigon here, who are going to be the players. And now, I requested to have R2 on this stream, I'll be honest with you. Round 1, I was like, I want R2. Why do I want R2? Because, and if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, I'm very, very sorry. The reason was really simple. We had a Grand Open in the Netherlands. He won it. And I'm like, well, if we're going to have a Pro Tour in the Netherlands, round 1 on the stream, let's get the player who won the Grand Open in the Netherlands.
Makes absolute sense.
It's going to be done. You've got to have essentially the returning champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to have a high caliber game like this as our first round showcase event. It will be fantastic to see how these two players adapt. And we've had a quick look at the decks. And yeah, I mean, both players are now, as you can see, very much similar decks.
Yeah, Curse Dragon, popped up Curse Dragon there. Everyone, if you play the game, you are very familiar with Infernal King Curse Dragon. It is a card that takes away a lot of your cores, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that in this game. It is going to be purple against purple. They are not the same builds of purple. Purple's one of those archetypes where just saying purple doesn't necessarily, it doesn't really tell you everything here. You know, if we have a look at Brandon's list, it's more aggressive, and it's a little bit more pure purple, and there's a curse package in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon's gone more of, as you say, more of a traditional purple route, very much relying on that cost reduction by having pretty much a vanilla purple. Few cards teched in there, obviously. But they mainly are going to be your magic cards. All your spirits here are purple, so it's going to make sure that it just runs smoothly, runs efficiently with a reduction to play the cards, whereas, as you say, Auto's gone with a bit more of a mixed bag, but also a bit more of a deck which gives you the ability to adapt to your opponent, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one to see how they come down. Neverworld Depths is gone. It looks like we are rolling here. It looks like R2 is actually going first. Plays a card we're not used to seeing in purple. It's that Purple Smoke Valley. This seems to be one of the cards that was added in as a result of that Neverworld Depths ban. When you destroy a core, but when you destroy a spirit, by removing all the cores, you get to draw a card. Also, it stops your curse spirits being blocked by anything that's only got one core on. And we actually see a mirror on the other side. That Purple Smoke Valley is just everywhere right now.
Yeah, I think it's a useful Nexus to get out very early on, as we've seen here. You know, as you say, you can draw when, I mean, both these players are using effects because they are core reduction decks. At their core, no pun intended there.
We see Hippocampo coming out, taking that first life for R2. That is one of the interesting cards played outside of what we'd usually see in purple.
Yep.
And it's got Bless, so you'll notice R2's gone up to 6 life there.
Yep.
Because, of course, Bless means that when you reduce your life, you get to gain a life. So that's a nice swing.
Yeah. Hippocampo is a really good card in this deck because, you know, as we say, it's a very cheap card to cast. It's 3 cores, and you know, you're not worried too much about that core reduction, but that Blessed really does give you that early advantage, gets your life total up a little bit. It gives you a bit more of a buffer to play with. So, yeah, definitely a good card to take into this deck.
Now, Brandon swung with a Camelot Knight there. Of course, it's got Curse, so blocking it becomes a little bit awkward. R2 lets it go through, goes down to 5 life. And now he's got, like I say, we've got the Purple Smoke Field there. We've got the Hippocampo up there with Blessed, which is a great card to have out, you know, nice in the early game. Brandon did also get a Dark Knight Lamorak down, so that's one to watch.
Yep.
It's a decent amount of power there if you put some cores on it. But here we go. We got Beldegor of the Dark World 7. It's got Immortal, so even when it goes away, you can keep playing it from the trash, which is honestly kind of annoying. Also, you get to Bumper Spirit when it comes out, go straight after that Camelot Knight. Don't want to be dealing with that.
Yeah.
And swinging with Hippocampo here. Oh, is Brandon going to let it go through? This is such an awkward one. You'll notice he's got 3 cores on the Hippocampo there. So it has actually built it up to a 4,000 power spirit. And the decision there, do you want to block it with the Lamorak? No, he chooses to, and then of course that puts R2 up to 6. That Hippocampo was putting in work, Taj.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's a great early draw from R2 there, because it just meant that R2's been able to get some advantage on his opponent. I mean, it says it very early on here, back up to 6.
He's going to double him up. He's got 6 life to his opponent's 3.
Yeah, and absolutely. Great early advantage there, and it's, good early play.
Yeah, now we've got Brandon there. Now he's having a bit of a think. All he's got on the field is that Lamorak in terms of spirits. Obviously has got the Purple Smoke Valley down there as well, hoping to get some draw. Does, of course, mean, like I say, that gives protection to your curse, meaning that they cannot be blocked by anything with 1 core on. You'll notice R2 went straight after the only curse on Brandon's field, so that protection, you know, that Purple Smoke Valley would have been great for stopping Camelot Knight being blocked. Yep. And it seems like we're just building up a bunch of cores on the Lamorak there, but unfortunately not a huge amount else right now. So it's over back to R2, and are we going to see some more Hippocampo fun time?
Yeah, it's really putting a shift in, isn't it, in this early game here.
What a British phrase, putting a shift in. Love it. Oh, there's not a huge amount being built up on the boards here. Both players having quite kind of muted openings in that regard. Yep. Now, we do see Cavalier here just coming in, draws a couple of cards. It's all right as an attacker, draws some cards. You need to put a lot of cores on to really build it up high, but it's a decent attacker, draws you a couple of cards. It's very much a staple in these purple decks. And we see the swing with Beldegor here. What's Brandon going to be able to do?
Yeah,
He's only got 1 spirit out. Does he really want to be blocking with it?
Yeah.
But you can't just keep letting it go through, not for the whole game. We do see the block coming in here. I think you have to do.
Yep.
But it's only, Okay, and we do finally see, we did finally see something coming on here, which is quite nice. It's not ideal. It's not been a great start here for Brandon. Very much seems to be on the back foot, but doing what you can for the time being.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we do see now that has a burst. Brandon has gone and set a burst down there. There are, I mean, it's got to be absolute ice shield. I'm just looking at Brandon's deck. The only burst he's got there is Absolute Ice Shield. So I feel pretty confident, unless I'm misreading the deck list, I'm pretty confident that is an Absolute Ice Shield, which you lose a core, you get it back, and then you can pay to end your opponent's attack step if you want to. Yep. Oh, we've seen a lot of that since this game launched.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a staple in pretty much every deck. 4 copies of Absolute Ice Shield. It just nullifies your opponent's attack phase and just drops it. You know, if you're in a pickle, your life's running a little bit low, it's an ideal card just to have ready to go.
Yeah, we love that Absolute Ice Shield. Just so nice for just going, you know what? I'm going to make you work for this. Yep. Although I did find out, much to my chagrin, if it takes your last life, you can't use Absolute Ice Shield. You've already lost the game.
Correct, yeah.
Yes, I did that. Yes, I felt stupid. I'm sorry. You can't win them all. Yeah. It happened. We'll get over it. Yeah, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, you do need to resolve it when you've still got 2 life on one of those.
Now, we did see the Infernal King Cursed Dragon coming down there. That is a very powerful card. Gets 1 core off of every spirit, and every time you attack, you get to remove all but 1 core from a spirit. So R2 needs to make sure those cores are spread out a little bit. Hippocampo, though, still on the field, and that Gavalier still on the field. So we're okay for the minute.
Yeah, R2's going to have to now just think about how many cores are placed on each spirit there, just to make sure that it's not going to result in any of the spirits being reduced to 0 cores and obviously then being destroyed, which is what R2 wants to avoid there.
Yeah, you don't want that. You want to keep your spirits on the field. Now, R2 is finally building up a little bit of a board here, but that Cursed Dragon is a little bit of a... It's potentially a little bit awkward to be facing down. It's not something you want to be seeing all the time here. Yep. We did see Black Lance coming in. Yep. That's a very nice card we see in just all of these purple decks. It's got Curse and also lets you draw cards when summoned. So, yeah, that's a very nice one for these purple decks as a whole. And we've seen, you know, Curse... It's on both sides of the field. Yes, one player has gone Curse a little bit more than the other, but let's not pretend that Curse isn't there for everybody. Brandon's got a bit more, but R2's certainly got some Curse in there. That Black Lance, it's around in all these purple decks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really good card to have in purple. As you say, it does 2 jobs for you. You know, it gives you the Curse, and if you bring it in on level 2 or 3 when summoned, it draw 2 cards, which is really powerful in the current meta to be able to get some draw power.
Yeah, and we see another Cursed Dragon coming down here. Apparently 1 wasn't enough for Brandon, so we see a second Infernal King Cursed Dragon. Gets rid of 1 core from everything. And the thing is, anything that's then destroyed by virtue of having all their cores removed, that gets you a core onto your Infernal King Cursed Dragon. It really is one of the best cards that purple have got. It's been around in all of these purple decks. It is absolutely huge. And you get the cores back from the void, so then there's extra cores just kind of on your field building up. So, yeah, double Cursed Dragon. And this game seems to be flipping a little bit. R2 has still got the life advantage, don't get me wrong, but having 2 of those Cursed Dragon on the field, being able to remove those cores every time you attack. And R2, was that a whole turn? That might have been. Yeah. There's not a huge amount. Now, we got the double Cursed Dragon going on here, and Brandon's just having a little bit of a think. There's not many cores kind of on the spirits there for R2. So if there's a little bit more core removal in addition to a Cursed Dragon, that could be very, I believe both those spirits have only got 1 core on. Yeah. So finding one of those spirits, like a first Cursed Dragon would be greedy, but maybe. We've got Dark Knight Algavac, I believe it is, coming in there. Some of these names, unfortunately, they can get quite awkward. But, yeah, and it looks like we are getting rid of the Hippocampo there. Finally goes down. It is not ideally what you're looking for. It was an Aglavale. I don't know. Yes, I do know. It was Aglavale. Most important thing is that you do... You know, getting rid of that Hippocampo, which has been putting in so much work. You know, R2 is still at 6 cores here. Yeah. And it's been several turns.
Yeah, 6 life to Brandon's 3. Both have been pretty stagnant on their life going through these last few turns. But, you know, I mean, I think Brandon now needs to sort of find something like his Earth Spider Demon, you know, because those dragons are going to be doing their job, reducing the cores, and you can use Earth Spider Demon to remove a core. There's some other cards here as well, which are going to allow Brandon to start picking away at any spirit that's on the other side of the board.
Yeah, that's going to be nice, getting a little core removal there. Oh, speaking of the Infernal King Curse Dragon, which I think is a phrase I'm going to be saying a lot in this matchup, here comes another one, and we do see one going down straight away there.
Yep.
We see the Lamorak hitting the trash, and, you know, those Curse Dragons on the other side, on Brandon's side, are getting a little bit lower. So we popped the Curse Dragon on the screen. That was, you know, what we put there to start the game, to show you what these decks were about. And so far, so good, frankly. These players are showing us that they are big. So we do see the swing in here with the Black Lance.
Yep.
Are we going to see a block from Brandon? It looks like we've got a 5k Black Lance as it stands at the moment. So are we going to see the Curse Dragon potentially coming in and blocking that?
Yeah, 5k with Curse. Let's see what happens here.
That's the thing. Because it's got Curse, you can block with the Curse Dragon, but Curse will then destroy the Curse Dragon.
Yeah,
send it to the trash. And now we see the swing with the Curse Dragon itself. Now, you could block here, but you'd essentially be trading a Curse Dragon for a Curse Dragon. It's an option. I mean, one of the annoying things if you're Brandon is you're already down to 2 life. Your opponent's on 6.
Yeah.
You've got plenty of cores to play with, but there comes a point where you've just given up too much life, and then you're kind of forced to block every single turn at that point, which is not ideal. This is, you can see it's an awkward decision.
Absolutely. Brandon's
really thinking about this. Do you block and then trade the Curse Dragon 1 for 1? Or do you let it go through and then go down to 1 life remaining? Neither's good.
No.
Both those situations are bad, Tush.
Yeah, absolutely. But is this a point where, you know, maybe you use your burst? I don't know.
You could let it go through and then let the Absolute Ice Shield come in and get that core back. Because that's the other thing. If you go down to 1 life, the Absolute Ice Shield is irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's about how far are you going to go. So, you know, Brandon has got a little bit of leeway to think about it, and obviously decided to take that trade there where both of them lost their
and ideally what you really want, you know, with the Absolute Ice Shield, what you're really looking for is a big turn where your opponent's going to be swinging with 6 spirits and you're like, gutted, I've actually kind of stopped all of them, ha ha ha, in your face.
Yeah.
That's not been there. Now, we do see Grand Underworld Trio Queen Majuk coming in, which actually gives, well, it depends what level we're at. So we're not at level 3 yet, we're at level 2, but it's got Blood Curse, which, when it would be destroyed by your opponent, they lose a life, and then you lose a core, but you stay on the field, and your opponent's lost a life. Yeah, that's a very big card, a very good card, and you can give your Spirits of Curse Blood Curse if you go up to level 3 there. Yeah. So Majuk, another one of these big purple cards that sees a lot of play and a lot of love for a very, very good reason. Now, we have seen a second Purple Smoke Valley hit the field for R2 here, so... Oh, and Worker Ant-Man, that's one we see quite a lot. It's a tech. This comes up in a lot of decks. It might be a green card. It's one we see all over the place. If you've got a Soul Core and you attack, you get a core from the Void into your reserve. And obviously, the Soul Core goes on there as you attack. Really nice tech.
The wonderful winner's Soul Core there.
Oh, and then we see a Fawn Prison coming down, exhausting both of Brandon's spirits. You get to choose which ones get exhausted, but if you've only got 2, there's no choice to be made. So Fawn Prison there coming in beautifully to get both those big spirits exhausted. Yep. And now, I mean, can R2 just, play a couple of spirits? You don't have to wait a turn. When you play a spirit in Battle Spirits, you don't have to wait a turn to attack. No. You can attack straight away. It makes it very aggressive at times. Yep. Of course, we know there's an Absolute Ice Shield coming down. This has got to be when you activate it.
Yep, has to.
Okay.
There we go.
There's your Absolute Ice Shield. And it looks like is choosing to pay the 4 there to activate the secondary effect of Absolute Ice Shield, which is to say you end your opponent's attack step. And to be fair, Black Lance was going to come in and attack with Curse. Yep. That wasn't going to be fun.
No, the Absolute Ice Shield had to be done at that point, you know, and the cores were available there.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off, Taj. I must apologise. But you see what just happened?
Yep, we've got another Absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah, there are no other burst cards in the deck. It's got to be Absolute Ice Shield. Lamorak comes back from earlier. That lovely alternate art looking very imposing, getting a bunch of cores on. Yep. And okay, it looks like now Brandon really on the back foot for the majority of this game here, but looks like there's a little bit of a stand being made.
Brandon's really, really come back into this game. Got a really good board presence now. And yeah, start dropping some of those smaller things. If you can start pulling them from your deck, you've got the curse. That's going to come into effect. You've got that stuff that reduces cores from your opponent's side of the board as well. You can do some really nice combos now.
Can indeed. And one thing to note for newer players, you'll notice how R2 there has got 2 cores on each of his spirit. There are so many of these purple that will just take 1 core from each of your spirit, you know, or 1 core from one of your spirits, or even the bigger stuff like your Curse Dragon. So you kind of have to leave 2 cores on your spirit, which you don't always want to do, but you have no real choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where the combo comes in. You know, Curse Dragon's going to swing in, reduce your opponent's spirits down to 1 core, and then you're going to bring in something smaller and swing with that to try and take more cores off and literally kill those spirits by them not having any cores on them. So yeah.
I mean, it's a lot to ask, but this will be a great turn for a Dark Bishop Baculus. There are so many cores on all of Brandon's spirits. If you could get a Baculus and then follow it up with a little bit more core removal, this would be wonderful. It's your Assassin there. Still a very good card. It's still got Curse, which we love. And when you attack, you draw a card if it's got a Soul Core on it. Very nice attacker. And looks like we're putting 3 cores on, putting it up to a level 3, putting it up to 4K straight away. But the thing is, Brandon's board only has, I mean, I suppose you've got the Lamorak there, but there are big imposing things you don't want to lose on Brandon's side.
Yeah.
If you're going to block against a curse, you really want something smaller and less important.
Yeah, exactly. And everything on Brandon's side, as you say, has been hard work to get there, and they are big imposing things. So you want to keep that board protected as much as possible. Swings now with a Cursed Dragon.
Yeah. There we go. We got a Fawn Prison coming in there. Yep. That's very nice. That is going to, again, there were only 2 spirits there. So in theory, Brandon does have the choice of which spirits.
Yeah.
But it never actually works. So the worker Ant-Man has been lost, unfortunately. But that's it. Oh, and there's the Absolute Ice Shield coming in again. That core comes back. We pay the 4. We end the attack step. Brandon is getting work out of those Absolute Ice Shield. Oh, it's like we're right back at the beginning of BSS 01 again, just stacking those Ice Shield over and over again.
Yeah, Absolute Ice Shield just is the best burst card out there. You know, it is about controlling when you're at this point in the game, and Absolute Ice Shield helps you keep that control of making sure you're not losing any more life and just stopping your opponent's attack phase.
Right, Taj, there are 5 purple smoke valleys on the field right now.
Yeah, this is
not a card. Like, I made a little folder. I was a good boy. I made a little folder, and I just put every card that I'd seen in any winning purple list in a folder.
Yeah. And
Purple Smoke Valley wasn't in that folder.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I think this was when we were building decks for the launch event. I was debating whether to play Purple Smoke Valley or Netherworld Depths, because both cards have got their pros and cons, you know. But Netherworld Depths just seemed to be something a bit more proactive in when your opponent's doing stuff. But yeah.
It's a really good card.
Purple Smoke Valley sort of switches it around the other way, and because with purple you are using a lot of effects to destroy your opponent's spirits, it does. If you can trigger that 3 times as Auto can here, that can be very, very important and influential in the game.
Could have been. Unfortunately, we did just see a Feral Slash coming down here. So those Purple Smoke Valley are actually gone. They did just get bumped, I'm afraid. Never mind. It was there for a minute. For a moment, it was there. And of course, it does mean people end up making their decks a little bit differently. You know, Baculus has been played, but not an absolute staple in every purple deck. And yet, in both of these decks, we've got the Baculus in there because now core removal becomes that little bit more important to activate the draw with Purple Smoke Valley. We did just see the Dark Lancer Cavalier coming down there. The one that draws you a couple of cards. Decent attacker, draws a couple of cards. It's not the big statement card you want this many turns into the game, but it's at least you're building up that board of spirits. You can block, you can have a bunch of attackers. And obviously, you know, one of the options he's eyeing up a Burning Force.
Yep.
Now that's going to get rid of a Nexus, and it's going to get rid of... It looks like we're actually able to bump both of the spirits there, and it's going to get a Purple Smoke Valley, I believe, as well. No, it's just going to get them. We just use that as a main, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, the main or flash is get rid of the Nexus. The main, we either get rid of a Nexus or we get rid of 2 3,000 spirits. So yeah, just got rid of both the spirits there. And look, You've got the free Purple Smoke Valley. That's wonderful.
Yep.
You know what you don't have? Any spirits.
Yeah, and they're not very useful unless you've got spirits to actually destroy your opponents with their effects. So yeah, great having them on there, but really needs to recover that board. But Auto has got the benefit of having still 6 cores in life, so a little bit of leeway there. So we'll see.
Assassin comes back down again.
Yep.
You know, you've got Curse and all of that, and you can draw a card when you attack with a Soul Core, and you see the Soul Core is on there. Now a Black Lance comes down again. We've got Curse. We're drawing a couple of cards. But these aren't the really big, impressive ones that you're looking for. These are fine. They are decent attackers. But at this stage, you know, if you're able to drop, say, and you've got a lot of cores now, so you're getting close to the point where you can, a Baculus plus a Curse Dragon,
yeah,
just for like a full-on board wipe with then a couple of decent attackers there as well. That's the kind of stuff we're looking for. We see a Dark Knight Mordred.
Yep.
Hitting the field here. That is the one where you can select an Exhausted Spirit and remove 2 cores from it when summoned. Oh, a bit of a shame that Curse Dragon isn't exhausted, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now, as you can see, Autos, I mean, having 3 Nexuses wasn't great, but the great thing about having those 3 Nexuses was that you had 3 cost reduction sitting there on the board, being able to allow Auto to get those spirits in play fairly quickly, get a bit more board presence back out there, and you can see there's plenty of cores on each of them now. Moving on, sets a burst.
Now this one we don't know. It could be a Feral Slash, it could be an Absolute Ice Shield, it could be a Star Blessed Draw. So there are 3 different options. For R2, we cannot be so certain about what that burst actually is.
Yep.
So maybe we're drawing cards.
Yep.
Maybe we're getting a life back and ending our opponent's turn, or maybe we're bumping a free 1,000 Spirit.
Yeah.
And then potentially bumping a Nexus as well. Any of those 3 could be. So we need to, we need to see. The Star Blessed Draw is activated when your opponent uses a summoned effect. The other 2 are when you lose a life.
Yeah, absolutely. Ferrari Slash is quite useful. It was a promo, wasn't it, that you got from, I think it was a double pack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't always see the promo. It's the very first promo, in fact, Feral Slash was. It's not always what the promos, it's weird. Some of them in this game are very good. Hey, you wanted the Spider. The Spider came out.
Spider's come out, that's it, yeah. But with the Spider, I was pretty much expecting that Spider to come out. Once you've activated, once you've reduced your opponents down to 1 core, then that would have killed the spirit. But yeah.
Yeah, the Earth Spider Demon is really great. When you attack, if you've got a Soul Core, you can just remove 1 spirit or 1 core from 1 spirit.
Yeah.
So you use stuff like Baculus to bring them down to 1 core remaining.
Yeah. When we move to the attack phase, use your dragon, and then use this to literally eliminate one of your opponent's spirits.
Absolutely, yeah. The dragon
setting the combo up,
and then using this.
Yeah, it's setting the combo up.
And that's good, because then you can go after whatever big thing is there. Pop quiz, how many pet spiders do you think I have in my house?
Quite a few, knowing where you live.
About 50.
Yeah. I'm very similar, I think, yeah.
No, I'm talking about like actual spiders we paid for and feed on a daily basis.
No, I know, yes, I know
tanks.
you actually keep quite a few there.
Oh, there's hundreds of them. There are many others that we don't keep as pets, but we're nice to them anyway.
Yeah.
Now, we do see there is a spirit there that has gone down to exactly 1 core remaining. That's your Dark Knight Mordred. So, and that was with the Cursed Dragon. So it looks like actually choosing to block there.
Yep.
And then, of course, it goes down, so Immortal kicks in, and that gets Belagor of the Dark World 7 back. When a 4 or 5 cost goes down, that Immortal kicks in, actually lets you play it for free from the trash, and that could just be done like over and over and over again.
Yeah.
There's a full play set in R2's deck, and it means they can just keep coming back over and over again. It's quite spectacular. Also super annoying.
Yeah, and this is why I loved Purple when this game first came out, and it's all about manipulating your trash and being able to cast spirits from your trash. That's the kind of thing I love doing, you know, a zombie effect essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's a little bit annoying. So we've been kind of in the same place for the past few turns. We've had several turns here where there's not been a huge amount happening. It's been mostly just, I've got some spirits, I've lost some spirits, I've got some spirits, I've lost some spirits. Brandon seems to be building up a big board of spirits, though, and there is a possibility that we're going to see an explosive turn in a minute where, you know, it just goes absolutely nuts and just clears the board. Now, we saw another Dark Knight Mordred coming down here, and that is able to get rid of the Cursed Dragon. That's a very, very big deal.
That's quite influential. That's going to have a big effect on what happens.
Well, you pointed out the combo yourself. That's a really good combo.
Yeah.
But just didn't have the cores on it, unfortunately. And now, actually, we're seeing R2 building up. You know, we've got 5 spirits on the board there. None of them are down to 1 core remaining, which is absolutely crucial. Are we going to start seeing some aggressive swings? There's only 2 life left for Brandon. There's no absolute ice shield on the board.
This is it, and this is what Auto's probably considering. There's no burst. Let's try and get Brandon down to 1 life, because then if Brandon does find an absolute ice shield, irrelevant. It's not going to do anything.
Nope.
So let's get control now. Swing it a few times, get that life down.
And this is a turn where you really want absolute ice shield. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
When your opponent's got, 5 spirits and is going to be swinging with all of them in turn, giving up 1 life, but then activating absolute ice shield to get the life back and end the attack step.
Yeah.
That is the really good use of it.
Yeah.
And the thing here is that R2 can kind of just start throwing, and in the early game, taking multiple life can be a downside because you're giving your opponent a big core advantage.
Yep.
We're not at that stage of the game. Both players they've got a lot of cores, right? I'm not counting them. There's too many.
Yep.
Both players have a lot of cores.
Yep.
So you're not worried about giving your opponent extra by taking life. Yep. We are at that stage where, can we win? And I just want to point out, R2 is still on more cores than he started with.
Exactly.
That's in the life.
And what Brandon's got to come to terms with is as well, those Nexuses are doing not only a fantastic job with their effects, but the cost reduction as well. Those 3 Nexuses sitting there are 3 cost reduction every time Auto wants to summon a spirit. So that's a huge advantage,
And look at his hand size. He's got so many cards in hand. Because, every time something goes down by core removal, you lose 3. Now, it does look like, so we got Lamorak coming down here, getting rid of... when destroyed, gets rid of a couple of cores. So that's what we saw going down there, getting a couple off of the Dark Knight Mordred. But it's still plenty on there. And R2 is doing a brilliant thing. We're seeing it turn after turn, keeping enough cores on his spirits to keep them alive. They're not all staying around.
Nope.
And actually, you'll see Brandon doing the same thing here, just trying to... but we see core theft coming down here. That gets 3 cores off of the Queen, and she's going down. So all the big spirits have gone off Brandon's board. The Cursed Dragon, the Dark Queen Majuk, or Grand Underworld Trio Queen Majuk, I should say.
Yep.
Some of these cards have very long names, Taj. I'm doing my best.
They do indeed.
But we do see another Cursed Dragon here. And no, it does seem like that was a concession from Brandon. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Unfortunately, R2 there got rid of the big spirits. Never actually went down below 5 life. Literally has to take a life off to reset for game 2. Yeah. And I think that game, it was a Hippocampo in the early game.
Yep.
Putting some real early pressure on, building up that life, and never looked back.
Yeah, I think that Hippocampo did a lot of good early work to really set things up, and obviously having that Nexus advantage as well was huge there. But let's see how game 2 plays out. Both players now looking at their sideboard as well, deciding what to bring in, knowing what their opponent's playing. This is where it's really important, having looked at how your opponents played, what cards they're playing, and I suppose with both players playing purple, it's easier to understand what your opponent's deck looks like. So they're going to be able to sort of counter, essentially, some issues that they might have seen on the other side of the board from their opponent.
Yeah, there's some interesting ones in there. I mean, I'm looking at Brandon's sideboard here. Does actually have 3 copies of Dream Bomb, which has a burst, which gets rid of a Nexus when you lose a life. So there's an argument to maybe put that in because... those Nexuses did so much work for R2 for the entire game. There's an argument to maybe put the Dream Bomb in there to give yourself some good answers to it. Outside of that, it's really just counts. Brandon's got Core Drain and Beldegor and Fawn Prison and Dark Knight Mordred and Queen Majuk, all the stuff we would generally expect. The only card I'm seeing really that's different that can make a difference here is Dream Bomb in the sideboard. Depends how he wants to go. Looking at R2's sideboard, it's more of the same, but there's full 4 copies of Suppression, which is that card we see a huge amount of play for, lets you block even when you're exhausted with a Spirit, but with so much Curse running around, I'm not sure that's really necessarily for this matchup.
No, I wouldn't think it was. But again, it's I think Burning Force. There's 2 Burning Forces there.
There are indeed
so
a couple of Burning Force.
That would be definitely something to bring into play. But yeah, both players now have sideboarded. They're ready with their decks, just shuffling up, getting ready here for a second game.
Well, interestingly enough, Burning Force is actually in Brandon's deck. There's 2 in Brandon's deck, and then there's 2 sideboarded for R2. Of course, it's a little bit awkward. As casters, we're looking at this sideboard. We don't know. We now have imperfect knowledge of their deck list. We could see them going through. We know which cards started the game in their sideboard. We don't actually know what they took and what they didn't. So, now when we're watching Brandon play, we now no longer know that a burst has to be an Ice Shield, because it could now be a Dream Bomb instead.
Exactly. So yeah, it's going to make things a little bit more interesting for us as we're casting this, because as we were saying before, we knew exactly what was going into that burst space for Brandon.
And one of the things that's important to note, as casters, we always have less information than the players. The players know their decks better, but they can look at their hand. They can check both their salves and their opponent's trash. They know what's sideboarded. They always have more information than we do, but we do start off with the Assassin on the board for R2 there. And just that, nothing else. That's the turn. And now we are over to Brandon. What's he going to go for?
Assassin is quite useful. I mean, it's Curse, obviously, but when it's a level 3, you do get that draw power as well. And, that's going to be important again, as we were saying.
Drawing cards in the early game, getting it rolling is nice. Oh, we see Camelot Knight coming down, going straight up to a level 3 and immediately attacking. And R2 just goes, nah, you know what? Take the life. I didn't lose much life last game. And actually, he's in a worse position life-wise than he was in the entirety of the first game. But also, you've got that extra core in the early game. Giving up a bit of life in the early game, as long as it's controlled and you know what you're doing, can actually be an advantage, because now you've got one more resource essentially to use to play those cards.
If you're going to take life, you want to take 1 or 2 early on in the game, as you say, to give you that extra resource to help you build board presence. But here we go with the attack now.
We got a burst, but it could be anything. It could be Ice Shield, it could be Feral Slash, it could be Star Blessed Draw. It's one of the 3. I have no idea which one. But now we see, a similar thing, just an attack with the Assassin, and Brandon going, yeah, I'll take an extra core. That'd be nice. I'll have an extra one to use as we go through. Of course, for newer players, it's important to note, those cores, you can move them around freely on your board. So even though there's 3 on Camelot Knight now, you can use those cores to pay for cards. You can, until your attack step, unless you've got Awaken, in which case it's all good. But until your attack step, you can just move the cores from one spirit to another. You can pay with spirit cores that are on spirits. So it's one of the things that makes it really interesting as you go through your turn, exactly what happens to those cores. Now, we do see a Darklands Cavalier coming down here, drawing cards. And as a side note, of course, you have to have a core on your spirit. Otherwise, it gets immediately destroyed, and that's kind of pointless.
That's why they're called soul cores. Well, there's one soul core, but they're all cores which are part of keeping the spirit alive. And each spirit needs to have 1 as a minimum to stay on the field.
Indeed. We saw a Star Blessed Draw coming out from R2 there, just drawing a couple of cards. One of my favourite artworks in the game, incidentally. That card is beautiful. But still not much of a board presence from R2. We're on turn 2. We've got the Assassin. We've got the... Well, that's it. Just a bunch of cores and an Assassin. Now, we're seeing another attack here, because this is a very different game than what we saw kind of, in the last game we saw lots of building up. Now, we did have the early pressure of Hippocampo, and it looks like we got a block from Camelot Knight here.
A swing from that side of the board,
Oh, a double swing, sorry. No, we've just seen lots of swinging here. Double swing puts R2 down to 2 life. And are we going to see a really quick game here, or does R2 have something in hand to bring him back?
R2 really needs to respond fairly quickly now.
That was an absolute Ice Shield. I saw that one going down. I got a peek. I'm sure that's an Ice Shield.
Well, that's a positive for R2, because it can definitely just next turn for Brandon, stop those attacks immediately coming in, giving R2 that extra turn to try and get some board presence. But R2 really wants to, I mean, look at how many cores R2's got there in the reserve, you know, really wants to get something down, just to start getting some board presence, I think.
And that's the thing. If you can stick at 2 and get some absolute ice shield and start building up a board presence, maybe start, you know, getting some of those calls back with possible, maybe Hippocampo, whatever, going down to 2 life early can be an advantage. But this is it. You can't really go below 2.
Yeah.
Now, we did see a Purple Smoke Valley coming down here. The Mordred comes down and gets rid of the Cavalier, which is awesome.
Yep.
But as soon as you go below 2, that's when it becomes a real problem, because that absolute ice shield isn't really on board anymore. And it's so easy to lose from that point. So R2 finally gets a couple of spirits down to 2 life. It's not the end of the world yet.
Yep.
But really needs to start putting something together in the next couple of turns, or we are going to be going to game 3.
Yeah. So let's see how Brandon responds now in Brandon's main.
He's got a Curse Dragon there, but I'm not sure how much he's actually got. Has he even got enough cores to pay for it?
Well, the problem here is you've only got Camelot Knight, which is only one thing on the board. That's going to cost reduction of 1, which isn't great. You want loads of little things on the board to help with that cost reduction.
You want it to be a 5 cost,
not
a 7 cost.
Exactly.
But it's not always an option sometimes, and that's the thing. Like, one of the cool things about Battle Spirits is you get that option to either play the cards nice and cheap because you've got all those reduction symbols on the board, or just go, oh, fine, you know what, I'll just pay the full price, and actually pay the full price and go for it.
Yeah.
But here there is a difficult decision. I don't think either players have got the hand they're really looking for.
No.
You know, in the last game, we saw both players playing these small cost spirits nice and early. And outside of, you know, Camelot Knight, we've not really seen much at all. We do see the Curse Dragon.
Yep.
It looks like we've got... Oh, I was going to say, there wasn't enough.
No.
But there was... If you use the only core on Camelot Knight, that was the only way to summon the Curse Dragon. That was why I was saying I didn't think he had enough. Apparently willing to give up the Camelot Knight to get the Curse Dragon.
Yep.
Actually gets rid of Mordred straight away by bringing it out from that core removal, and now can actually swing.
I mean, that was a great move. I mean, sacrificing a spirit, but at the same time, what it's doing is core acceleration there.
Yes.
And this is quite important, probably at this stage of the game, is to, look, I'm on 4 life. I've not really got much I can play. Let's get some core acceleration at least. Get a big spirit on the board. Now there's just a discussion around...
They were just counting the cores, making sure the cores were okay. You know, how do you have 2 cores on the Curse Dragon, etc.
Yeah.
That is essentially how it all came around.
Yeah.
So choosing not to... And, you know, if you could attack with a Curse Dragon there. The problem if you attack with a Curse Dragon is you're then exhausted, and then there's all those things that remove cores from exhausted spirits all of a sudden come into play. It's your only spirit out there. It wasn't worth the risk, essentially, of attacking with it.
Absolutely.
So we do see the Worker Ant-Man coming in here. It's got the Soul Core because, of course, when you attack, you get an extra core. Here we go. And I wouldn't expect to see a... Oh. Well, I'm not expecting a block, but there could still be a block.
Yeah.
Oh, core theft comes down. That is... Well, it's very good for one of the players. Not quite so good for the other, unfortunately. You get to discard any number of cards from your hand and then get rid of a core for each one. Well, you had to discard 3 cards from hand, but then you got rid of... Or 2 cards from hand, sorry. You got rid of both the cores on the Curse Dragon. And, oh, that was a beautiful move. And Brandon did everything he could to get that Curse Dragon out and protect it. But unfortunately, core removal is too strong. And, of course, when you remove those 2 cores, hey, Purple Smoke Valley's like, do you want a couple extra cards in hand? Yes. Yeah. Yes, I do.
Exactly. So did a great job there. But, you know, I mean, Brandon did get a couple of extra cores, I think it was, from that dragon. So a bit of core acceleration there. Let's see what's going to happen this turn now. But...
well, he has gone himself the Beldegor, which is going to keep coming back, which is quite nice. And then we see the Assassin coming around as well.
Yep.
So at least got a couple of spirits, able to launch a couple of attacks if you like that. Of course, we know there's an absolute ice shield down, so you're not going to actually get rid of any life. The best you can really hope for here is getting rid of that absolute ice shield, taking it off the board, so it's not going to be making an impact in future turns. That's essentially what you're going for here.
Yep. And I think Brandon there was just having a look at his opponent's trash to see if there's any, I think, immortal cards he was looking for.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. So, we're at that stage of the game where it's really kind of awkward. Even though it's been a shorter game and there's not been a huge amount of stuff happening, it's been quite muted, at least compared to the first game where we had these kind of big swings back and forth.
Yeah.
The life is still quite low for both players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much about who's going to... It's almost like who's going to flinch first, you know? It's...
Oh, we got... Yeah, and it looks like, yes, we saw an attack there that is then being blocked. So R2 completely out of spirits here. No spirits, only 2 life. Now we see an attack with Beldegor here. And you have to activate the ice shield. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say you have to activate the ice shield, surely. But we do activate the ice shield there. And I believe, well, you don't need to pay the 4 there because there's nothing else of which to attack anyway. That would be a waste, frankly. So... It looks like there's a lot of cores to play with. What can we do? Now, there is the Beldegor coming in, and that is able to get the Assassin off the board nice and quickly, which is good. And you're able to get the other Beldegor off there as well. So this is kind of working. We've seen a big swing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, this is nice. Beldegor, when it comes out, you select an Exhausted Spirit that costs 4 or fewer, and you get rid of it. Now, I did not see which burst went down there, I'm afraid.
I didn't see it either, I'm afraid, so it wasn't clear which one went down.
So hopefully, I mean, with 2 left, you would want it to be an absolute ice shield at this point. But all of a sudden, we've not, like, this is 1 turn. I think, sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. It's 1 turn. We've got a Black Lance, we've got a Beldegor. And all of a sudden, we're kind of rolling. In fact, we got double Beldegor. That's how both the spirits got bumped, because 2 of them came out, both the spirits. And that's the difficulty with leaving your only spirits exhausted. It's something we mentioned earlier in the game. Because they're exhausted, all of a sudden, now the 2 Beldegor can come down and bump them. And oh my goodness, big swings all over the place. We see a Burning Force coming in here. And that is going to get rid of both the Beldegor. And now it's just a Black Lance. So now we're seeing these swings we saw back in game 1 where both players are like, I got 3 spirits. No, wait, sorry, no spirits. And now we've got another burst coming down here for Brandon. We don't know whether that is going to be an absolute ice shield or whether that is instead going to be a dream bomb. Once again, R2 has gotten a lot of value off of those purple smoke valleys. 2 games in a row. Both players are playing the smoke valley, but one player has been getting a lot more value than the other. Black Lance comes down again for Brandon. Of course, you get that card draw when Black Lance is played. One of the best purple cards we've got. And now, look, you've got a bunch of cores, you've got a bunch of cards in hand. What can you do here? We're getting towards the end of the game. You've got like a dozen cores. You've got a hand of 6, I want to say. 6 on Brandon's side. Yeah, you've got a lot of resources here. There's got to be something you can do. You've only got to take out 2 life. You're assuming at this stage, you've got to assume that's an absolute ice shield. So you need to do something to get rid of it, which is basically you need to force your opponent to give up a life so that they use the absolute ice shield. Because otherwise, it doesn't matter how big you build up your board. If you can't end the game, ice shield plus some core removal, your opponent can basically stop your attack and then board wipe you, and then you're back to square 1.
Yeah, exactly. You really need to take advantage and try and...
Now here comes the Beldegor, unfortunately not able to get rid of an Exhausted Spirit because Black Lance is not exhausted, so and has too much power, I think, as well, to be fair. So that's not happening. So Beldegor here just at least comes in, which is a bonus. But, I mean, we could just see swings with these 2, which is an awkward one, admittedly, because it leaves all of your spirits exhausted, but that might be the play. We do have a Burning Force in hand. You would have to pay the full cost, though, and I don't think you've got enough cores available at this stage to do so. So we do this sort of swing with Black Lance, bearing in mind it does have Curse. So we see the block there from the opposing Black Lance, but that should get rid of both of them, really. Yep, we see the Curse coming in. Both the Black Lance go down. But now, in theory, you swing with Beldegor and force your opponent, unless we see a Scope Owl coming out. Oh, that's a card that came out of the... that's a card that came out of the sideboard here. It's got Swift that you can use as a flash, so you can actually summon it as a flash, which is not something we see very often. And now Skopal comes out. That was a beautiful play. It's not an absolute ice shield, but in this way, it does a similar kind of thing. So apparently R2 decided that in this matchup, Skopal coming out of the sideboard was absolutely the play.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a nice card to take in this. Swift is, as you say, in your flash phase, you're now bringing a spirit out, which saves your absolute ice shield for another turn.
Yeah, and of course, the first flash is before the block is declared, so you can flash and then immediately block.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's nice, frankly. That was a good play. So we do see a core drain coming down here, unfortunately. So that's Skopal. Love it. It's not going to stay for very long.
But it did its job.
Yeah, and R2, he's in that really awkward situation we've all been in, where you're like, I cannot give up one more life. Let's go deep into the bag of tricks here. Now, here comes the Beldegor, which is going to bump a Beldegor.
Yep.
Man, I've said Beldegor a lot this second game.
We have seen a lot of them.
Now the Assassin comes out.
Yep.
Going to hopefully draw you some cards as you attack. Of course, the Soul Core goes straight on there because you get to draw the card. And we're just doing a hand check here. We've got 4 cards for Brandon. Oh, that Assassin is being built up to be a very big boy. Although, to be fair, all he's really doing here is going, look, they're not doing any good in my reserve, right? So let's just pile the cores on and let's just go.
Exactly. And when you're playing, I mean, even though the opponent's board is empty.
I mean, board would be an exaggeration at this stage. The space on the playmat.
Yeah, the space on the playmat is fairly empty. You still want to keep cores on there to protect yourself because, it's all about core removal. Both players know that playing purple, so...
We've got so many summoned effects and we've got magic and all sorts coming in here that can just completely ruin your day if you're not prepared for it. So we are now down to 2 cores each in the life. However, in terms of board presence, and again, it's that purple Smoke Valley. It has kept R2's hand nice and refreshed. It has essentially given 2 free cores to use for cost reduction every turn. It has been a very big deal, and we see multiple Smoke Valley in both games from R2 here. It's been huge, frankly. But Brandon here, look at that reserve. There are a lot of cores in that reserve. So what are we seeing played here? We just saw a bunch go to the trash, I think.
5 went into the trash there.
And that is for your Mordred, your Dark Knight Mordred coming out. Gets rid of a couple of cores, but you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't destroy any of the spirits because R2 has been so good at keeping them stocked up with the cores.
Exactly, and this is what, I mean, if you're new to Battle Spirit Saga, if you are playing against something that's going to reduce your cores, don't leave cores in the reserve. You can use cores from your spirits to play flash cards, so put them on your spirits, and that's what experienced players do. You're not going to leave any in your reserve when your opponent's starting their turn.
No, absolutely not. Make sure you keep them up there. And then obviously, when you've got enough spirits out there, you need to make that decision as to which ones you're going to leave vulnerable and which ones get those extra couple of cores for that protection. So Brandon's still got a few cores to play with. Looks like there's 4 in the reserve there. Plus, of course, you got all the extra ones on Dark Knight Mordred, which can absolutely still be used. And it looks like we're seeing a couple of them being used here for
another
one. Nice. I mean, hey, if you're going to go for it, go for it. So Dark Knight Mordred there, very cool cards. You get to remove 2 cores from an exhausted spirit.
And there goes the Assassin.
When it comes out, it took a little while, it took a little bit of work.
It did indeed. Yeah, absolutely. And you want to get rid of that Assassin because obviously it has Curse and it has that draw power as well. So, yeah.
Okay, I don't think R2, I think that's like the 3rd Thorn Prison that R2 has dropped. And I think every single one, there has been 2 or fewer spirits on Brandon's board he can choose. So he's just essentially exhausting everything. They've been very well timed so far.
Absolutely.
And yeah, this is nice. It's basically saying to Brandon, look, you haven't got very much, I'm afraid. This isn't working in your favor. And R2 is holding on quickly. The first few turns did not go well. He had very little out. And he's done a masterful job. And again, we're talking about someone who won a Grand Tour here. Phenomenal player. Done a really good job keeping this game ticking along. Not always putting a huge amount of pressure on there. We've not seen these big explosive turns taking off many life. It's been picking away while keeping going. And oh, look, it's a 3rd purple Smoke Valley.
Yeah, as you say, really good use. And that Thorn Prison, as you say, has been really put to good use. It's a fantastic green card to tech into this deck. Full cost to play. When when you've lost a spirit and you've got those cores available, you're sitting there, you're like, well, why not use it as a flash effect and stop your opponent's attack? It just saves that Ice Shield having to be used and use it for another turn. One thing we do find, and I think we saw that early on as well, you can use your Ice Shields early on when you're down to 2 life, but then once you've used 2 of them, it's very difficult to seek out those other 2 and have them in hand, and that's where it becomes vulnerable, and that's how Brandon ended up losing the first game.
Absolutely. Now we did see Black Lance coming down here, and there's an assassin. The assassin, it looks like, is swinging, and Brandon's got a decision to make. Does he have anything in his hand that can help him? Does he have anything set as a burst? Now again, we're down to 2 cores remaining, so if you're looking at a Dream Bomb, I mean, to be fair, there would be 2 purple smoke valleys left anyway. It wouldn't be great. If it's an absolute Ice Shield, then that is going to have to come out if you give up the life. He is eyeing up. There's a magic card there that he's eyeing up that he thinks might be able to help a little bit here. So is that going to be the option? Certainly something he's looking for here. Yeah, does go for it. So is able to just get that little bit of protection there, and it looks like it's, yeah, okay. So he is able to survive that turn, and then we're going back over, and yeah, just a couple of cards unfortunately being lost, but we are back to rolling here. So what have we got? It was an absolute Ice Shield. Wait, what are we? Okay. So, right. Okay. So we had an absolute Ice Shield. It looks like Brandon's got nothing on his board. A lot happened there very quickly, Taj. Yeah. But it looks like R2 did some swinging. Brandon used absolute Ice Shield. He's now got a lot of cores, 2 life, not that many cards in hand, and nothing whatsoever on the board. So now we need to start seeing something coming down here.
Absolutely. And there we go. Removes both of those spirits using Burning Force.
Yeah, that's always nice. And you get the Aglavale coming down here as well. That is always a fun one.
Absolute Ice Shield used there by Auto.
Okay, and then it looks like, so there's you got the Free Valley down there. You've got the Assassin. I mean, it's not going to take a huge amount here. If you can get a couple of spirits down and start swinging. There's the Baculus I've been asking for all game. With both players are playing it. We finally see it. Now it brings the Aglavale down to 1 core remaining. Yep. That's how you get around players trying to protect their spirits, by putting a bunch of cores on. Now comes the Curse Dragon. This is the combo. Yep. It's expensive, but when you can get it rolling. Yep. And it looks like there is the concession, and R2 is going to win 2 games to 0. And that's the big explosive turn we were looking for. This, we saw a lot of that game was little pokes back and forth. Little just, having a little bit of a go here, a little bit of a go there. And then we saw that big turn with the Baculus and the Curse Dragon both coming out in quick succession. You kind of want to do it when your opponent's got a bigger board, so you can get rid of like 6 giant spirits, and it's a very expensive combo, but it worked absolutely beautifully. And of course, those 3 Purple Smoke Valley, that saved him 6 cores in that combo. Yeah, and this is it, and essentially that came right at the right time of the game. Just absolutely perfect, and that's what you want, the combo to come in. There are several combos in that deck, and that is the big one that you want to bring down. Fantastic timing. And you'll notice, what did R2 do in the previous turn? Got the Ice Shield out. Yep. He was baiting that Ice Shield, making sure the Ice Shield was gone, and then when it was gone, then you got that big explosive turn. I don't know, I didn't have a good enough look at his hand, but there's a chance that you've been holding it. You don't want to pull off that big combo with those last couple of attacks and be thwarted by an Ice Shield. Yeah, and I think what the advantage that R2 had was obviously used that Thorn Prison to good effect as well, to save his own Ice Shield, to make sure that gives him those extra few turns, because Brandon wasn't getting that much board presence, and using those Thorn Prisons
exhaust 2 of your opponent's spirits, and your opponent can't do anything now.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And we saw Scopower doing a very similar kind of thing.
Yeah.
We saw R2 going, well, you know what? I could use Ice Shield, but I've got some other things I could use instead to save my Ice Shield for later. And I think it was a really, really well-played game by both players. But I think you saw kind of a difference there with R2 just being like, look, you got a player who won a Grand Open.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see, looking at both of their decks as well, you know, Brandon's was very, very pretty much purple with 1 or 2 colored cards in there. R2 went the full, you know, you've got a lot of different color teched cards in there, but when you look at why they're teched in there, they are essentially what a winner of a Grand Open does. You know, they know what they're going to need in their toolbox to be able to win and push a game and be the difference between, you know, a turn where they're going to lose next turn to being able to hold on another turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was a fun game. We saw a lot of purple. I think we're going to see a lot more purple as we go. From what I've been led to believe, I've been chatting to a bunch of people. I've been told to expect purple. We saw a bunch of purple. That was a fun round 1. So we're going to be back with round 2 very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a nice cold beverage. We're going to be back very shortly with more lovely Battle Spirit Saga action.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirit Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirit Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created,
coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion and is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくてこのコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないのでこれは守りたいところに相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from the lovely city of Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm back with my lovely friend Taj. And I'm so happy about this round. Players have got headphones on, so I can tell you we've got a yellow deck.
Yeah,
I love
fantastic.
yellow decks.
I know, you love your yellow, so I'm
love my
glad
yellow.
you're being represented here, Ross.
We got Wonderland, Alice. We got Freestall. We're actually going to see a Freestall on this. Well, we might not. I suppose it might not hit the board, but hopefully we're going to see it. My favourite creature in Battle Spirit Saga. Probably my favourite artwork in Wonderland, Alice. My favourite deck in yellow. It's been a bit of a fringe deck. I was speaking to some people before the tournament, and they were telling me it might turn up as a bit of a fringe. It's not one people were expecting, and I spoke to some players who were going, look, if it's just going to be purple everywhere, I know what I can play to beat it, but then I'm worried about coming up against stuff like yellow, which I'm not prepared for. And some of the opinions I was getting from people were like, look, the ban list with no BSS 03 changes the meta, but we're not 100% how. People were very confident about the decks they were going to see, but not the numbers, not the meta share. Everyone knew purple was going to be the biggest deck. Everyone thought yellow was going to be a fringe deck, but it's the share that was confusing players coming into this event.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is wonderful. I think, we're going to get some representation on the board here. Let's see how this is perfect for us. We're going to see purple against yellow. Let's see how both players interact with each other's decks and how it works. I mean, we saw early on in the last game that we saw with what we can see when your life gain early game, what effect that can have. So let's see what yellow does with this.
We've got some blessed coming in here, of course. It's an interesting kind of thing because, if we have a look at the purple deck that's coming in here, it's a bit more streamlined than we saw from, say, Brandon's deck in round one. There's fewer individual cards, but then there's not quite that suite of other colors that we saw in R2's deck. So all these purple decks, they are a little bit different, even though we're going to see a lot of purple. And the early signs are we're going to see a lot of purple. We're not seeing quite the same one. There we see that wonderful Wonderland Alice on the left with Long Dao, and the Infernal King Curse Dragon on the right with Zachary Bell. This is not going to be the same one that we've seen the whole way along. This is going to be a different kind of deck that we're actually going to be seeing, and it's going to be fun. I am genuinely excited to see what's going to happen here in terms of how we're going to be dealing with, purple and how it relates. But here we go. We've got Hippocampo coming out. We actually saw that one in the last game. Despite it being purple, we know the damage that can do in the early game. And then it's over to Zachary and over to purple.
Yeah, full play set of Hippocampo, which goes without saying is a fantastic play to have in this deck. Very quick, easy, swift to get that on board. Oh, and we see it gone already?
Yeah, deadly balance. Both players select a spirit and then destroy it. Well, there was only one. Oh, speaking of the play set of Hippocampo, it's back. Swinging straight away, taking a life, adding a life, and Long Dao already up to,
back up 5.
Back up to 5. No, is he up to 6? There are 6 dice in there. Also, the fact that Long Dao is not using the individual circles and yet lining them up differently, that might tell us what Long is expecting here. But we do see so I think that now puts Long onto 5. I think 5 on the screen is now correct. This is apparently going to get awkward. I'm looking forward to it. So we did see the Cavalier and the Camelot Knight, cards we're very familiar with from back in round 1. Can we see a Freestall? I love it. It's my favorite. Doesn't look. We've got Marty Bunny just being eyed up there. Just a nice simple 2 cost reduced by 1. It's a fabled beast, so you see it interacting with stuff like Flying Turtle, which can go and find it a little more easily. So it's cheap, but it's also a fabled beast, and we're going to see some of those interactions, hopefully, as we go through the game.
Absolutely.
So we do see, so Long is just doing some calculations here, trying to figure out, and again, 3 cores on each, because when you're playing against purple, you need to be prepared.
Absolutely. We saw that first game, first round, and obviously a seasoned player.
Swing with Hippocampo. We see the double destruction there. Cavalier goes down. Hippocampo goes down. Marty Bunny does go and take a life. And yeah, Long is playing yellow like I play yellow. Let's just go burr. Let's just get lots of small cost spirits. Don't worry about giving your opponent cores in the early game. Just go fast. And there are a lot of very low cost spirits in this deck.
Yeah, and that's what yellow's really about. There's a lot of cheap spirits you can get out quickly, and you can combo and get them out, and then you have the reduced cost as well, and you're like, you know, your one cost with one core on it, you can get spirits out very, very quickly and start doing pinging some damage, while at the same time with certain spirits giving your life a bit of a boost as well.
And there's cards we're going to see like Freestall, Blessed Cathedral, Phantasmal Paradise. Cards which can give you a lot of extra draw, give you some extra cores. There are some real combos going on in this yellow deck.
Yep.
If you can draw into the right cards at the right time. We've not seen really any of them yet. So, oh my goodness, he's got a Hippocampo in hand again, Taj.
Yep.
And it comes down. Here we go. And Zachary at this point must just be like, come on, man. How many of those things are you playing? The answer is not enough. I'm sure you'd play more if you could.
Yeah.
So now we swing with Marty Bunny.
Yep. Burst card also put into the burst there. There are several bursts in this yellow deck. We've got Absolute Ice Shield, Ferrari Slash, Dream Bomb, Exhaust Nexus. So plenty of options there.
There are some. For what it's worth, Zachary only plays Ice Shield, so his burst there is definitely an Ice Shield.
Yep.
Which is really crucial against yellow, because they will have turns where they play like 6 spirits and go absolutely nuts.
Yep.
So the Aglavale does come down here. Then we got another Black Lance. That Black Lance is just such a good card in purple. We see it all over the place. And yeah, being built up quite nicely. Bunch of cores. It's going to be swinging, and it's got Curse.
Yep.
Or maybe it's not going to be swinging yet. Either way, it's ready to go. Zachary, by the way, already down to 2 life.
Yep.
It's been fast and furious with Long just coming out and just reducing that life, and needs to be a bit careful. But we know there is an Absolute Ice Shield down. It has to be an Absolute Ice Shield.
And I also think Zachary's got 2 Absolute Ice Shields in hand as well. So quite, you know, with that security, knowing that, yeah, I can use Absolute Ice Shield. I've got another couple in hand, so I can reset that.
Does need to make sure he keeps enough cores to pay, though. As it stands at the moment, Woods have just enough extra cores on his spirits to pay the 4 to actually activate it. Needs to be a little bit careful here, but does have enough for the minute. We do see the purple Smoke Valley coming down. We saw that a lot in Game 1. That is hopefully going to have a lot of effect here. Now we swing with the Aglavale as well, fighting aggro with aggro. Actually, puts Long down to 2 life now. But we do see Dream Bomb coming in, gets rid of a Spirit, gets rid of a Nexus, both to hand. So that was the burst, it turns out. And we are rolling.
Very useful burst indeed there.
So where are we going here? We got Marty Bunny on the board, but that's all we've actually got down for the moment. It's cheap, it's a Fabled Beast, and it is actually a 2 cost, and these yellow decks love 2 costs.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of cards you'll see, like, for instance, if it comes out God Beast Behemoth, that, you know, 2 cost cards are especially useful for what's that? Eravata can get a 2 cost back. Oh, and we actually see a card, Air Brigade Captain Raphael, not a card we've seen in, you know, I looked at every yellow list that has top cut a BSS 02 tournament.
Yep.
This was not in any of them. This did not cut any tournaments in yellow so far, which is why we see Zachary reading it. When it attacks, you can get a 2 cost from your trash back to your hand. When you attack, if you've got 4 or more level 1 spirits, you can reduce some power. So there are some really nice things going on with the Air Brigade Captain Raphael here. Some good combos, and we just see a swing with Marty Bunny.
And the Absolute Ice Shield comes into play.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to. Right?
Yeah.
We said it a couple of times. When you're down to 2 life, you have to have Absolute Ice Shield. And, oh, I wonder what's going to happen this turn. Maybe he puts another one down.
Yep, another one of those 2 in hand has to be done.
Yeah. We've got at least one more turn after this. Sorry to cut you off there, Taj. Do you go on?
No, absolutely. I mean, this Air Brigade Captain Raphael, I think that's sort of caught us off a bit because, as you say, we haven't seen this come into play. It's got during either attack step as well. If it's a level 2 or 3, when a core is placed into your reserve, select one of your opponent's spirits, treat it as a level 1 during this turn. You know, again, that could be quite useful going forward in this game because it could make a huge difference when it comes to blocking options.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. It absolutely is. It's not a card that was really on my radar because nobody was playing it.
Yeah.
And I love me some yellow, but when I was looking at my big, I'm looking at Wonderland Alice, I'm looking at God Beast Behemoth, both incidentally, cards which we are seeing played in Long's deck here, but the Raphael comes in as well. Oh, look, it's another Black Lance. Haven't said that before. But look, it draws you 2 cards and it's got Curse. It is a ridiculously good card. We are going to see it over and over again. There's the draw for 2. And we've kind of reached that awkward bit of the game where both players have 2 life remaining and both players are building up a few spirits on the board and both players are just desperate not to lose that 1 life, which puts them in just a little bit too much danger.
Yeah, absolutely. It's at that very sort of that crunch point where you need to maintain that 2 life. Not so much, I suppose, on the, on Long side of the board, because with Blessed you can recover that life, but more so on the purple side of the board there with Zachary.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's just so many decisions to be made here. There's actually a lot of cards in hand for Zachary here. Yep. That Smoke has been doing all right for him, the Nexus, but obviously Black Lance keeps coming in, drawing a bunch of extra cards as well. So the question is, what's he kind of got? Both players have got to burst down. So you're looking at Long's field and you're thinking, it's probably, you've got to assume it's an absolute Ice Shield. It might not be, but you have to assume it's an absolute Ice Shield because it's one that's got to be played around, and it was.
And it was.
So, and looks like we're just going to pay those 4 cores. But then, they go to the trash and they go back to the reserve, and then you can use them straight away anyway. So as long as your spirits don't get destroyed, it really doesn't matter.
Yep.
So we got Raphael and we got Marty Bunny. We got a big and we got a small. Here's my boy. Here's my freestyle. And of course, you've got that lovely, the little promo pack version with the little extra foiling on it. Oh, I'm such a big fan of that card. We got Avatar coming in here as well, which when destroyed lets you get a 2 cost from your trash and actually summon it. You don't have to pay, you do have to put a core on it. And Freestall is going to be one you're looking to protect here, because every time a yellow spirit gets destroyed, a 2 cost, I should say, gets destroyed, you get to draw yourself a card. It's one of those combos I was talking about that you see coming in with these 2 cost cards. So Marty Bunny goes down, you get yourself an extra card. It does, especially if you can get like a Blessed Cathedral down, which we haven't seen yet, it lets you draw a lot of cards. It gives you kind of almost access to everything whenever you need it.
Yeah, and this is, as you say, now you're just going to use Marty Bunny and just try and swing as many times as you can, I suppose. So then you can get that ability, get that card draw.
Yeah, so Purple Smoke Valley just being read there. We see another Black Lance coming down. More cores on, more cards drawn. And this is getting a little bit awkward here. Although, of course, one thing that can happen, if you're going to be going down and you have to block with something, what you can do is block with Marty Bunny, give that up so that you can then activate the draw on Freestall, for instance. So at least you're drawing a card when you're actually losing something. That is an option. Looks like one Black Lance is being built up quite gigantic there, while the other's just being left with the, honestly, Aglavel that's got the soul cores on there. So, are we going to see a turn with lots of big swinging? It's important to note there's no burst down for Long here, so we're not going to see absolute Ice Shield coming out.
Yep. Plenty of options to block, obviously, but let's see where we...
Well, that's the awkward thing. I mean, we don't know what... It looks like there's only 1 card in hand. But as it stands at the moment, you're in an awkward situation because you really don't want to give up 1 life so that turns off absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah, but another Black Lance there being played.
Indeed.
Another winner's version as well. Winner stamped version, so...
But it looks like there's 5 spirits you can swing with right now. So in theory, you can just kind of start swinging into all of these and just put your opponent in a really, really awkward situation.
Yeah, and especially with the curse amongst all those spirits as well.
So it looks like Marty Bunny is the obvious first option. That goes away. And of course, you then draw a card now with Freestall, which then is a card you can potentially use as a flash or whatever during this turn. So that's the obvious one. After this, it gets a little more awkward. You don't mind giving up the Marty Bunny.
Yep.
After that, I suppose the Avatar, I suppose, is the next obvious one, because at least it's got a decent destroy skill that gets a 2 cost back from your trash actually summoned, which can then be used as another blocker.
Yeah. We'll pass this turn over to Long now. So it's Long's turn now. Long spreading out those cores amongst their spirits there. Now looking at how they're going to utilize. Oh, okay.
Great habit to be in. So it looks like we're just using that to get Marty Bunny right back. Why would you not? Yeah, you attack, and then you get a 2-cost back from your trash. Looks like we block with your Black Lance, but of course Curse only works when you're attacking, not when you're blocking.
That's correct.
So you get a spirit off the board, and you get an extra spirit back into your hand. So, yeah, that sounds all right to me. Now, do you want to swing with the others? You're not going to swing with Freestall. Avatar's an argument to get a 2-cost back, but it isn't really a 2-cost you're desperate for. That would be, you know, if you really want to get the Freestall back to open up your draw options, that's the kind of thing you would, you know, throw Avatar against the wall for. Not this turn. So we're back over to Zachary here. And... well, have we got another Black Lance? No, we've got Fawn Prison, the really awkward Gundam promo version of Fawn Prison that was driving me crazy back in Game 1. And once again here, you just basically end up with everything exhausted, and then your opponent's not going to be blocking, and it's a little bit awkward. And we see on the other side of the board, we've got the Gundam Fawn Prison, but we're wise to it now. We went and figured out exactly what it was. We're back. We know what it is. And, yeah, Fawn Prison is a ridiculously good card. It's one of the most played cards in the whole of Battle Spirits. It's not even just green. Like, obviously green play it, but given that it's a green card, it sees play in red, it sees play in purple, it sees play in white, it sees play in everything. It is ridiculously good. It's just a flash that lets you exhaust 2 spirits.
Yeah, and the great thing about it is we're seeing most players playing at least 2 or 3 in their decks. But sideboarding a play to make sure they've got a play set of it, because it is so important in most people's decks.
Yep, and you know, I can back you up there. Zachary's playing 3 in his deck, 1 in his sideboard. Anytime it's particularly useful, it can come out again. So we are back over to Long here, but Long is down to 1 life remaining, which means Ice Shield is off the board. Now we finally see Phantasmal Paradise coming down. When you summon a Fabled Beast, you can exhaust it to draw a card, and we saw Marty Bunny coming down to draw a card. And now the question is, what have you got? Your opponent's on 2 life. They've got a burst set. You've got to assume it's an Ice Shield. We know it's an Ice Shield. But you've got to assume it's an Ice Shield. This would be a great turn to just swing with everything while your opponent has no refreshed spirits. They're all exhausted. They can't block. But this is the turn you want Ice Shield down. No spirits to block. Only 2 life. Oh, good news. It's down.
So let's have a look, you know, what Long's going to do here. And I think Long could probably afford to just swing in with, well, actually, it goes back over to Zachary here.
No, well, you need to try and bait out that Ice Shield at some point.
I would have thought Long would have swung with the Marty Bunny there.
But one of the things you need to remember is you've only got 1 life remaining. The more you swing with, the fewer blockers you've got available. So sometimes what you need to do is just keep your spirits, keep them refreshed, give yourself the option of being able to go, I can block with everything. Now, we do see a Lamorak coming in here. And yeah, so you've got 4 spirits down there, 4 potential blockers, 1 life. And, you know, whereas in some games you have to get rid of all the life and then you have to swing, that is not the way it works in Battle Spirits. When the final life is taken, the game is over. So we see the Aglavale coming in. It's swinging. And again, you're probably giving up the Marty Bunny here. That's the obvious one. Or the Avatar. If you've got... has he got a 2-cost in there? Although, actually, has he got enough power to actually block it? I think he does. He's put enough cores on there. He can actually get some blocking going on. So, no, don't give up the Marty Bunny. Actually, just block it. That'll work.
And the worrying thing here for Zachary is, does Long have another Thorn Prison in hand? Because if that is the case, then, you know, yeah, maybe 1 more attack, and then the Thorn Prison comes into play, and... as a flash, and then, you know, it's
I think he does, you know.
Yeah.
I think the top card of his hand might be a Thorn Prison. And that might be what he's waiting for here. Just kind of use that flash to exhaust. Just cut off his attacking options. That could absolutely be a play. So, Oh, yeah, we're going core drain to get rid of all of the cores from that free stall there, discarding cards from your hand, removing all the cores. And look, free stall's my boy. It's an ice koala that draws you a bunch of cards. Every single thing about that is lovable, but it's also a ridiculously good card, so that's
another
why.
Thorn Prison.
There we go, getting all of those spirits exhausted. But are we going to see a similar thing here? I'm sure I saw one in hand. There might be two in hand, you know. No, it's not. Maybe he doesn't have a Thorn Prison. Maybe I'm seeing things in his hand.
Yeah. Long is disturbingly a small hand size here. I think it's 3 cards in hand.
Oh, and it looks like he's picking up his cards. That seems like a concession. So it looks like Zachary is going to be taking game 1 there. And that was...
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I know I need to give deeper analysis than this, and I will in a minute, but that was purple being purple.
It was indeed, and I think, you know, we saw there a wise decision by Long. It's like, listen, I can see this is not going my way, and this is going to be over within 1 or 2 turns. So, you know, had to make the right decision there, and it was scoop up, let's move on. So we've got enough time to go. So I've still got an opportunity to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, playing a best of 3 is a skill. Yeah. You cannot keep these games rolling. And, you know, the launch event I keep mentioning, I had a game where I thought I was completely lost, but I was just like, fine, I'll just keep it going. And my opponent was playing a little bit slow, but we were all new to the game, and, you know, it's all friendly, and I wasn't terribly worried about winning. And it turns out they basically spent like 25 minutes trying to get a win, and then I pipped them at the end, and then game 3 was going horrible for me.
Yeah.
And then time was called, and it was over. And that happens quite a lot. One of the skills you need is to be able to know when the game's not going in your favor, give it up, move on.
Yep.
There's 2 more games. What you don't want to do is lose game 1 in a really long, slow game and not have enough time for games 2 and 3. That's how you end up losing the set. That's not what we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a wise player who knows when the time's right to scoop up. So that's what they've done now. Sideboarded their cards. They're getting ready now for the second game. It's going to be interesting to see what they sideboarded in. Both players are using that prison to great effect.
Yeah. And you're going to see that, you know, every game has the good cards. And the thing about Battle Spirits is, even though we do have coloured decks, everything is techable. Everything is essentially, everything's on the board, potentially. Yeah. So, whereas in other games, something like Thorn Prison might be, well, it's a really good tool for green. Shame the others can't use it. That's not how it works in Battle Spirits. In Battle Spirits, it's a 4 cost, and sure, green can play Thorn Prison as a 2 cost.
Yep.
But any colour can play Thorn Prison as a 4 cost. And, you know, we've seen 4 decks so far. None of them are green. All of them are playing Thorn Prison, and that's something we're going to see. Like I say, I've been digging through the metagame for the last couple of weeks. I've been looking at every winning deck list I can possibly get my hand on, every top cut deck from every tournament in this format, and the vast majority of them are playing Thorn Prison.
Yeah, and it just helps along the games a little bit as well, because it's almost like another alternative to an Ice Shield. And rather than using your Ice Shield, you can now use that Thorn Prison just to delay your opponent from attacking too quickly at you.
Yep, absolutely. It doesn't give you a core back that you've lost, but what it can do is basically exhaust all your opponent's spirits so they can't attack, and a lot of the time that is basically just as good. So, and it's the same cost as well, to be fair. Yep. So yeah, it's something we're going to see coming up over and over again. And here's the thing that makes me sad about game 1, Taj, right? I was psyched about game 1. We did not see Long's deck, not really. We saw the kind of like a turbo version. Now, we did see Raphael.
Yep.
But it was lots of kind of bring out things like Marty Bunny and Hippocampo and Poke. Yeah. We didn't see God Beast Behemoth. We didn't see Wonderland Alice. We didn't see Dual Legal coming along making your, you know, blessed cards like Hippocampo unblockable. We didn't see, you know, we just saw a little bit of Phantasmal Paradise, but we didn't really see Blessed Cathedral. Yeah. We didn't see a lot of the tricks that makes Yellow really good. Yeah. And Yellow's already on the back foot in this format. It's not the best deck.
Yeah, and this is it. I think it's around finding those right pieces at the right time. Hey. There we go. Blessed Cathedral. This is what you want. Perfect start. Blessed Cathedral, turn 1. And this is the kind of thing that you want to get. Stop pulling off early on.
It's one of my favourite turn 1 plays. Blessed Cathedral, pay the 4, jobs are good. And now we do see the Cavalier coming down here, I believe. So that's just going to get you a bit of a card advantage, get a spirit on the board. And it seems like we're just swinging right away. But Long, happy to take it because that gives an extra core to play with. So, can we get these combos rolling? We do see Flying Turtle. Look at the top of your card. Is it a Fabled Beast? Yeah, it is. It's that God Beast Behemoth. And the thing is, God Beast Behemoth is an 8 cost reduced by 6, but it can count 2 cost reduction symbols in your trash as well.
Yep.
So it can often be done very, very quickly. It can be a really, really good one. And we actually see Happy Nest Place coming out. That was a card that was sideboarded when one of your Birdfolk spirits is blocked. The blocking spirit turned into a level 1, which is kind of awesome. Also, lets you play around during your opponent's turn when a core is placed into your reserve. So, got a couple of good Nexuses we didn't have game 1 and that Flying Turtle. So, if I'm long here, I'm thinking, give me 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah.
Give me 1 or 2 turns to get a couple of these spirits out, and then my deck is going to start doing what my deck does. Especially, you know, if you can get Jewel Eagle and Hippocampo out, Hippocampo's unblockable and is building up your life while taking down your opponents. That is one of those key combos we're looking for with this deck.
Absolutely, yep.
So it seems like we've got ourselves a Deadly Aglaver, excuse me, is that the Assassin? Yeah, we got the Dragonveil Assassin coming in here. That's, or Dragonaga Assassin. That's one we've seen a lot. Got that draw power when you attack with a Soul Core. And yeah, and they got the Cavalier just attacking there as well. And actually, Long down to 2 life very, very quickly. This is what I meant a minute ago when I said Long needs a turn or 2. This can happen. If you don't get the right start and your opponent gets a couple of spirits, they can just whittle away. Yeah. I'm hoping that is an absolute ice shield because you really need one of those right now.
Exactly. Long, yeah, in pretty much a predicament, needs to start finding some of those, you know, cheap spirits to be able to stop filling up board presence, but not really getting too many at the moment. Really need to see how Long reacts now, because this could be over very quickly.
It really could. He's got a card in his hand. He's thinking about playing. I think it was it might have even been a freestyle, you know. It was certainly a spirit of some description. He's got the Marty Bunny there, which we saw doing work in the first game. What he really needs to do is start maybe working on some of those spirits, seeing if he can have some of those cards that can just kind of slow them down a bit. Now, the Marty Bunny does come into play. 1 core goes into the trash and a couple onto Marty Bunny. But it seems like that might be enough for now. There is a Fawn Prison in hand, I believe. And I know I said that last time, but this time I'm sure there is actually one in hand. So then the question becomes, what can you do? Because Long's deck has not been firing quite as fast as you'd like. And he held on a bit in game 1, but he ran out of steam a little bit. And his opponent just got a bit too far ahead. So here, neither player has built up much of a board, but Zachary's got Long down to 2 life while only losing 1 himself. That's the big difference.
Yeah. So, well, the Blessed Cathedral here is now set up to defend quite well. That Marty Bunny's been leveled up to level 3, so it's 4,000 blocker. So trying to utilize those cores best as possible with what's on the board and available. And see how Zachary responds now.
Yeah, Cavalier comes down in there again. It's just a nice little card. It's not one of these spectacular big cards that Black have, which are just going to come in and smash everything. It's not that kind of card. What it is a decent attacker that when you play it lets you draw a card. That's it. That's what it does. But it's a decent attacker and it lets you draw a card. And to be fair, especially with, you know, the Neverworld Depths going away now, then you don't have that same level of draw, so things like that and Black Lance become so much more important for making sure you got access to your deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Marty Bunny's gone. But at least you get a core back and a card with Blessed Cathedral.
Yep.
Has built it up to a level 2, and that means when a yellow spirit gets destroyed, you get a core and you get a card, which is pretty fantastic.
So let's see now how Long responds.
I mean, he's got a lot of cards in his hand. He's got a bunch of cores to play with. We've got some little spirits coming in there. There's my boy Freestall. Loving that coming in. There's a Marty Bunny there as well. And that's one thing you can kind of do. When this deck gets rolling, one of my favorite things about this deck, and you've got Freestall and Blessed Cathedral. That's the combo, right?
Yeah.
And what you can do is just start throwing your 2 costs at your opponent.
Yeah.
And then if they don't get blocked, yay, I took some life. And if they do get blocked, at this point, you'd be getting 2 cards and a core if Marty Bunny goes down.
Yep.
So I think absolutely it's worth potentially just, you know, throwing your 2-cost at your opponent, because if you don't get any life taken away, you get a real good advantage in terms of cards. And sure, you lose a blocker, but maybe you draw into something like a Thorn Prison, or a Dream Bomb, or a Feral Slash, or something along those lines, which can help you to hurt your opponent. Chooses not to do so, though. Really just wants to have those spirits on the board to give yourself that blocking option.
Yeah.
I'm too aggressive when I play. I'm always attacking with everything.
But this is it. I mean, you can choose to, and I think yellow allows you to do this. It's because with a blessed effect, you know, you can decide, oh, do I want to swing with this because I'm going to get value off it? If it goes through, you know, it's, yeah.
There's a lot of options. One of my favorite things about Battle Spirits, you can block with anything. That's a lot more options. You've got your different levels that you can put your cores on. You can use your cores to build up your characters, or you can use your cores to play more cards. Decision making. The minute to the God Beast Behemoth is out. I love this boy. Makes me very, very happy. Of course, we've got, and that is actually just a 2-cost. We got 5 reduction symbols on the board, plus the Marty Bunny in the trash works as well. And now we got God Beast Behemoth coming in, and this is a ridiculous card. I mean, firstly, it is an extremely powerful card, and I think we've actually built that up to an 11,000, but your spirits that cost 2 cannot be blocked by level 2 or higher spirits, only level 1. So now you put your opponent in an awkward situation where they need to keep spirits at level 1 in order to block stuff like Marty Bunny and Flying Turtle and Freestall, but then by the same token, if they keep them at level 1, they're easier to get rid of using other cards.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, it's now you can't really do much against those little creatures, which can now be pumped up to bigger levels, and it's a fantastic card to drop.
I love attacking with Freestall, attacking with all of it here, and it makes me so nervous attacking with Freestall. It's not what he's made for.
Yeah.
But of course, and you notice there they were all basically unblockable there. So you had a bunch of 2-costs. This is what I was saying. We didn't see it in game 1, but the 2-cost cards lead to some amazing combos, and God Beast Behemoth is just the best among them. It's a 2-cost that comes in, makes all your 2-costs unblockable except against level 1s, and you whack 3 cores on, and it's 11,000 power? There's nothing in purple that does that. No. I'm just double checking. I think 9. We see 9 on Baculus and Curse Dragon.
Yep.
They are the most power. And Black Lance as well, to be fair. If you put 6 cores on.
Yep. Our Curse Dragon comes down there by Zachary.
Oh, that's yeah. I mean, Long has prepared for it.
Yeah.
Left a bunch of cores on all of the spirits. But it's an awkward one here. Yeah. Now, actually, looks like we are going to be using. Yes, we're going to be using Happy Nest Place here. So you can select 2 of your spirits and get a bunch of cores on them. So this is going to be very nice indeed, building up those spirits again. And this is actually a really good play specifically against purple, because it gives you the option. Oh, cores hit my reserve. Let's refresh my spirits up with a bunch of cores. Yep. Unfortunately, cannot save Marty Bunny.
Unfortunately not.
And annoyingly, I don't think that was in the... was that in the attack step? If it was, that activates Blessed Cathedral, and then we are loving it here, but I'm not sure. Not sure if it was. Oh, no, that was the... what am I talking about? That was the...
Beldegor's...
there we go, Beldegor.
Summoned effect, yep.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you need to try and do against yellow, is get rid of those spirits without activating stuff like Blessed Cathedral. Yep. I'm sad Freestall's gone, I'll be honest with you, because anytime that's on the field, it makes me happy. But we've still got the God Beast Behemoth and a second Flying Turtle. And at this stage, you want Flying Turtle, Marty Bunny, Freestall. They are the 2-cost cards in the deck. And you'll notice Zachary has immediately pivoted. You'll notice a bunch of his spirits there are sitting at level 1. Very deliberately sitting at level 1, because that's how you can actually block. But then you're not getting exactly what you're looking for, and I love this. Yeah, there is 1 level 2 spirit, but all the others are sitting there at level 1. So this is good. Now, God Beast Behemoth is just attacking as an 11,000 power spirit. And you have to attack with the God Beast Behemoth first, because then that activates a skill that your 2 costs can be blocked by. level 2 or
Decisive turn here for Long, because Long used his absolute ice shield last turn. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, not able to get another one down, annoyingly.
Yep.
So it does seem like, yeah, we see, we see a Fawn Prison coming down, and just resting those spirits. So Zachary able to escape a little bit there, but down to 2 life. And this is where playing against yellow gets scary, because they've got a bunch of attackers which can't be blocked. Because you've got stuff like God Beast Behemoth, there could even be another one coming down. Wonderland Alice becomes a very, very powerful spirit at this stage of the game. So there are a lot of options, and you've not got much life to play with.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see what Zachary does here now.
I mean, he's got a bunch of creatures on the board, and there's nothing refreshed on long side which could potentially be used as a blocker. This could be a turn to go a little bit aggressive. There is actually the other God Beast Behemoth in hand for Long, but he's not able to obviously play it now. It's not his turn. What is it? I mean, is he going to be able to fend? There's 3 attacks coming out because the assassin is exhausted. So, I mean, can Zachary just swing 3 times and end the game here? Does Long have anything against it? Yeah, he does. It's a Fawn Prison. Of course, it's a Fawn Prison. And do remember, Zachary is the one who gets the choice with Fawn Prison as to which spirits are exhausted. Now we see another attack with Black Lance. Oh, that means Long has to give up the life, but is able to... Wait. Okay, he's still on 2 life. What are we? There's a bit of a discussion going on here. So it seems like we are getting rid of the flying turtle with the... Yeah, okay. So we're back. We're sorted it out. We're back to where we need to be. Okay, so are we going to see another attack here from Zachary? No. Okay. Now, the God Beast is still there. The God Beast has survived. Only 2 cores left on it. Now it looks like we are seeing... Is that an attack from the assassin? Something's being figured out here. So... It's got Curse, and it draws a card when you attack if you've got the Soul Core. So both players are still sitting here on 2 life as it stands at the moment. And it does look like a life is being given up here. And there is the game. It looks like Zachary does win. Looks like a 2. Was that a fist bump? That seemed like a game-ending play. That seemed like a concession. Zachary wins 2-0. It's always weird when you see the fist bump, but then they start talking and they're not picking up their cards. You're like, wait, that was the end of the game, right? It looked like you ended the game. Just doubly making sure there. I have casted too many games for too many years at this stage. I have seen false endings. I've seen some players be lauded as a winner when actually they're acting like the winner, but it was their opponent that wins. I've seen it all, Taj. I have to be sure when we get to the end game. I have seen very good casters in very big productions announce the wrong winner of games. It's not going to be me.
No, exactly.
It's not today.
Don't blame you.
But we see the 2-0 win from Zachary here, and look, I'll be honest with you. I love me some yellow. I wanted to see yellow going for it. And unfortunately, I think what we might have seen in that game is just why everybody's playing purple here. Because that yellow deck is good. And that yellow deck had a bunch of tricks, and in game 2, it seemed to be setting up quite nicely. It seemed to be getting the nexuses. We saw the God Beast Behemoth hit the stage. We saw a lot of stuff there. And actually what happened in the end? Purple rolled. And when I'm looking at those 2 games, I don't think it's necessarily that Long did anything wrong. I think it's just purple. I think purple might be the best deck, but maybe there's a little bit of a gap. We're only 2 rounds in, right? Let's not get too over the top too quickly. But we see that Pterosaur's lost Volcanic Breakdown to a 1 and over Raptidon completely. Pterosaur has been hit. Axebiter has lost Axebiter, and I'm sure White's going to be out there in some form or other. But the top 3 decks coming in, pre-ban list, as far as I'm concerned, were very clearly purple, Axebiter, and there were several different versions, I'm fully aware, and Pterosaur. They were the top 3. Seems like purple's lost the least from this ban list.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's clear here is, like, purple's draw, obviously, is Netherworld Depths has been obviously banned, so the draw power is not there. But purple's using another Nexus now with the dragon, Curse Dragon, to play an alternative way to draw cards. And I just think the yellow deck there didn't have enough 2 costs in it to be able to rush the board. That's what you want to be doing. You want to rush the board against this purple deck to try and get some early advantage and just sort of slam it down quickly before it becomes an issue.
Yeah. I mean, I've played God Behemoth decks in the past, and the way I've always seen the most success, and that's fairly limited, let's be clear, rush the board and then God Beast Behemoth. Yeah. Doesn't matter if your 2s are on the board or whether they are, gotten rid of. That doesn't really matter. Whether they're out or whether they're in the trash, doesn't matter. They're reducing the cost regardless. Yep. So get them out, swarm, try and take some early life. The problem is, though, if you do that, then all of a sudden you're giving your opponent 2, 3, 4 extra calls really early in the game that they can use to then pull off these ridiculous combos. That Curse Dragon comes down Eternal too early because of the extra calls you've given your opponent. It is such a hard deck to play against, and it really can be a little bit of a problem. So I think we're going to have an interview in just a moment with our winner. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. We're going to switch Taj out. We're going to switch a winner in, and we're going to have a lovely chat about some battle spirits. Sounds like fun.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirits Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirits Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくて、このコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. Strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirits Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah, it was okay.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the Battle Spirits Pro Tour. My name is Ross. I got rid of Taj for a minute. I don't need Taj. I need Zach. Zach, that was a fantastic victory we just saw on stream there. That seemed quite straightforward from Purple. How do you see the purple-yellow matchup? Is it always that straightforward?
A lot of times you end up just both sitting there because they see their paradise early and they're just drawing with the freestyle wall. Thankfully, I had tools to deal with it, and I built my deck with tools to deal with it. So thankfully, in my books, as long as you have your Black Lances and your prisons, you can break through pretty easy.
Yeah, we saw that combo is great, but just never got working. Never got that great draw and all the extra calls. We did not see it coming out. So you've gone Purple here. There's a lot of people playing Purple in the room. It's going to be the biggest deck. Everyone's been saying it. Does that worry you, playing a deck that everybody's after?
Not at all. I won the Tulsa Grand Open with purple. I've been playing purple since 2 months before launch event or whenever proxies were printed. I feel very confident. I feel like I'm the best purple player in the room. I think I have the results to back it. I think I have the best deck. I think I have the best mirror tech. I honestly love the color so much. The mirror can come down to a few factors like early Nexus and Blacklands. And to be honest, at the end of the day, you can lose to anyone with the proper cards. But I feel really confident about the matchup. I think my deck's well constructed to do all the things it needs to, aggro, tempo, or control. And I can transition nicely, and I think it throws people off, which is pretty nice.
I mean, yeah, that sounds fantastic. And you know, so the mirror very much in mind. Can you tell us your secret sauce for the mirror, or do you want to keep it a little bit secret for the first couple of rounds?
We got to keep it secret for the first couple of rounds. But I'll say, if you look down at the sideboard, I'm teching in 4 specific cards for the mirror. I think some of them are pretty obvious. You know, I think others a little vague. It's nothing crazy. I'm not doing Star Blast. I'm not doing Agnaphon. I'm not doing anything crazy. But I'm just trying to gain a card advantage and then use that to close the game.
No, I love it. And coming in with that attitude of, I'm playing purple, but it's fine. I'm the best purple player in the room. And like you say, you've got a Grand Open victory behind you to back it up. That's always a big thing. So is there anything you're worried about facing in this tournament?
Yeah, there's actually 3 things.
Okay.
So the first thing is double Rocket City. I have no main board Nexus removal. Granted, it's hard to keep 4 cores on Rocket City. That's a bit difficult.
Yes.
But if they get to that point, you know, Ant-Man can get you there. You know, just stalling out the game can get you there. Blizzaster in that deck really rolls purple. If you look at my spells, all of them are purple. And then I have Prison. Blizzaster has armor green. If they attack with something first, you can't Thorn Prison the Blizzaster. That's tough. Third thing, honestly, although I am confident, is the mirror. Just because it is one of those mirrors where, at the end of the day, you see 4 Nexus early, you see Blacklands, you're just going to win, no matter who you are. It's one of those things. I don't like to play the mirror, but I played it a lot, probably with 20 or 30 hours in practice. And then the last thing is, Nova's a little rough. I think I have good Nova tech. I think I play well against it. But the tough part is, you get to a point with Nova where once they wipe your board, if they hit that double Andromeda on your Nexus, you have 0. It's just you're drawn off the top of the deck. So you got to hold good cards in your hand, but if your next 5 draws are dead, you're going to lose.
No, absolutely. I mean, you seem to have the format absolutely down. You seem prepared for. I've got to ask you about the ban list before we go, right? Because obviously, you know, your Neverworld Depths got hit, and that was a staple in every purple deck, as well as a bunch of other decks. We see the Smoke Valley seems to be the replacement most players have gone for here. How did that change up the way you built purple?
So for me, I just added 4 of the staple Nexus, Purple Smoke Valley, and then I wanted to transition into, all right, what do I do? Do I do Impaler or do I do Rotting Swamp? Rotting Swamp to me is awesome. I play a nice low end with the 3 Camelot Knight, 3 Aglavale, 3 Dragonaga. It allows my deck to play aggressively or defensively, so I can go first, Rotting Dragonaga, Aggro Core, or I can go second, PSV, and I can start playing my core control, which is nice. Honestly, I think Purple is just the best deck in terms of draw in the game, so I think actually it got hit less than other decks. So green relied on depths to draw, white relied on depths to draw. Yes. Some people say white's better for not having depths because it's a clunky card they don't have to play, and they can play Star Blast, and they have their 0 drops, which can be true. But I think personally, it makes the format less sacky. It makes you punished for attacking less, which I like a lot. Yeah. I think purple, in terms of card advantage, card draw, didn't get hit too badly. I think there's just so many good cards that draw you cards. I think you just start every purple deck 4 Blacklance, and you just draw to your heart's content. I have no issues. I'm sitting on 5 to 15 cards a turn, so.
Yeah, Black Lance is something I've been saying a lot in the first 2 rounds. I think that's probably going to keep going. The purple players are still drawing an awful lot without it. It does seem that of the ban list, you know, Pterosaur's got hit pretty hard.
Yes.
Obviously, white got hit very hard with the Axe Biter.
Yes.
And then purple lost Neverworld Depths, but I think the first couple of rounds in your South we've been seeing, it's actually coping pretty well without it.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of my opponent playing Netherworld Depths than I am, you know, not having it myself. And a big part was that it really clunked up your deck building, so I don't have to run any main board Nexus removal at all. And that frees me up to play things like 3 Thorn Prison, 4 Deadly Balance, 4 Black Lance, and just all my quality core control cards and quality purple spells that I want to play to make the deck the best it can be, because we were compromising with Burning Force.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for explaining your deck to us. You seem to have a real handle on this whole format, which I love. If I see someone with a really good deck who knows exactly what they're doing, it's great to talk to. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck for the rest of the events. And we're going to be back with round 3 very shortly indeed. Don't go anywhere.
Battle Spirit Saga, huh? I heard they have tournaments with cash prizes. I'd like to give it a try. I wonder if anyone I know plays it.
Battle Spirit Saga? I know how to play. You do? Yup, I'll teach you. Really? Thanks! So, Battle Spirit Saga is a card game where you accumulate and use cores while sending your spirit cards to do battle with your opponent. The strategy involved with using your cores separates it from other card games. Anyway, I have a couple of demo decks used for tutorials, so let's play a game.
Great!
first, we'll need some of those cores I mentioned.
So this is a core.
Cores start out in the void outside the playing field. Whenever you need a new one during the game, that's where you'll grab it from. Next thing you'll need is a deck. Each deck has at least 50 cards in it. And there's 3 types of cards. Spirits that you summon to fight your opponent with, nexuses that you place on the field, and powerful magic cards with one-time use effects.
So the spirits do all the fighting and the other cards support them?
Yeah, and you can put up to 4 cards of the same name in your deck. Now, we'll start by shuffling each other's deck. Then, we'll set them in our deck areas. After that, you put 5 cores from the void into your life, and then put 3 cores of your soul into your reserve.
What's a soul core?
Soul cores are different from other cores and have all sorts of effects in the game, and each player only has one.
Got it. So if you knock out all your opponent's life cores, you win?
Right. Also, if you run out of cards in your deck and can't draw on your turn, you'll lose. So pay attention to that. It's time to create your opening hand. Do that by drawing 4 cards from your deck. Normally, we decide who goes first at this point, but since it's your first game, you can take the first turn.
Got it.
After deciding who goes first, you can choose to do a mulligan. That means if you don't like your hand, you can put it back and draw again. But you can only mulligan once.
This hand is mostly the same cards, so I think I'll mulligan.
When you mulligan, you put your first hand on the bottom of your deck, draw 4 new cards, then shuffle your deck again. I'm gonna keep my hand as it is. If you keep your opening hand, you get to draw an extra card.
Really? You could have told me that earlier.
My bad. Now we're ready to start. Game turns are divided into a sequence of several steps, as you can see on the left.
On the left. Whoa!
Each turn you'll go through every step from the start step to the end step. There's not much to do in the start step, so on to the core step, where you put a core from the void into your reserve. The player who goes first doesn't get a core step on their first turn though. Then comes the draw step. You draw a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. Next up is the refresh step. Here, you move the cores that are in your trash into the reserve and refresh all your exhausted spirits. Spirits are refreshed by rotating them from horizontal to vertical, and you exhaust them by rotating them from vertical to horizontal. Remember that.
Got it. But it's not like I can do any of that on my first turn, right?
Right. Now we're on to the main step. This is where you get to use cards from your hand and place and swap cores around.
Okay, I'll summon this Dragaron Captain that's in my hand.
Here's how you summon. First, you show the card and check its cost.
The number on the top left is the cost, huh? Looks like this one costs 3.
Right. You'll pay its cost with cores. You can move cores from your reserve or from cards on your field and place them into your trash to summon it.
Sweet, now it's on the field.
Hold on a second. You've got to put a core on that spirit.
Why?
Cores are a spirit's source of life, so you have to put at least as many cores on it as are shown next to the level 1 text, or it will die.
Oh, I get it.
By the way, some cards, like Nexuses, have 0 for their level 1 number. They can stay on the field without a core. You'll normally want to attack next, but the first player doesn't have an attack step on their first turn, so your Dragaron's going to have to sit tight.
Okay.
Then you'll go to your end step and pass the turn off to your opponent. Some effects that were active during your turn will reset during this step, so keep that in mind.
All right, then I guess my turn's over.
Okay, my turn. Start step. Core step. Since I'm going second, I put a core from the void into my reserve. Draw step. Not much for me to do on my first refresh step. Main step. I pay 4 cores from my reserve and place the Nexus Scorched Battlefield. Then, I'll summon the Spirit Rain Needle.
Huh? That costs 1. Aren't you going to pay?
Good eye. One of the cool things about Battle Spirit Saga are these reduction symbols.
What are those?
Reduction symbols are shown on the cards next to their cost. You can reduce the cost of the card you're summoning by as many matching colored symbols as you've got on the field, up to the amount of cost reduction symbols on your card.
Oh, I get it. So that's why you played it without paying a core.
Now we're on to the attack step. The second player is able to attack on their first turn, but I'll end the step without attacking. And with my end step, my turn is over.
Okay, now it's my turn. So start step, core step, And now I get to put a core from the void into my reserve this time too. Draw step. Refresh step. Any cores in my trash get returned to my reserve, right?
Correct.
Main step. I summon Dragnogard. It costs 3, but since I have a red symbol on the field, I only have to pay 2 cores.
Now, how about raising the spirit's level by placing cores on it? See those bits with level written on your spirit? That shows how many levels it has.
Looks like my Dragron Captain goes up to level 3. I'll put enough cores on it to make it level 2. So what happens when you level up a spirit?
First, its BP goes up with its level. BP are compared during battle, so it's a really important number. Oh, and with a higher level, sometimes your spirit will get new effects.
So giving spirit cores makes them stronger, huh? Attack step.
You should try attacking with your spirit this turn. To do that, exhaust it and declare you're attacking with it.
I attack with Dragron Captain.
If the attack goes through unblocked, you reduce your opponent's life. The player who is attacked has to move an amount of cores equal to the number of attacking spirits symbol from their life into their reserve. Going forward, you can use those cores to pay for stuff just like any other core. So getting hit actually means you can do more things.
Got it. End step. That's the end of my turn.
All right, my turn again. Start step, core step, draw step. Refresh step, main step. I'll summon a Dragron Captain. It costs 3, but it has 2 reduction symbols I can use, so it ends up only costing me 1 to summon it. Then, I'll use the magic card Charge Draw. You pay magic card costs like any other card. The thing is, magic cards sometimes have multiple effects, so you have to declare which effect you'll use. This time, I'll be using the main effect at the top. Effects listed with this icon next to them can be used during your main step. When a magic card's effect resolves, you put the card into your trash.
So magic cards only get to be used once.
Exactly. Attack step. Time for my counterattack. I attack with Rain Needle.
Seriously? I don't want to lose life.
In that case, you'll want to block with a spirit you've got on the field. Pick a refresh spirit and exhaust it. Then declare it as your blocker.
I'll block with Dragnogard then.
When you block, a battle between spirits happens. That's when you compare BP, like I mentioned earlier.
And the higher BP wins, right? What if their BP is the same?
If they've got the same BP, they both get destroyed. By the way, my Rain Needle gains 1000 BP from the scorched battlefield I have on my field, so it has 2000 BP total.
Then it looks like my Dragnogard loses. What happens to a destroyed spirit?
When a spirit is destroyed, you put its core into your reserve and put the spirit card into your trash.
Oh, okay, I get it.
End step. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, I'm up again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Now I'm going to summon a Dragron Captain. Then I'll summon another Dragron Captain. I'll move the 2 cores I need for them. Attack step. I'll attack with Dragron Captain.
I'll block with my Dragron Captain. Okay, let me explain flash windows. Flash windows are opportunities before and after a block where you can announce a surprise attack. And both players get a chance to use their flash effects.
Ah, so you can use these cards during your opponent's turn too.
I'll start by using Charge Draw. I used its main effect last time, but this time, I'm using its flash effect. My blocking Dragron Captain gains 2000 BP.
Seriously? I attacked and lost anyway? Wow, flash effects are scary.
You can use flash effects to totally turn things around, so it's one of the deeper strategic elements.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess I'll stop my attacks and end my turn.
All right, I'm up now. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Well, I have one last thing left to teach you. There's one other type of effect besides flashes that you can use to get back a win. Burst. Now I'm perfectly set up.
So that card you set face down is a burst card?
Yeah, that's right. You can place one burst card face down from your hand onto the burst area in front of your life during your turn.
And how do you use that card?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Oh boy.
Next, I'll summon 4 Dragnogards.
That's a lot. But I've got enough of my own to block them. I think I can manage.
Attack step. I attack with Rain Needle. Are you going to use any flash effects?
Nope.
Me neither. If neither of us uses a flash, it's time for you to declare a block.
Then I'll block with Dragron Captain.
There's a second flash window after blocking, so let's settle that.
I won't use a flash effect.
Me neither.
All right, my Dragron Captain has higher BP, so I win the battle.
And now, I activate my burst card!
You what?
So, burst cards get activated when their conditions are met. This card's condition is, when opponent destroys your spirit. And since you destroyed my spirit, I get to use it. You can use burst cards without paying their costs, so that gives them a huge strategic significance. Anyway, I use my burst effect to destroy your Dragron Captain.
Wow, so they require certain conditions to be met, but you don't have to pay to activate them. Burst cards are pretty strong.
I think I've got this one in the bag if I attack with my entire field.
I don't have any flash cards, so I lose. That's no fair. You should have explained that stuff before you use it on me.
Oh? Wanna play again? After learning all the steps with that demo deck, you should be able to pick up one of the starter decks and play right away.
Wow, there's 4 of them, and each one's a different color. Battling with these cores seems pretty simple on the surface, but when you start one-upping your opponent with flash effects and those burst cards, the game really starts to get deep. I can't wait to show others how to play.
Yeah! Let's all start playing Battle Spirit Saga and enter that tournament!
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga second booster set and starter deck now on sale.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour for the lovely city of Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ross Gilbert and I'm joined once again by my lovely friend Taj. It was awesome chatting to our winner from the previous round. Zach was great.
Yes.
Nice to have you back, Taj.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic getting some insight from Zach. Obviously knows the game really well, knows the meta well, and such a fine-tuned deck.
I'm a TCG guy, you know
Yeah.
this. Anybody explaining a deck with that much passion and that much insight makes me incredibly happy.
Yeah.
And I will say, after we turned off the stream, Zach did give me a few of his secrets, which I promised I wouldn't share, so I won't. But hopefully we'll see Zach on the stream in Top Cut tomorrow and we can see some of those in action. All I can tell you is, he's got a plan for the mirror. And it is a very detailed plan, and it's wonderful. Just double-checking the players have got their headphones on, so we're not giving away any secrets here. We actually have a very different game coming up here. We've actually got a Seagull Nova, a Star Dragons deck. Against a yellow deck, but it's a very different yellow deck to what we saw in the previous round. This one is going to be a very, very interesting deck. So Theodore Blandlin there is playing kind of what is like a blessed unblockables deck. Lots of you can't block, lots of blessed, all of that. And then Alexander Blandlin, you see that Saga rare there. And yeah, Supernova, Dragon, Seagworm Nova, a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah.
One of the most, when it hits the field, one of the most impactful cards in the entire game.
Oh, yes.
Puts you up to 5 life. You get to get rid of a combination of cards totaling 10,000 power.
Yep.
It is an absolute monster of a card.
Yep.
And it's a weird kind of deck because it's clearly very powerful and it has top cut finishes here and there, but it doesn't come in numbers like Purple does, like Axebiter did, like Pterosaur did.
Yeah, I think with Seagworm is you're, as an opponent to it, you're trying to stop that Seagworm from coming out. So you're going to do everything you can to stop that happening. And once it's out, it's pretty much game over. And that's the thing. It's around, can you get it out quick enough? And, will your opponent allow you to do that? And I think that's why Seagworm, we don't see enough of it really. But we're going to get a good example today.
I'm interested to see a metagame breakdown for this tournament because obviously we know Pterosaurs have been hit quite hard. We're actually seeing a red deck, not Pterosaurs. And coming in, like in the BSS02 format, right, this was the clear second best red deck. Yep. Pterosaurs was the best deck, and then your Star Dragons was your second best deck. I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Yep.
Star Dragons was not seeing the amount of play and the amount of success that we were seeing from Pterosaurs. But it looks like we're off here now. We've got a Flamefish for Alexander. That's a card I love. And then we've got just a lovely volcanic, is that a sort of volcanic canyon? What am I talking about? We've got a Phantasmal Paradise down on the board for Theodore.
Yep.
Looking at the wrong deck list for a second there. So, Flamefish, really good. If it gets destroyed and you've got the Soul Core on, you get to destroy, I believe it's a 4K or lower. So, that is just fantastic. I love that card. And what do we see? Is that double Rain Needle? Yeah, double Rain Needle. Same as the Overraptidon, which got banned, except it's not a Pterosaur, but in this matchup, it doesn't matter. Rain Needle's a great card, and but already we're seeing, unfortunately, it's starting to get bumped a little bit. So, looks like we saw... Oh my goodness, players are going fast. I'm loving it. We've got a second Phantasmal Paradise coming down here. And yeah, there is a lot of options here very early on in the game. So we've got ourselves a Marty Bunny. We got very familiar with Marty Bunny in the previous game, that lovely little low 2 cost. And that doesn't have to be an absolute Ice Shield. It could be an Exhaust Nexus or God Slaying. This is the first deck we've seen so far that actually have cards from the lore set in. Oh, and then there's a very nice card here. Arcana Knight Hex draws you a card when your life goes up, which is absolutely what you want to be doing in these blessed decks.
Yeah, absolutely works. And nice combination with a blessed mechanic. And that's exactly what you want to have out there.
Yeah, Jewel Eagle's the card you're going to be looking for here. Basically says that your blessed cards can't be blocked. So that's going to be a very important one as we go forward. And it looks like Divine Howlbeard Dragonarch is coming down quite nicely. And this says that life cannot be reduced by spirits with 2,000 or fewer BP. Can be quite nice against these smaller yellow decks sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen, I think Marty Bunny there was used to block.
Yeah, we got a crocodile down, one of the favourite puns in the game. Love it. It's got blessed, but only when it has a soul core. So you are going to see the soul core there on the crocodile. Of course, you'll notice Theodore already down to 2 life because those Rain Needle have come out very aggressively in the early game with the Divine Howlbeard Dragonarch. So Theodore here already on the back foot. But if you can start getting some attacks through with blessed, and we see the crocodile coming in here. So hopefully going to be able to get some through. Spiral Tower is actually in play here as well. And when one of your yellow spirits would be destroyed, you can exhaust the Nexus to return it to your hand instead. And also you can summon a spirit that costs 2 without paying when you play it. So very nice for a deck like this. So Crocodile, I believe we're still in the middle of the Crocodile attack here. And yeah, you kind of have to block it because it's got blessed. That's why you see stuff like Jewel Eagle that stops you being blocked. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it just gets too bad too quickly.
Yeah. I think it's a perfect choice. Sacrifice one of your Rain Needles just to stop that blessed from regaining that life.
Definitely what you're going to be looking for. We've got Crocodile with Blessed. We've got Jewel Eagle with Blessed. It's certainly a bit of a theme of the deck that we're going to be seeing coming out here. It's not necessarily exactly like some of the Blessed Unblockables we've seen topping in the BSO2 format. It's a bit more than that. It's got some of these 2-cost tricks going on that we've seen with Blessed Cathedral with some of your 2-cost cards as well. There's actually some other splashes in there like Beldegor and Baculus are actually in this yellow deck as well. It's a bit of a hybrid with a bunch of things going on. But now we do see an attack coming in here with Bearded Eagle. It's a free cost that can be reduced by 3, so it's basically free, which is awesome. And now you're going to need to do something here. Now, Absolute Ice Shield is on the board for Theo potentially. That could be what we've got, but looks like instead we're just going to see a block with Arcana Knight Hex.
And the Dragonarch now swinging.
What are we going to see? And look, you don't want to let these attacks go through, not when you're down to 2 life. And you can build your life back up. So unlike some decks where you go down to 1, Absolute Ice Shield becomes irrelevant, that is not the case here. You've still got the opportunity to use Blessed on your Crocodile, on your Jewel Eagle to bring them back. There is the Absolute Ice Shield as expected. I believe, not ending the turn, but Rain Needle, it looks like, it's not going to attack. And we are back to Theodore now. Needs to get some of these cheap yellow spirits down. As a second Crocodile, of course, it only has Blessed with a Soul Core, and you only have 1 Soul Core. So do bear that in mind. But we do have Phantasmal Paradise, which is getting a little bit of play and a little bit of love here. When you summon a Fabled Beast, you can exhaust it to draw a card, which is quite lovely. A Crocodile, of course, is a Fabled Beast. There's your Beldegor. And bumping away that Howlbeard straight away. Great option. And of course, if you can lose some 4 or 5 cost, like your Arcana Knight Hex, your Jewel Eagle, your Arcana Joker, you can actually keep bringing Beldegor back for the entire game with that Immortal skill, which is going to be a big thing potentially.
Yeah, brilliant purple card to tech into this deck. I think it's a great choice, and obviously it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. We're counting up there, just seeing how many we've got. Of course, Alexander's still on 5 life here. Theodore's lost a bunch of life. I actually built up a decent board at this stage. But this is where what you really want to do is try and get an attack through. Get that Rain Needle not doing much, and then attack with your Crocodile. It's not on the board yet, so choosing to just build up the board, not launch any attacks yet, go back to Alexander, who, you know, there are some cards. We've already seen Rain Needle, Bearded Eagle. There are a lot of free or very cheap cards, like Dragon Trooper, 2 cost, reduced by 2. You don't have to pay to play it. Another Bearded Eagle, 3 cost, reduced by 3. You don't have to pay to play it.
Yep.
Alex has not paid a single core for any of those 4 spirits on his board so far.
And that's good, efficient use of, you know, your cost reductions there. And yeah, Dragon Trooper there, which has come in, has got the, when it's attacking, it does gain 2000 BP as well. So useful attacker there. Level 2 can be a 5000 BP attack.
Not bad. Did get rid of the Beldegor there. That went to the trash. But of course, we know that Immortal can bring that back again in the not too distant future if you feel like it. So that's always a nice little fun bonus.
Yep.
So seems like we are back to Theodore now. Still managing to stick on 2 life. Keeping only 2, but still keeping those 2. And it looks like we've got another Nexus hitting the board here.
Yeah, Blessed Cathedral by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is Blessed Cathedral, my favorite Nexus, probably in the entire game. When you lose a Yellow Spirit at level 1, you get a core. When you lose a Yellow Spirit at level 2, you get a card. And Blessed Cathedral can actually give you an extra core and an extra card when every Yellow Spirit goes down. And if you can get multiple in play, oh, it gets silly quickly. Yeah. I think my record was 60 cores in one game because of Blessed Cathedral and all of my level 2 shenanigans. I don't think I'm lying about that. I think it was about 60. It got ridiculous. I had to open another pack of cores.
I was going to say, would you have enough cores on you in your deck?
Luckily, I had an extra pack, but I was hoping not to open it because then, well, you got so many cores rolling around in your box, it got really awkward. Had to be done. There were too many cores. Or maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe it's the Battle Spirit's equivalent of I caught a fish this big. Either way, there are 4 Nexuses out for Theodore and a pair of Crocodile as well.
Yep.
And it seems like after some early flurry of, oh my goodness, what, 2 Phantasmal Paradise aren't enough here. But it's actually really cool, because now you play a Fabled Beast.
Yep.
And you exhaust all 3 of them, and 1 Fabled Beast will get you 3 cards.
Yep.
They all essentially activate at the same time. So, but we've reached that bit. We had some early flurry of attacking from Alexander, and now it's just kind of a little bit of a back and forth, building up boards. There's not a huge amount happening in terms of swinging the game, but also neither player is bringing out their big guns. Alex is bringing out his cheap, free characters. Theodore is apparently playing every Nexus known to man, but we're not seeing any big swings yet.
No.
Ooh.
There we go. That's another 5k swing coming in, thanks to its text on there. When it's attacking, Dragon Trooper does gain 2000 BP.
Looks like Crocodile is going to block it though.
Yep.
And the Crocodile unfortunately does go down, but of course when it goes down, that means you get yourself a Beldegor, which is great. And because Blessed Cathedral is a level 2, that should give you an extra card and it should give you an extra core as well. Yep. It's any of your Yellow Spirit during either attack phase. So yeah, you don't mind Crocodile going down if you get yourself Beldegor and a card and a core all at the same time when it happens. So that's a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think while we were talking there, the Sunblessed draw triggered from the burst. So that's helped Alexander get a couple of extra cards in hand.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount of draw from this Star Dragons deck a lot of the time, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. And don't get me wrong, there are some cards around here and there, and you do get to draw a card with that Scorched Battlefield when you reduce your opponent's life, which is nice, but we're seeing a lot of the tricks that, the yellow and purple decks have had.
Yep.
That we're just not seeing so much. We're seeing some free cards being played, but they're all vanilla cards. They don't have these extra skills, whereas things like, your Hippocamp and your Crocodile with Blessed and all of that, that's, in theory, giving a resource advantage to Theodore here, if he can make the most of it. We do see Hippocampo down now.
Yep.
We need a dual eagle.
Yeah, and that Hippocampo also triggered that those 3 Phantasmal Paradises to give 3 extra cards in hand.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dual Eagle is the card I'm looking for here. You really need to try and get into that because it says your spirits with Bless cannot be blocked by your opponent's level 1 spirits. You force your opponent to build up their spirits in order to block. At the moment, they are all level 1.
Yep.
All those 3 spirits are level 1. So if you were able to find that Eagle, and clearly it's not coming out yet, we do have Baculus coming in here. And, oh my goodness, it looks like we've got an Exhaust Nexus coming down, which reduces one of your opponent's spirits by 1,000 for each Nexus they control, or just by 3,000.
Yep.
So that's what we saw there, just bumping all of those spirits out. And now, in theory, Hippocampo is free to just start attacking, drain a life, gain a life, and then Crocodile. Yeah, it's just... It's going quite nice. Now, Theodore has actually swung it from 5-2 in favor of Alex to, I think it's 4-2 now in favor of Theodore. I believe he's got 4 life. It's awkward to see on that life counter, but I believe there are 4 there.
Yep.
So actually swung it. That was a 4-life swing.
That's just phenomenal.
Blessed is good.
Absolutely.
I need to figure out if I'm going to say blessed or blessed. I keep switching between the two, and it's annoying myself. But it's a very good skill no matter how we pronounce it.
Absolutely is. And it's just proven itself there. You know, once you can start running some of those combos with your Nexuses, with your spirits, you can really start doing some things. And, you know, extra card draw there, you know, gain some life back. In a pretty good spot now for Theodore.
Now, Alex is finally getting some draw rolling on. He's got his Volcanic Canyon. During your draw step, you get to draw 1, discard 1. He's got another Halberd down that we saw earlier, which actually really good because life cannot be reduced by anything with 2,000 or less. And obviously, a lot of Theodore's deck is going quite small here. You know, Crocodile would have to go up to a level 2. Hippocampo would have to go up to a level 2, etc.
Yep.
But also, we've got Scorched Battlefield here, which is a weird one in this matchup because you draw a card when you reduce your opponent's life. But if they're building their life up, there's more opportunities to reduce their life.
Yep.
And actually, double Scorched Battlefield here,
Yep.
you should be taking more life than in an average game, which actually gives you a weirdly large amount of draw.
Yes.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. And obviously, you know, it's encouraging you to attack because it's giving your spirits an extra 1,000 BP, and you've got 2 of them out.
An extra 2,000.
Extra 2,000, yeah.
There's that Eagle. I've been calling for it for a couple of turns now. Loving this. It makes yours, it means they're unblockable unless they're level 2 or above, which, look, it either means they're unblockable, which is good, or it forces your opponent to commit more cores to each of their spirits, which gives them fewer cores to spend on cards. Either way round, that's giving you a big advantage here. Now, it's not, doesn't make them purely unblockable, like Arcana Joker is literally unblockable the turn you play it, but it does force your opponent into awkward situations, and that is awesome.
Absolutely so.
Now, it seems like, have we gone up to, no, we're still on 4 life there. So there we go. So now we see an attack with Dual Eagle, which of course has Blessed. So now we're 5-1 in favor of Theodore.
Yep.
And it seems like, I mean, that is such a big swing. A minute ago, it was like, what, 5-2 to Alex?
Yep.
4-2 to Alex, and now Theodore's just swung it right round in a couple of turns. Got the full 4 Phantasmal Paradise there. So if he plays a Fabled Beast, he gets to draw 4 cards. And that's one of the things Theodore's done so well in this matchup. He's got his Nexuses out early.
Yeah, and I think this is where yellow really, really can prove itself to be formidable when you can get your Nexuses out and start utilizing them and getting them to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, it's always a fun little bonus. So here we come. It's the Saga. Now here's a Seaworm Nova. Now this is big. Now it's got Ascend 6.
Which the Emperor Seaworm, the Meteor Emperor Seaworm was placed.
There we go.
That was then ascended into the Supernova.
So you go up to 5 life, and you get a total of 10,000. And when you attack, assuming you got 5 cores, which obviously you've got 5 cores, we've now got 12,000 power. And when you attack, you get to choose a total of 10,000 power worth of spirits.
Yep.
Plus, you've got this Awaken skill as a flash, which is really nice. It means you can move cores around during your attack step.
Yep.
So you can enter your attack step and actually still go up to a level 3 where you weren't before.
There we go. So remove 2 spirits then. Don't forget, you know, it's 12,000 with 5 cores on it, but you've got a couple of those Scorched Battlefields out there as well. So it's actually a 14,000 attack.
Yeah, it is.
So yeah, nothing's going to be stopping this big old dragon, that's for sure.
No, you're going to need something which just straight out gets rid of it. I mean, Dark Bishop Baculus can bring it down to having 1 core remaining, which is going to be good, but then you need to combo that with something, and that's not necessarily what you're unfortunately able to do. It's great comboed with your Eagle, where you bring everything down to 1 core remaining, they're all level 1, and then they can't be blocked. But it's not like the purple decks, where you're, comboing it with Curse Dragon to get rid of everything. The combo, as it's sometimes known. It looked like Theodore was about to win the game. And, I mean, we said earlier in the stream, right, that is one of the most impactful swingy cards in the game. If anyone was wondering why, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what you wanted to do, is prevent your opponent from being able to get that out. But the longer the game goes on, the more cores your opponent's got to play with. And they can literally, in one turn, get out a 6 cost and then ascend it pretty quickly. And things change very, 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 very quickly, should we say, to your opponent's benefit.
The good news is Theodore's got a lot of resources, a very large hand, a lot of cores, lots of options for drawing more cards in the future. Fabled Beast comes down now, you draw 4 cards. You look at the size of Theodore's hand. He's got options. The problem is, it is awkward just trying to find something here that you can actually use. Now, the good news is you can actually, there's a card called Godslaying in his deck, where the next time you resolve the battle, you compare cost rather than battle power, and the higher cost is destroyed. So that is actually really good against something like this in that regard. So that's nice, but it's going to take something like that to actually go after the Seaworm Nova. You just don't have that much power in your deck. Or you ignore it completely and just try and rush with your small spirits. The problem is that 10,000 power getting destroyed, that is an every turn when attacking for Supernova Dragon Seaworm Nova.
Yeah, and this is it. You're starting to build up your board presence, and then you're like, well, it's going to deal with it. It's going to swing in and 10,000 power. Right, let's eliminate these spirits that you just summoned your last turn. It's you got to be very careful about how you address your opponent's board here. I mean, on a positive note, as we were saying, Theodore's on 5 life now, I believe. Yep. So still in a good position in that sense. But we're seeing creatures popping up now on the other side of the board.
Oh, I kind of like where Alex is going with this. We did just see a Nebula Dragon Andromeda coming down, just getting rid of one of those Nexuses. But Alexander's going wide here. There's now 6 spirits on the board. All of Theodore's are exhausted and cannot be blocking, but let's face it, they're not going to block anyway. They're blatantly going to be destroyed by Nova. And what we might see is one of those turns where we haven't actually seen one of these big turns on the stream yet so far today, where it's just, I've got lots of stuff, I'm going to attack with it all. And of course, every time you take a life, that's draw 2 cards with Scorched Battlefield. So I think we might be seeing a big... oh, no.
Yeah, Absolute Ice Shield used there.
Yeah, and that's why. And we talked about it before. That is the perfect turn for Absolute Ice Shield, because you know what Alexander wanted to do that turn.
Yeah, exactly. So Alexander used the Dragoon Trooper to attack first. I would have gone Seaworm, just get rid of those spirits. But it enabled Theodore to utilize Absolute Ice Shield.
Yeah, it's... yeah, and you kind of need another one, honestly. He's back. Ooh! Now, this is a good turn for Baculus. You get all of the cores off. Everything becomes a level 1. And now this is combined with the Eagle. This is the combo, right? Because now the Eagle says that your opponent cannot block with any of your Blessed, with anything that's level 1. Now everything's level 1 because Baculus just came down and put everything down to 1 core, which made them level 1. It's a great combo you're looking for with this particular deck. Can you potentially get 4 attacks through here? There isn't a burst down. We did see a Exhaust Nexus coming down, reducing everything by 3,000 power, and which is actually a really nice combo with Baculus again, because you make them all level 1, then you lower all their power. Doesn't get rid of the dragons, but still. And now you've potentially we've got 5 spirits on the board here, because the Avatar just went down to the bottom. Oh my goodness, another one! Double Exhaust Nexus after Baculus. I said it was going to be a lot of work to get rid of Nova. And that was a lot of work.
That was a lot of work. But amazing combination play there.
Oh, that was
to
nice.
deal with it. That was a sweet combo there.
And now we're just going to see 4 attacks in a row. And... oh, it's an absolute ice shield from the hand. Just ending. Now, it doesn't get your life back.
Nope.
So you go down to 1 life, but it does at least end the attacking phase, but not for long. It looks like Alexander has decided that that combo there was just too much to deal with. Let's just get confirmation here. It looks like he's picking up his deck. No, we're going to the sideboard phase, and it looks like we do see yellow taking game 1. That was wonderful.
Wow, what a fantastic way to deal with that Seagram. Beautiful combination play there. Just goes to show, you know, if you're expecting it and you've got the plays in your hand readily available, you can deal with that. And all those draws, those nexuses really came into play there. Those additional draws just really helped. Having 4 draws pretty much per turn extra gave those cards into the hand ready to pull that combo off.
And that's the thing, right? In some purple decks, you've got so much core removal, so many little things that can get rid of cores. You know, you've got the classic Baculus into Curse Dragon, right? Take everything down to 1 core with Baculus, take 1 core of everything with your Curse Dragon, boom, they're all gone. But you've got lots of other little core removal, so Baculus plus little core removal, jobs are good. However, that's not really this deck. This deck has Baculus, and we saw how it worked. The Baculus-Eagle combination, great combination, bring everything down to 1 core, they're all level 1, now they can't be blocked, jobs are good. To actually get rid of something that big, it took 2 Exhaust Nexus after a Baculus. That is a giant combo, but when it's gone, the game's gone on a little bit, and you've got enough cores, and you've been drawing that many cards, that works quite nicely at that point.
I mean, it looked like he had half his deck in his hand at one point. You know, there were so many cards in hand. But, when you've got all that resource in your hand, and this is what you want to be doing, you want to be filtering your deck down, getting all those resources into your hand. And this is the great thing about Battle Spirits. You know, you're not drawing and trashing. You're keeping those cards in your hand. They're an additional resource. When you've got the cores available, you can really utilize them. And using those 2 Exhaust Nexuses back to back really was a super combo.
Yeah, now there's some interesting stuff in the sideboard for Alex. He's got Dream Bomb that can get rid of Nexuses, and of course, that was very big for Theodore in that last game. Suppression, letting you block even when you're exhausted. But then again, against a deck that aims to stop you blocking, maybe that one's not quite so good. It's an interesting one for how the players view the matchup. There's a lot of different cards for Theodore. Does actually play 1 Curse Dragon, so he can do the Baculus Curse Dragon combo. And I'm going to be honest with you, if I'm him, that Curse Dragon's going in my deck. Because I've seen there are some big things on this board that I really struggle with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see a Volcanic Canyon turn 1 coming down from Alex here. Theodore has shockingly started off with a Nexus as well. We've got ourselves a Phantasmal Paradise. Oh, we got a Rain Needle though. We got a couple of free spirits, a Dragron Trooper and a Rain Needle and a Bearded Eagle. None of them cost anything. You just got to have a core to put on them to keep them on the
so quickly built up that board. It's amazing how quick that all those, and this is what Red's about, isn't it? It's sort of rushing in, getting all those reduced, pretty much free cost, as you were saying, free spirits coming into play, and making your board as wide as you can.
I'm slightly worried about the draw. Now, the good news is we did get Volcanic Canyon down a little bit earlier, which means you're drawing 2 cards during your draw step. You have to discard one, but it's still, you're seeing an extra card every turn. So that's going to help. And it's because we saw when that Nova comes into play. I mean, can Theodore really pull that off 2 games in a row, that kind of combo?
Yeah.
It's why I love the Curse Dragon coming out of the sideboard, because you need a way to take out those giant cards. If they come into play, you need a way to take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Hippocampo gets played there, so we're loving this Hippocampo, aren't we?
It's a great card. It's one of the best yellow cards. It's a 2-cost reduced by 1 that's got blessed. So it's really weak, but it, you know, if you can stop it getting blocked, then it's not getting blocked, and you're taking a life, and you're adding a life, and you're only paying 1 to do so. And
absolutely.
It's just annoying there's so many ways to get rid of it. They do tend to come and go, but not this time. We do see it coming down. Thomas gains a life. Oh, sorry, Theodore gains a life. Alexander loses a life, and we're not quite even. We're not too far away.
Yeah.
But Alex does look like he's trying to rush this game.
Absolutely.
He's got a Flamefish in hand. He's got another Dragon Trooper in hand. There are some nice options here. Oh, we got another Bearded Eagle in hand as well. That's going to be able to come down as a 0-cost card, essentially.
Yep.
So Alex can keep going wide here. There's the Eagle and the Dragon Trooper.
Yep.
And another Dragon Trooper. Oh, no. Yeah. So they've got new one down and the Bearded Eagle. I kind of like Flamefish. I love Flamefish, incidentally. It's a great card. You do need to commit the Soul Core to it, but that's easy enough to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we got 4 we can attack with here. Are we just going to... Do we just want to go aggro with attacking, or do we want to build up our board? That's a lot of the time the big decision in Battle Spirits. Do you want to go really wide and just smash, or do you want to build up your board looking for the 1-turn kill?
Yeah. So here we go. Here comes our first swing now from the Dragon Trooper.
Yeah, so that's an awkward one, that. It's easy to say wrong. Now, it is blocked by your Beldegor, who is, of course, immortal.
Yep.
So probably going to come back at some point.
The second Dragon Trooper attacks now.
Yeah, and that one went. I believe that one went straight through, and then Rain Needle attacked, and now we got a Fawn Prison coming down. Oh, we got almost 20 minutes into this round without saying Fawn Prison.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That is given rounds 1 and 2. That is very impressive.
Absolutely, and again, as we were saying, Thorn Prism, we are seeing a lot of it. But yeah, it's. I think that was in Theodore's side deck. It's not originally in his opening deck. So yeah, Theodore's brought that in to help deal with his opponent's quick ability to rush that board.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 2 in the side deck, none in the main deck, so they came out. Now we got ourselves an Arcana Knight Hex coming down. That's all good for Blessed. Lets you draw a card as well.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Gain a life, and you get to draw a card. And now Crocodile's attacking as well. Oh, right. Those 2 turns, Taj, right?
Yep.
You take 2 life.
Yep.
You gain 2 life. You draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
That's a nice combo.
Very nice indeed.
There's a reason Arcana Knight Hex is a staple in these Blessed decks, and... yeah, Luster might not have taken out as much as we'd like, although Luster decks are around here and there. Yeah. But Blessed decks, maybe. That's 2 yellow in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That's a terrible sample size. But I'm just saying, it looks like yellow is being taken seriously by some players out there this weekend.
Yeah, well, Alexander's now down to 1 life. So yeah, it's going to be a crucial turn here now.
We could see a quick game if this goes on. I might get to chat some yellow. You might get to chat some yellow. Yeah. One of us might get to chat some yellow. But, of course, Theodore is going to have to close out this game in order to make that happen.
Flamefish comes in.
Love my Flamefish. You've got to give him the Soul Core.
Yep.
And then when he's destroyed, you get to, in a battle, you get to take a 4,000 power down.
Yep.
There's your Divine Halberd Dragon Arc coming through, of course. It means that if Theodore wants to take any life, he's going to have to put his spirits above 2,000 power. Yep. So Crocodile's fine, but you will need another core on the Hippocampo if you're going to... in fact, another 2 cores, sorry, to take it up to a level 2 in order to start taking life. It's a real nice counter. And look, Alex might be down to 1 life remaining, but the Halberd's really good.
Yep.
And Alexander is building up for a potentially big turn here.
Yep.
We do see the Hippocampo going down.
Yep. Which
is always a fun one. So you get rid of that as well. That was the... So yeah, this is working very, very nicely. That was gotten rid of with the Halberd, by the way, when the attack came out.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like we got an Exhaust Nexus coming down. We saw how good that was last time. So it looks like we're going to see... yeah. just trying to decide which of these actually go down. And unfortunately, it's a bunch. But of course, because Flamefish went down during the attack step. Oh, not even that. It's just any time it's destroyed. My apologies. Because it was destroyed, you get to get one. Obviously, it was going to be the Arcana Knight Hex as well.
Yep.
So we had 2 impressive boards going a minute ago, and they have been whittled down to very, very little.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the state of the board now. It's literally... Okay.
Yeah, that was the... where are we going there? That was Burning Force came down.
Yep.
So Burning Force came down to get the Crocodile, and now we've had... It took a bit of work, but Alice got a full board wipe. But, oh, look, it's Hippocampo.
Yeah.
It's something... Every time Hippocampo goes down, the player just has Hippocampo. And because we've got free Phantasmal Paradise, that means you draw 3 cards when it goes down. Now Blessed Cathedral hits the board. That's more draw coming down as well. Oh, we've not actually seen this hit the board yet.
Yep.
That's Arcana Joker, and that's the game. It looks like Theodore takes it 2-0. Arcana Joker cannot be blocked.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my goodness. Great ending there with Arcana Joker.
Yeah.
And that is a card that is played a lot and sideboarded a lot in other colors.
Yeah.
Arcana Joker. And here's the thing, right? It's got some other skill with Void Laws that nobody cares about because no one plays it with that.
Yep.
It is literally played as a 5 cost that can't be blocked.
Yeah, and the fantastic thing is you sneak it out, boom, it can't be blocked this turn. So it's when you're in that position where you know you can win, you're just going to come in, sneak it out, say, there you go, for the win.
And that's the thing. He had his opponent, Theodore had his opponent down to 1 life. And as soon as Arcana Joker came down, his opponent was like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
And look, I love seeing a Star Dragon sitting at 2-0.
Yeah.
I love seeing a yellow deck with Bless sitting at 3-0. It doesn't have my boy Freestall in. That makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah.
There's no Alice. There's no Divine God Beast. Although there is, I believe, an Alice in the... well, maybe it's in the side deck. Yeah, it's in the side deck. They're still with the headphones on. We can say that. There is an Alice in the side deck, but just the one, just as a little bit of a tech. But what we've got here is a weird yellow list that is building in some of this purple like we saw with the Baculus. It's got Blessed, but it's not your full Blessed unblockables we've seen in some other ways. And look, I've had a few people telling me maybe the ban list brings yellow up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe yellow's a bit of a dark horse for the tournament, and our sample size is terrible, but...
I mean, I just love the way that the yellow players tech that purple in there to manipulate that exhaust nexus to get rid of big threats from across the board. It's like when you get to that point where your opponent's got loads of cores on their creatures and they're huge, big things, to be able to literally whittle them down to a level 1 and then a couple of exhaust nexuses and, getting rid of even huge things like Seagworm is, Yeah,
Baculus is another one of those cards that I would put in that pantheon of cards where I read it for the first time and I'm like, wait, no, that can't be right. I must have misread that. Because it is so powerful. Now, it does yours as well. It is all spirits on the board go down to 1 core remaining. However, in some that, these yellow decks, although Baculus is a purple card, these yellow decks don't really keep a lot of cores on their spirits. No. There's lots of little spirits. So a lot of the time against these bigger decks, you can be in a much better position than your opponent. And then, of course, if you're the one playing Baculus, you can just play Baculus and then move all of your cores on, and it's just... Yeah, there's some very good options there. I love that yellow deck. I love the way it's constructed. It's a bit different to what we're used to seeing, but there's also some very familiar tricks in that. And we're actually going to hear about those tricks, new and familiar, with Theodore in just a second. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in seconds hearing from our round 3 winner.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirits Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirits Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくてこのコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand. Like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにこう残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with Theodore. And Theodore, you've made me very happy because you came on stream with yellow and you won with yellow. That last turn was very exciting for you. You came over, you were hyped. Tell me about the end of that game.
Oh, yeah. No, it actually already kind of left my head, but yeah, it's like, I was like, I kind of still wanted to extend a little bit because I thought, okay, maybe I can heal a little bit. And then, okay, I just realized, okay, I had Joker in my hand. Okay, yeah, he has one hand. So yeah, I guess that will be the natural decision. So yeah.
And the second you put Arcana Joker down, your opponent hand went out. He knew it was over. So okay, yellow. Not seen a huge amount of success in this format.
Yeah.
It's not been a top deck, not been a top color, and yet you brought it to the Pro Tour.
Yes.
Which is a very big and very important tournament with a lot of prizes on the line.
Yeah.
Why would you go for yellow?
So the answer is actually quite boring, but because I was still kind of busy juggling between my assistant job and finishing my thesis, so I kind of chose yellow, which is my kind of like comfort color, since I also played like the Japanese Battle Spirits, and then like it has been the color that has brought me like through my 8 years of career playing Battle Spirits. So yeah, at this moment, my best choice was yellow because like, okay, so if I wanted to change to other colors, then I need to make a lot of adjustments. And then like I was actually kind of like also considering playing like either white aggro or like the red Nova that my friend built for me. But like I kind of, okay, so and in the end like we had this conversation at night and okay, maybe you should go with yellow. Okay, then I did it.
I mean, we're 7-round tournament. You're sitting at 3-0. It's going all right so far. It's something I tell people a lot. Play the deck you're most comfortable with, and you're great proof of that. Also love hearing, of course, Battle Spirits has been a game in Japan for many years. I think 2016 it launched.
Yeah. No, it's 28. Yeah.
Oh, so many, many years, in fact. Sorry, my apologies, yes.
No problem.
And you've been playing, you know, for years and years, you know, the Japanese version of the game, playing yellow there. And, of course, this isn't the same game, but there's a lot of similarities. Do you think playing a Japanese version of Battle Spirits has helped you be a better player for Battle Spirit Saga?
Yeah, kind of, because it's more, it's not like the combo is, of course, like really different. But, like, kind of like the sensibility of when you take your life, kind of when you need to take your opponent's life, then it's like, okay. There's kind of like subtle things you can kind of like learn between the games. Like, so from Saga, if you want to try out the Japanese game as well, then that will be a really big help for you as well.
Indeed. Now, we had a quick chat before you came on. You said you weren't looking to face red. You didn't want to face red.
Yes.
You're 3-0. What have you beaten so far?
I've beaten Nova on the first round, so red. And then second one is a Pterosaur, which is also red. And then a red aggro, which is also red. It's like...
I mean, it seems to be working out quite nicely so far. And you've got some weird techs in your deck. You know, you've got Baculus in there. You've got, you know, we saw Curse Dragon in your side deck. Are they there specifically for these bigger matchups, or do they give you more than that?
So actually, there's another boring answer to that because, like, last night I was already really tired, and then like my friends whispers to me. So this is all thanks to my friends who do my YouTube channel with me. To Andersley and Amamiya. So yeah, they help. They kind of like directed me to okay. So maybe with Bacillus, it's kind of like a good replacement for like say, let's say somersault. So it's just also like a real popular option for yellow.
Yep.
And then like the Curse Dragon is because like okay, so until the end I was like okay, so what do I put in my side deck? And then like Amamiya said like okay, since you already put Bacillus anyway, let's invest it even further.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. You know, we see in purple the Bacillus Curse Dragon combo is a big thing. You took down the Nova in game 1.
Yeah.
But you had to work to get that Nova down.
Yeah.
It was a Bacillus and then the double Exhaust Nexus, and it was a lot going on there. Do you think the amount of draw you have in yellow helps you pull off those ridiculous combos? Because you were drawing like 4 cards when you played a Fabled Beast at one point.
Oh yeah, so actually like the only kind of like the consideration on why yellow probably is not your best choice is because it's kind of like a snowball deck. So if you can get your first Nexus going, then it's going to be really strong. But like usually the problem is, okay, so you don't see your first Nexus or your first Nexus got bombed by red magic, which is like why I don't want to play red because like the consequences like for them it's much smaller. Like if you play against other colors, they kind of like lost a turn as well. So but like with red, it's like it's 0 consequences. It's like, oh. And then, yeah.
I mean, it's working out well for you so far. We saw the snowball in great effect in both of those games. And look, if you're not wanting to play red and you're 3-0 against red, then it sounds like the next 4 rounds might be, you know, you might have a good matchup coming up. And if you're banking wins against the bad matchups, but you said about YouTube channel, plug it quickly. Tell us what YouTube channel is.
So it's called Time Gaming. We talk more about, we talk both Battle Spirits, like the Japanese game, and Battle Spirit Saga. So do check it out. We do the matchup videos and all sorts of things as well, like the funding skits and stuff, yeah.
And who doesn't want to learn more about Battle Spirit Saga? This game is awesome. We're having a good time. Congratulations. Thank you so much for winning with Yellow on stream. That made me happy.
Thank you very much.
You lovely ladies and gentlemen watching at home, grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go very far, because we've got 4 more rounds, and if last round is anything to go by, we got a lot of fun coming.
Exactly. To look forward to it.
Hey all you card gamers out there, it's almost time for the pre-launch of the Battle Spirit Saga in March. So I'm here today with the developers from Bandai to talk to you about what makes it such a great game. Battle Spirit Saga is based on Battle Spirits, a game with more than 15 years of history in Japan, and it has been newly redesigned for play worldwide. The thing that sets Battle Spirits apart from other games is that you use both cards and cores to play the game. Cores are used to pay card costs, but they're also used as your life, the resource that determines who wins or loses the game. You can also place cores onto your units in-game, your spirits, your nexuses, and magic to unlock powerful effects. You have to carefully manage your cores, deciding how many cores to use to make the best play. This card game really makes you strategize about how to make each move count. Check out the tutorial video to learn more about the game rules. But the gameplay isn't the only thing to love about Battle Spirit Saga. In-game effects are designed to match the characteristics of the spirits that live in this world. There are 6 different colored realms in the world of Battle Spirit Saga. In the realm of Flame, you'll find dragons and other rough and tough characters. The realm of Gloom has the denizens of the Dark World and their skilled curse users. The realm of Frost is home to mech soldiers of ice, princesses who possess the most beautiful voices. And in the realm of Radiance, you can find the small, adorable animals living alongside angels. The red spirits are experts in duking it out. They have effects to destroy their enemies and force other spirits to block. Purple spirits are clever and devious. They can remove the cores on the opponent's spirits. White puts up the strongest defense with their sturdy shields. Their armor repels their opponent's effects. And it's a party every day in the Yellowlands. They're a bit silly, but full of curiosity. Watch out, because they love to play tricks with their magic cards. Okay, that's enough introduction for now. Let's go into some actual gameplay. If you're looking to win some cash at a Battle Spirit Saga tournament, you may want to steal a few of these gameplay techniques. Playing today are 2 developers from Bandai, Let's go.
Hello everyone, I'm Tatsuro and I'm Yutaro. And we are the development team from Bandai. So let's get started.
Let's get started, fellas.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me a little bit about what deck you're using today, Tatsuro.
僕は今日黄色のお気に入りのデッキを持ってきました。
Oh, yellow deck, huh?
でこのデッキはこう2コストの黄色のスピリットをたくさん並べていって相手にアタックするようなデッキになってます。
I see. A little weak, but they all have like some kind of strategy together.
そうでこの黄色のカードを並べてこのネクサスのこのカードが、アタックステップというところで黄色のスピリットがこうやってやられていくとどんどんこうやってコアが溜まっていくっていうような
I see.
コンボが。
So when your like cheap or low cost spirits are sent to the trash because of the cathedral, you can gain a lot of cores.
そう。
Okay, cool
これが
combo.
強い。
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. What about you, Yutaro?
僕が今日使うのは紫のデッキです。で、今回、メインで使うのが、黄色と同じくこういったコストの低いスピリットをもう早いターンでバンバン出していく。で、最後このネメシスというカードは、自分のスピリットを破壊することで強い効果を得られるスピリットなので、後半はこういう強いスピリットを出して相手を制圧するっていうのがプランになります。
That's kind of cool. So you've got like the followers and then like the big boss. Okay. So,
はい。
sounds like a pretty good strategy. All right, so gentlemen, let's have a nice little wager for this game. How about the loser pays for lunch?
もちろん OK。負ける気しないんで
Those are big words.
行きますだから
Those are very big words. The best part about this is I don't have to pay for lunch. So let's get started, gentlemen. Let's play some Battle Spirit Saga, yeah?
じゃあまず手札は4枚から
Okay, so let's start out with 4 cards, right?
そう、で、まず先行後攻を決めます。最初はグー、ぽい、あいこでしょ。
Nice. All right. So that's like an advantage, right? Going first. So.
さっき言ってたやっぱこの強いネクサスとかがやっぱ引けてるからマリガンをするかしないかまず選びますと。なんで、
so you can mulligan here.
でももうこれも引けてるし今回はマリガンしません僕は。
I see. Okay.
で
close your ears. So because you have a pretty good card, you want to just keep the hand, and then what happens?
でマリガンしなかった場合は1枚。
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Whoa. It's a good start, yeah. What do you want for lunch? Wagyu?
Wagyu.
Expensive sushi? Oh yeah, you have to mulligan too, right?
僕はマリガンなしで。
Oh, okay. Pretty good hand. Pretty good. Ooh, okay. I like that.
じゃあお互い終わったんで僕からスタートですと。でスタートステップでコアステップっていうのは先行ないですと。で次ドローステップはあるんで1枚引きます。
So first player doesn't have a core step, so you don't put a core here. Got it. Okay.
でリフレッシュステップっていうのもないですと。でメインステップでここでスピリットを出したりとかするステップで
Let's play some spirits.
まずネクサス。
That's not a spirit.
4コストなんでネクサスを出しますと。でこのカードは、自分の黄色のスピリットが破壊されたらコアを1個足せると。
Okay. So whenever one of your yellow spirits is destroyed, then you can get it back.
No,
the cores.
コアをリザーブにこう。
Ah, the cores. I see. So you can kind of recycle your cores with your yellow spirits. Got it. Cool.
で、もうすることはないので、アタックステップも先行ないのでエンドステップで
Got it. Okay.
相手のターンと。じゃあスタートステップ、コアステップでドローステップでリフレッシュがあってメインですね。そうですね。めちゃくちゃ見るな。確かに。
I'm not a pro or anything.
まずじゃあダークナイトアグロバルを召喚します。3コスト。
It's kind of expensive though.
まず1つ目の効果として破壊された時にソウルコアが乗っていたらカード1枚引くことができます。で今だとレベル2なのでアタックした時の効果もあってでアタックした時カース得ることができます。
What does curse do?
カースは、自分のスピリットがブロックされた時に、そのブロックしたスピリットも破壊することができる。
So if they block him, they're also destroyed.
はい。
Pretty cool. Okay, okay.
なんですが、今相手の場にスピリットが1体もいないので、あんまりカースを持ってる意味がないっていうことで、もう1体出したいと思います。
Ooh, okay. Hey, Demo Bones.
1コストで1個軽減されるので、ここにアイコンがあるので1個軽減されて0コストになります。
So he's 0 cost, but you don't have any cores for him, right?
で、最低でもコアが1個必要なので、この上からコアを持ってきます。
Ah, okay. So you can use the cores from your other spirits.
はい。
Cool.
メインステップ中は自分のスピリットの上のコアは自由に動かしても良いです。
Okay, so you can just freely move the cores around any way you want. Oh, that's really strategic. Okay.
だけどどこにやっぱソウルコアっていうのを乗っけるかも重要で、これはソウルコアが乗ってないと効果を発揮しないようなカードであるから、どこにやっぱソウルコアを持ってこうとか、このコアの動きがすごく大事に。
Don't help him.
分かってる。
He doesn't know. Don't worry. Here, he said you should probably switch these two. Yeah.
する、絶対する。じゃあバーストセット。
Oh, what is that?
バーストっていうのは、例えば今バーストにセットしたのはこのカードなんだけど、この
何
バー
It's
スト
not that good. Don't worry.
このバーストっていうところに書いてある条件を満たせば、コストを支払わずにその効果を発揮することができます。
Our little secret.
で、コストを追加で支払うことで、このバーストの下にあるフラッシュの効果も使うことができると。で、じゃあこれでアタックステップに入ります。
はい。
じゃあまず、
Oh, time out.
Okay.
You can attack with these guys?
はい、バトルスピリッツは、スピリットが登場したターンにもすぐアタックすることができます。
Oh, so you can just attack with a spirit you play on the same turn. Okay, all right. So let's attack.
はい。じゃあデモボンでアタック。
でここでフラッシュタイミングっていうのが。
Flash timer?
そう。フラッシュタイミングっていうのは、ここにフラッシュっていう書かれたカードがあると。だけどそれを使うことができるタイミングですと。でお互いに、フラッシュを使うか使わないかを宣言して、こういうブロックするものがいない状態でも何かしら対応ができたりするっていう。
I see. So he can attack, and then you can choose to flash. He can choose to flash.
そう。
And
ま
then you
ず
block.
攻撃されてる側がフラッシュを使うか使わないか。
Ah, okay.
でその後に、攻撃してる側がフラッシュを使うか使わないかを宣言します。
So then, flash.
でもこれは使わないけど、でもフラッシュがあるかは言っちゃダメだからね。
Okay, well, wait.
見えてないからね。
I didn't see anything.
じゃあフラッシュはないです。
ないです。
Okay.
じゃあブロックもできないので、ライフで受けますと。
はい。
でライフで受けるとライフ減っちゃうけど、これがリザーブに行きますと。
Oh, okay. So your life, whenever it's hit, it doesn't go to the trash. It goes to the reserve.
そう。
Okay.
だからどんどんリザーブに溜まっていくから、やられても次に逆転しやすい。
And you can use these for spirits, magic, and nexuses. Okay. I got it.
じゃあこれでターン終了。
でスターステップ、コアステップ。
Oh yeah, finally.
でドローステップ。でリフレッシュステップで全部スーッと。
Okay, so move these back now. Okay, so now because we lost one life, we have more cores.
そう。
Cool.
まずこれを使うかな。
Okay.
2コストだけ1軽減なんで1コスト支払っておきますと。で登場時の効果でデッキの上をめくって同じ
Oh. Fable Beast?
同じテールビーストなので
Nice.
手札に加えないと。
Pretty good. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Turtle.
次がそのまま2コスト2軽減なんで、で、次に出してから、
Hey,
ま
Penta.
た1軽減で出しますと。で僕もバーストをセットしてます。
Oh.
何か分かん
Battle
ない
of
け
the
どね。
bursts. Oh, wait a second. Wait. So you put an extra core on the Sword Angel?
いやここからねまだ変えようと思ってる。今これだと3つコア置いてないとレベル2できないから、今僕はこっちに切り替えて、これだと2個置いてればレベル2になって3000になるから、あえてここに置かずこっちに置こうと思ってます。
I see. So yeah, it's better to put the core here because at level 2 with 2 cores he gets 3,000 and he doesn't. Got it. Okay, cool. Now we attack, right?
Yes. ただここでは アタックをせずエンドします。やっぱドローされるのもやっぱ警戒するし、されても嫌だし、次のアタックがどんどん来る。
It's just one card. It'll be fine.
ここでねやっぱ対応しとかないと、もしかしたらもうどんどん並べて一気にやられちゃうかもしれない。
You're one of those smart players, aren't you? Yeah, all right.
駆け引きであるからね。
All right, he's playing 4D chess over here. I'm like bam, bam, bam.
じゃあスタートステップ、コアステップでドロー、リフレッシ
ュ。Fresh. And also him too, right?
はい。
Good old Demo Bones. Wake up.
じゃあ1マイナス1の0コスト。
Ooh.
キャメロットナイトを召喚。
Free, the best price, much like my lunch.
で、ソウルコアをキャメロットナイトの上に移動させます。
Oh.
で、キャメロットナイトはこの上にソウルコアが乗っているときにカースを得ることができます。じゃあもう1枚。2軽減の0コストで、でもボーンスカウトを召喚します。
He's also free?
はい。2コストで。
I'm a purple player.
黄色もあるからねこれ。
Okay, so you have a couple of free cards. Look at all of this value here.
もう1枚出そうかな。
My God. It's free?
3マイナス2で1コスト。
Oh, okay. So you gotta pay 1.
で、アグロバルを召喚。
なるほどね。
じゃあこれでアタックステップに入ります。
It's time.
じゃあそうだな、キャメロットナイトでアタック。
And he has curse? Choose wisely to block.
まずフラッシュはないです。
ないです。
Oh, no flash. Okay. So then.
じゃあブロック化せずライフでいきます。
はい。
Really? What? We could have attacked if you're not gonna block.
こいつで言ってもやっぱカースでやられてしまう。
Oh, he's afraid. Got it. Okay.
じゃあまだまだボーンスカウトでアタック。
でフラッシュはないです。
ないです。
No more.
じゃあ
Block?
総電磁でブロックしますと。
Oh, so Soul Angel has 1,000 BP and Bone Scout also has 1,000. Do they just like cancel?
あ、これは
両方とも破壊。
Oh, they both die.
でブロックした時またフラッシュのタイミングがあるので、
Oh, okay.
もう一回じゃあフラッシュがありますか？
はないです。
ないです。
I see. So you can flash after blocking as well.
そう。
Both of you. Okay, cool.
で破壊されました。で黄色のスピリットが破壊されたんでこの方がで1個コアここに置きますと。
Bless Cathedral. Okay, so that gives us 1 extra core because your 2-cost spirit was destroyed. Okay, cool.
じゃあアグロバルでアタック。
フラッシュはないですと。
ないです。
No flash. Block?
No ブロック。
No. Why did we not attack?
No ブロック。
We could have attacked.
なんでライフで打ってますと。
Do you want to pay for lunch?
そうですね。
2 more attack? Come on, 2 attacks.
一応ブロックもできると。
You're not gonna block.
じゃあ、デモボーンでアタック。
Ooh, demo bones.
まずフラッシュはないです。
ないです。
Oh, no, yeah, flash first. No flash. No flash.
でブロックもないです。
Just safe bet.
ちょっとランチをね考えましょうか。
Yeah, what should we have?
でライフでじゃあいきます。
はい。
で一応バースト。
Oh, hold on. I was on your side the whole
バー
time.
ストは、ライフが減った時にまず、リザーブのコアをライフに戻します。
Ooh, healing. Okay.
その後にこのフラッシュが発動できて4コスト支払ってフラッシュを発動して、このアタックステップをそもそも終了します。
I never doubted you for a second. Your brain is so big. You were waiting for him to take down your life, so you got enough cores in reserve so you could activate. Oh my! You're too smart. You're too smart. Too smart.
じゃあこれで終了で。
終了で。
はい。
じゃあまあアタックできないんで終了で、じゃあスタートステップから、コアステップでドローステップ
So clever.
でリフレッシュステップと。
And now he's got all these cores.
まずこいつを出しますと。
It begins.
でこのカードはこの軽減コストをフィールドだけじゃなくてトラッシュのコスト2のカードも参照できますと。なんで12344軽減なんで、4コスト。
That's cool. God Beast Behemoth. So you can use the cards in your trash to also reduce his cost. Wow, one core is 6,000?
そうです。
Holy cow. All right.
いやただここでフライ行きたいところですが
We need some more spirits, man. We got this 4. You know card game players can't do math. 4 and 3 is not good.
Right. でエンド。
That's it?
エンド。
本当ですか？
That's it?
いいですか？
All right, you better have another plan because I don't know about this one.
実はこの時アタックに行くと次のターンで殴られてゲームが終わるのでアタックに行きませんでした。ここでの勝機は相手のターンで相手の盤面を除去しながら少しでも優位を取ること。なので相手がこのまま低コストを並べていれば BP は高くないのでブロックで除去しながら展開できると判断しました。このシーンですでに手札にロイヤルポーションを握っているので目の前にあるやつでブロックしつつロイヤルポーションでも回復してブロックで相手の体数を減らしていこうとしたんです。この後展開が全く違ってくることもつゆ知らず。
じゃあターンもらいます。このステップドロー
Or draw
リフレッシ
and the creatures, right? Okay.
ュ。メインステップでネメシスを召喚します。7-3で4コスト。
That's the CEO of Purple right there. That's the
嫌なやつだ。
じゃあ
Dread
持
Knight
ってたデモボーンの上からコアを使ってデモボーンにはちょっとお亡くなりになってもらって
Demo Bones gave his life.
でアグロバルからコアを持ってきてアグロバルも
Middle management gave their life. Is it worth it?
で、このネメシスは、自分のスピリット一体を選択して破壊することで効果を2つどちらか使うことができます。1つが、相手のスピリット一体の上からコアを2個、そのリザーブに送ることができる効果で、もう1つがカードを2枚引くことができる効果ですね。
Oh, so you can refresh your hand using. Oh, that's pretty clever. Okay. But you have to destroy a spirit.
まあこのターンで決めきることはできなくなってしまったんですけど念には念をということでネメシスで攻めようかなと。これでアタックステップに入ります。じゃあ改めてキャメロットナイトでアタック。
これが悩ましいよね。
Curse.
持ってるからブロックするかが。まずフラッシュはないですと。
ないです。
No flash.
ノーフラッシ
Please block. I'm begging you.
ュ。じゃあブロック。
はい。
Okay.
でフラッシュがあれば
フラッシュはないです。
ないです。じゃあ破壊されてカースの効果でそっちも。
Oh.
でこの効果
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
きますと。
はい。
I think he's up to something. I think he's. I won't say anything. I'm a fair and impartial judge.
じゃあネメシスでアタック。でアタックした時にじゃあアグロバルを破壊します。
You're gonna destroy your own dark
で破壊することで
効果をどっち選ぶか。
じゃあ上の方の効果を使います。相手のスピリット1体を選んでコアを2個までリザーブに送ることができるのでじゃあこの上のコアを。
No. You're God Beast Behemoth.
でバトルスピリッツはコアを1個必ず置いてないといけないのでコアが0個になったらトラッシュに。
Oh, okay. So if a spirit has no cores, then it's just destroyed.
で破壊されたんでここのネクサスの効果で
Oh, nice. Okay. All
ま
right.
た足しますと。
はい。
さあただ
Lock?
でアタック中です。
厳しいな。
Pinton Chan.
やっぱキープさせておきたいんで
Really?
まあでも1体しかないんだ。この後アタックで終わりなんで、
Ah.
まあ、フラッシュはなくしてブロックもなくて
No block, no
フラッ
flash.
シュないです。
No flash.
はい
はい。じゃあこれでどうぞ。
ドローが
Yeah, this draw better be real good because.
コアステップで追加して
Here we go. Not bad.
あ
Don't listen. Don't listen. It's pretty good.
あいやいやいやいや yes
It's fine. It's fine.
で、リフレッシュステップで戻しますと
Oh yeah. Let's get some more cores here. You got like a little treasure trove here. Look at this. Look at this.
超すごい苦しい状態ですと動きますと
Ooh, what's it? Soap Bubbles Lakeside. Oh, it's another Nexus?
別のネクサスで自分のスピリットが消滅した時に、自分のトップからめくって、同じコストだった場合は手札に加えられるっていう
Oh, that's right. Okay, okay, yeah. So let's hope for some resources. Let's hope for some spirits here, please.
でただネクサスの効果でも実はここに3つ置いとくとレベル2になってレベル2は、自分の黄色のスピリットが破壊されたら1ドロー
Nice. Okay, so you can also just draw whenever one of your spirits is destroyed.
じゃあ、もう一回
Really? You need spirits, not nexuses.
出したい出したい
You gotta build. You're building houses when you need to be getting troops.
出したい
まあこれで安心ですね。
で、アタックせずに、エンドする
はい。
No.
じゃあはいはい
I believe. You have a strategy. I know it.
ドロー。
はい
It just involves not blocking
フレッシ
and no spirits.
耐える
I'm worried, y'all.
じゃあまず、1マイナス1で0コストデモボーンを召喚。
This is hold on. This is the like tournament demo bones, right?
あ、そうですね。景品でもらえる加工のデモボーンになってます。
Look at the shine.
いいんだよもういいんだよ
All that glitters is gold.
もう1体。2コストのマイナス
No hand.
2。0コストでボーンスカウトを出します。
Now you can use your cores to like make your spirit stronger, right? Oh, that's exactly what he's going to do. Whoa.
かな。
3,000. Oh, sorry. 8,000.
はい。
3,000. 3,000.
はい。
4,000.
Yes
House.
ネクサスね
It's just one life. No burst cards. These aren't anything. Don't worry about that. You got this.
手札にアブソリュートアイスシールドを持っていれば、例えば1体目がアタックした時にフラッシュでそれを使ってブロックすることでこのターンしのぐことはできますね。
So what you're saying is you're worried about his absolute ice shield? Is that what it is?
はい。
He doesn't have one. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. Just attack.
アタックステップに入ります。
It begins.
じゃあボーンスカウトでいやちょっと待てよ。
Uh-oh. He's like, wait a second. Lunch is on the line, folks. It's something become real serious.
じゃあネメシスでアタック。
Yeah, Dark Knight
で
Nemesis.
アタックした時の効果でじゃあデモボーンを破壊します。で
Cut down.
じゃあ2枚引く方を選びます。
Oh, nice. Refresh your hand. Okay, nice.
はい。でフラッシュがあれば
フラッシュは
It'd be a really good time to flash.
はい。
Let's go!
でここから、4コスト
はい。
Oh, you tried to trick him.
このバトルが終了した時にアタックステップを終了する。そう。はい。
So you also end the
Yeah.
entire attack step.
フラッシ
No, he can flash your flash. That's right.
ュ。レッドリバーナ3コストのマイナス2、1コスト。で、相手はスピリット1体選択します。で、自分もスピリット1体選択して両方とも破壊します。じゃあボーンスカウトを破壊します。
He's gonna destroy his bone scout and Penton. I'll remember you never attacking Penton.
でペンタが破壊されたんで
Yeah.
ネクサスの上の効果、2枚あるんで、2つ発揮しますと、でこれはコアを
Oh, that's right. We get a
1個
couple more
でもう1個
cores.
で2個
Because Penton was destroyed.
でさらにここの下の効果で、黄色のスピリット破壊されて今レベル2なんでこっちの1枚はなんで
Oh,
ドロー
nice. Yeah, okay. Maybe it was okay. Maybe it was okay to build the houses. All right.
でフラッシュがあれば
Flash time.
フラッシュはないです
ないです。
But
ブロックするのが今なくなってしまったんで
I mean, but you also got to
これ
play
はこのアタッ
Absolution.
クをこのアタックが終わった後にアタックを終了できるんで
Hi. Yeah.
悲しくも
Wait, what?
ライフで受けるしかないっていう
Why did you? All right. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I want 2 Wagyu steaks.
でバトルシリーズサガはこのライフなくなったらもうこの時点で終了です
Oh, he doesn't have to attack one more time.
いらない
So
なのでもう今ここで僕の負け
once it's 0, that's it. I'll coach you next time. I'll coach you.
なんかなかなかちょっとうまくいかなかったなイーズさん今回ゲームプレイ見てどうでした
Actually, not gonna lie, pretty cool. Like I thought in the beginning, you were just like doing almost nothing, but actually you were building up and making sure that you had just enough resources to make sure your opponent couldn't win. So it really seemed like a game where your moves really are important and they matter. Like your attacks, like you had a lot of attacks during the course of the game, but the fact that you can like use the cores from your life and the cores from your spirits to make really cool plays seemed really interesting. So okay, I thought it was really fun. Can I try?
いやでもこのデッキ以外にもいろんなカードのカラーとかタイプがあったりして、もっといろんな遊び方があるんで、
Yeah.
なんかぜひイーストさんも一回やってみますか
I've seen yellow, I've seen purple. I think purple's pretty cool, but honestly, I had a chance to look at a couple of the white cards, and I think those might be the strongest.
あー白ね
Yeah.
確かに白は結構より頭を使う戦略というか
Oh. Oh.
できる You can do it
ただ
Please teach me.
使いこなせると白はかなり強いです
Oh, really?
はい
Okay.
一回ちょっと白をやってみます
Yeah. Why not?
今日ちょうどねこの白のデッキを、持ってきて
Really?
これがねスターターになってるからまあプレイしやすいと思うから
Okay. Cool.
あとスタートデッキはねちなみに赤紫白黄色っていう4色あるんで、まあでも白がやってみたいところなんで
All right, let's do it.
危ない
My first deck. I don't want to destroy it already.
じゃあこれでやってみようか
Well, thanks so much. Yeah. All right. Cool. So him, right?
いやこれ強い
All right. Lunch is on you, buddy. So I'm gonna play out my Divine Moon Sky Beast for 3 - 4 cost here. And then we're gonna just put my Soul Core plus 2 more cores in him, so now he's 6,000. That's right. Let's enter the attack step.
OK
Attack.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from the lovely city of Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross and I'm back again with Taj. How you doing, Taj?
Yeah, good. I'm enjoying the tournament so far. How about yourself?
Oh, it's been a good one. We just had a lunch break. We're sitting at 3-0. I've been having a little bit of a look. I played a little bit of a game. I went, right, who's won a Grand Open and come to this tournament and how they're doing? And there are some disappointments. George Moniz, who went and won Chile, I believe, it was sitting at 0-2. I didn't see how their third round went. But Zach Bell, who we had on stream earlier, who won in Tulsa, sitting at 3-0 with that purple deck. Absolutely, that is one to watch. Russell Moore, who back in the 01 meta, went to won the UK Grand Open, sitting at 3-0 with a, well, let's just say a surprising deck for the time being, not to give anything away. Now, we have got some live stands. You can see Russell Moore there at number 10. You can see Zachary Bell at number 2. Altu, of course, who won in the Netherlands, someone we had on stream previously. Maze Brennickmeyer, a name you might know from, well, let's just say other card games, sitting in there at the top 16 at the moment. Of course, top 64 get a Wilds invite. Top 8 come back tomorrow.
Yep. So yeah, vitally important phase of the tournament now. To be fair, because you're going to see people getting paired up against more competitive decks. It's going to be essential to see how people's decks react with these other decks as well, I think.
It's going to be an interesting one. Now, forgive the pronunciation, but Susan Ma has also won, I believe, won in Melbourne, won a Grand Open, also sitting at 3-0 at the moment. Alex Blandlin, who won in Glasgow, I believe we had on stream earlier, sitting at 2-1. So we've got multiple Grand Open winners here. There are some names on that list that are going to be familiar. I'm counting at least 4 Grand Open winners on that list as it stands at the moment. So we've got some very, very high-level players. And we had a bit of a chat. Somebody ran some numbers on their phone. These are not official. Let's be 100% clear. But it seems like we're going to have 1 7-0, probably. That's not a guarantee.
Yep.
We should then be expecting, I believe, 5 6-1s. All the 6-1s should be making into top 8 tomorrow. And then we reckon 2 out of 15 5-1s. Now, it's not official. Tournament's not over. Things can happen. There can be drops. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can happen, all right? Yeah. But that's what we're looking at the moment. Go 7-0, obviously you're in. Go 6-1, you're in. 5-2, there's probably going to be a couple lovely people, lucky people, bubble in at 5-2. You can't expect that. Yeah. And also, let's forget with resistance, etc., you need to lose as late as possible. Yeah. If you're going to take 2 losses and try and get into Top Cut, because there was a very good player, we heard, I don't know if we did actually, it might have been before they started. When I was talking to Zach earlier, told me about his friend, his testing partner who's made top 8 of basically every tournament. Round 1 loss. Not what you're looking for.
Yeah, and that's not what you want. That essentially leaves you in a position where you've got to win every round going forward, and you don't want to be in that position. And as you say, losing in the later rounds, you're going to be paired up against people with and your win-loss percentage is going to be a lot better when it comes to Swiss pairing, so yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward one. So that's essentially what we're looking for here. We're looking for people to go 6-1. And we're in this it's an interesting situation where, you know, we've got multiple Grand Open winners at 3-0. They're not playing each other this round. But if they keep winning, we're going to start seeing some of these matchups. We're going to start seeing, you know, a matchup where both the players have previously won a Grand Open, which is fantastic. And look, it's not all about people who've won a Grand Open, right? but I am saying that they're the players to watch. When we sit down before the stream and we're making a list of players that we want to get on stream, players who are catching our attention, that's what they're looking for.
Yep.
If you've won a Grand Open, you're going to the top of our list. Of course, you win a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Next time we do a stream, right up there.
Exactly, and this is it. You know, this Pro Tours, there's a lot of stake here, as we were talking about. Top 64, got a Worlds invite. This is crucial, you know, and it's going to get to that crunch point now where people are going to be really, really looking at the impact of. Small mistakes are going to show up bigger the later we go on in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, people are going to be punished. I mean, we heard from Zach earlier, you know, that interview was brilliant, just talking about the depth to which they actually go into when they're planning out these matchups and trying to figure out how they're actually going to go and win the game. And that's the level we're talking about here. If you make little mistakes, you are going to be punished for it because these players, you know, you're not going to get away with it. Now, I'm sorry, I'm looking over at Taj, not being rude here, not looking past you. I was peeking to see if the players had the headphones on yet so we can start talking about the matchup we're going to be going into. Now, we're going to be to Team Russell Moore.
Yes.
Won the UK Grand Open in the BSS 01 meta, did very well in that launch event right at the beginning of the game. He's playing Green Swift.
Yes.
It's a weird deck to have at 3-0.
Yeah.
You know what's even weirder? To have at 3-0, and you do because you've gone and seen the matchup, same as I have. Well, it's a Dual Dragon Smag deck with every colour.
Yeah.
I mean, not blue, because blue's not out. Technically, there is one blue card in the meta of the law set. We're not counting that.
Yep.
Every colour is represented. It is a weird deck where you're going to be seeing things like Mecha Beast, Numengard, which we've not seen on stream yet. And that has been a beast, literally and figuratively, in this metagame. But we've got things like Worker Ant-Man and Beldegor and Scope Owl and, you know, all these things that we're used to seeing on stream, but now all thrown together in here with some cards we were not expecting.
Yeah.
And then Russell's gone for green. And there's a few cards in there we're not necessarily used to seeing. Some that are a bit different to the ones that have been cutting in the BSS02 meta so far. You know, we've got Wind Aegis General Tokawa from the lore set, which has got Gale, which is a keyword which actually comes in next set. That is a set 3 keyword.
Yeah.
And yet, Russell's actually taken advantage of it in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And green's going to be a lot stronger when we get set 3 come out because it does very well against blue. So it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Russell's thinking ahead as well a bit, maybe. Maybe been playtesting this deck considerably in preparation for set 3. And obviously, with the restrictions in place, this is a unique environment to be in. So, yeah, it's obviously doing well for him so far.
Yeah, and I will say I was having a chat with Russell there a couple of days ago, someone I know back from, you know, from playing other card games. We were chatting about the meta at this tournament because he obviously found out I was going to be coming along to do the casting, and we were chatting, and he said that one of the difficulties for him was that although everyone knew what decks were going to be played at this tournament, nobody knew the counts, nobody knew the percentage of the metagame that we were going to be seeing, and that was a little bit of a problem because it made predicting which deck to come with very unusual. I will say we chatted for a while, and green didn't come up that much in our chatting. So evidently something happened since then to change his mind onto green. And look, when you're sitting at 3-0 and you've got that background as having already won a Grand Open, I just say we trust him.
Yeah, and I think what you've got to bear in mind is as well with Battle Spirits, you know, unless you're playing the events which are, you know, once every month or so, you're going to be playing against people at your local store tournaments, and green's not been a colour people have picked up that much. So sometimes a deck comes out from out of nowhere simply because people don't know how to play against it because they've never seen it before. Absolutely. So, you know, maybe Russell's played to that and utilised that to his advantage, that people are not going to be familiar with this deck and know what's going to be coming out because they've not played against green so much.
No, and it's, you know, there's a lot of things in common with what we've seen from green before, but there are a few things in here which I don't think people are going to be prepared for, like the General Tokawa who's got that Gale. Now, we do see an Ant-Man Soldier coming out and just swinging and taking a life nice and early for Russell. Over on Nicolo's side of the board, he did get that Volcanic Canyon down nice and early, get that extra draw going from, you know, the second turn of the game, plus gives all your spirits an extra 1,000 power, which is none too shabby.
Yep.
But Russell doesn't even have anything really very big in his deck. Like, it is a lot of 2 costs, an actual 0 cost, which is kind of amazing.
Yep.
Actually chooses to discard the Jewel Dragon Smug, which, of course, is one of the coolest things from that EX set, one of the ones which... It's such a strange card. But it treats a coloring symbol as everything, so it can actually reduce everything, which is always a huge thing. It's really good in this deck, but sometimes you got to discard something, and unfortunately that had to be the choice. And oh look, Worker Ant-Man gets a core, and also kind of using Russell's own stuff against him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is this deck that we're seeing by Nicola is almost like as hits of the best of, you know, the current meta. Let's pick cards which are doing well and really well in their respective decks, but you've built a deck with a lot of cards that you see in a lot of other decks. I mean, Volcanic Canyon, we see quite a lot of Thorn Prisons, obviously, a staple. Pretty much every deck now. Absolute Ice Shield is Star Blessed Draw. But you're seeing some, you know, it's a nice mixture.
Yep. Now, here we go. Here is the Windigus General. Unfortunately, the Gale is not going to come in here because there's nothing you actually can exhaust. There's just literally no option for things to exhaust. Gale 2 says that you can exhaust 2 spirits when it is blocked. Which it basically, it's like a free, it's a Thorn Prison.
Yeah.
When the spirit attacks, if it's blocked, your opponent they have to select, but that's the same thing as Thorn Prison. It's not there for the moment, but you never know. Also, at the start of your opponent's end step, if you've got few cards in your hand, you can pay a Soul Core to put this card back from the trash to your hand. Could keep coming back. Card we don't see very often from that lore set, but one to absolutely keep an eye on as Russell takes, you know, basically free life very quickly with 2 small spirits.
Yeah, and as you say, you know, Gale is fantastic. It's, you know, it's like green in other card games by Bandai as well. You're resting your opponent's spirits, you're exhausting them, so it just gives you that ability to be able to attack into them or to, you know, prevent a block coming in as well. So yeah, really useful mechanic. We'll obviously see more of it going forward, but it's nice to see it here in this current format as well.
Yeah, now we do see another spirit hitting the board here. We're seeing it just all over the place here. Yeah, that's one of the ones we're going to have to read. There are some newer spirits here we're not necessarily used to seeing. And, oh my goodness.
It looks like the Grimoire Fairy, I think.
Yes, there we go. It is Grimoire Fairy. Thank you, Taj. That was escaping me for a second. That was driving me crazy. It is Grimoire Fairy there. We've got ourselves a yellow one. It's the only yellow one in the deck. So, frankly, could have got that a little bit faster. It's literally the only yellow one in the deck. But when it's summoned, you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, find a magic, pop it in your hand. And during your attack step at a level 3, you refresh it when a 2 cost is destroyed by comparing power. So it's one we don't see very often, and actually there's no 2 cost in the deck, unfortunately. But it's good for finding your magic cards when you play it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see refreshing here. We're over to Russell's side of the board, and we're going to see some more little anti-things being played, probably. I think there's an Emerald Pincer there in his hand, ready to come in, if you so wish. But then there's a bunch of other stuff. There's not much big in Russell's deck. So, I mean, really, Windigus is as high as you're getting there. There's also, some of these names. Koju Kamakiro. Yeah, that's also a 5 cost. Nothing more than the 5 cost in Russell's deck. And I'm just trying to make sure I get these names right. And some of these names are not easy.
Yeah, no, they're not, as you say. Yeah, Windagus General Tokiwa is, an interesting card indeed. I think that's from the lore set.
It is indeed. You can tell by the fancy border.
Yeah, that's right. So obviously a new card that was introduced just a little while ago.
Not been legal for very long at all. Now it looks like there's decisions to be made. He's got another Windigus in hand if he wants to play it. That does seem to be what he is thinking of doing so. So I love this because now, in theory, if your opponent goes really wide, you can still potentially kind of hit multiple of them. Because that Windigus is actually hitting, well, because it's Gale 2, so when blocked it's 2. That means that potentially your opponent fires off 2 attacks and has 6 of their spirits getting exhausted. 1 from each attack, 2 from the block. So that's potentially very, very relevant. So you've got Grimoire Fairy and Worker Ant-Man there.
Yeah, and there's the Thorn Prison being
There
dropped.
we go. Love that.
So Nicolo's obviously utilised that Thorn Prison to exhaust Russell's spirits.
Yeah. And Grimoire Fairy, unfortunately, hitting the trash there.
Yep.
But you can't win them all. So it seems like we've got a Dream Bomb coming in here. Now, this is the card we see a lot. Just puts one of your opponent's spirits back to their hand. Or was that? No, that might have been a draw from Volcanic Canyon, actually.
Yeah,
or the discard from. Because you get to draw a second, but you have to discard one. Now, a second Worker Ant-Man here. This could actually be building up the cores on Nicolo's side of the board very nicely. Because every time each one of them attacks, they get a core from the void into the reserve.
If it has a soul core on it.
If it has a soul core. So, unfortunately, only one per turn. But it means when one goes down, you've got another one just ready to go to get it back.
Absolutely.
Which I love. Keep that going turn after turn. Certainly if you've not got anything else. Now, one of the problems you're going to find with Nicolo's deck is he's going to be paying pretty much full price a lot of the time. You'll notice he's got a red Nexus down, and then we have one spirit, but you can reduce by 2, but you can only reduce by 1. And then there's plenty of other spirits, but they're just not green. There's one other, there might be one other green spirit in the deck. No, I don't think there's any other green spirits in the deck.
Yeah, I think this is where playing, it's great to be able to manipulate different colors and utilize different mechanics from each color, but it comes really costly.
Yes.
To play these things. If you're expecting to go a bit wider on your board, you're not going to have the cost reductions that you want. And this is where, Russell's going to, the more he gets out there, the bigger things he's going to be able to play simply by having that cost reduction available to himself.
Yeah, certainly going to gain an advantage in that regard. Neither player really... It's weird. They're both down to 2 life remaining. Neither player's really kind of gone, here is my deck, here's what it does.
Yeah.
We've had, General Tokawa going on for Russell here, just kind of poking away. That Ant-Man soldier's literally been there since turn 1.
Yep.
Just kind of chilling. Now, we do see...
Dream Bomb triggered there off the burst.
Yeah, Dream Bomb sees a huge amount of play, gets rid of a Nexus to the hand, and it gets rid... Well, the burst gets rid of a Nexus. The main or flash gets rid of a spirit. Of course, you can do both if it comes out as a burst. So
the Scope Owl was removed, and the Volcanic a Canyon back in the hand.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Of course, one thing to see for Russell, he's not playing Absolute Ice Shield. So it's not as important here to not go down to 1 life because you're not going to be able to use that anyway. It doesn't really matter. We do see an Emerald Man coming down here when destroyed. That's going to give you a little bit of a bonus. You've got one of those lovely destroyed things that just puts a core from your void to your reserve.
Yep.
So that's quite nice. And Russell's going quite wide here. We got an Ant-Man soldier. We got an Emerald Man. We got 2 General Tokawa. So, yeah. There's certainly some options there. His opponent has very little.
Yep.
Both the spirits on the board are exhausted. And there's only 2 life left on the field. Now, is that an Emerald Pincer? It is an Emerald Pincer. Would be able to exhaust something, but there's nothing left to exhaust.
Yep.
And Russell there just going, I can attack with all of these? And now it's down to what Nicolo's got in his hand. Does he have anything? Something like a Thorn Prison would be great here. But even 1 Thorn Prison isn't going to do it because there's 5 attackers. Essentially, you need to get 2 through.
Yep.
So you would need a double Thorn Prison? It's not ideal, frankly.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the reasons why Russell went for 5 there. I think 5 is a pretty key number to make sure that, stuff like Thorn Prison isn't going to hurt you. You need to make sure you've got a few. But I think, unless there's something going on now, there might be an Ice Shield there, of course. Nicolo does play a full 4 copies.
Yep.
It could be a Sarbless draw. It could be a Dream Bomb. It could be an Ice Shield. I'm really hoping for Nicolo's sake that it is an Ice Shield because Russell seems to be very much in control here. And
yeah, absolutely.
This is kind of what we see from rush decks. It's rushing.
Yes, it is indeed. Scope Owl now being played again, and let's see what Nicolo can do now. Decides to swing with the Scope Owl.
It's not a terrible idea. See if you can get something down. That Emerantman goes down. Of course, that will get a core because it has been destroyed.
Yep.
So then the question becomes, does Nicolo have enough here? And I'm not sure, honestly. It's just that the field is not being built up that well. And the problem is, there are bigger things in there. You know, Dual Gun Mechlord Diner, great. Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard, great. Now, it was an Ice Shield that was there under there, so now we've gone back to Nicolo's turn, having made sure that he can essentially survive that turn. But he's still in the same position. He's still got 1 life remaining. Now, so does Russell, to be fair. So maybe there's a possibility here. If Nicolo can just play a few more spirits, there's only 3 available to block on Russell's side of the board. Maybe he can basically copy Russell's homework.
Yeah, exactly. I think getting that Scope Owl out with a Swift there to use as a blocker really worked in Nicola's favour there. Got that Spirit out. And going into his own turn now gives you that extra call because you've not paid it in your own turn.
No.
To play it, so... Plenty of calls available now. It's about what Nicolo can do with resources available. Not many cards in hand, though. 4, I think.
There's very little draw in his deck. We're not seeing some of the draw we see in some of these other decks. There's Star Blessed draw and Volcanic Canyon. Obviously, Volcanic Canyon got bumped, and that's about it, honestly, in terms of decent draw in the deck. So it makes it a bit more difficult to draw into what you need. And basically here, you need spirits and or spirit removal. You need to flip the balance. Both players are down to very little life at this point, so it just comes down to what you can deal with. Now, Russell cannot give up a life here because he's only got 1 remaining. So the question is, are you going to block with one of your spirits, or do you have something in hand, some kind of magic card that might be able to, you know, stop without having to give up one of your creatures? Oh, we do see a Thorn Prison in hand, though. Everybody seems to be playing the Gundam version of Thorn Prison, the one that really confused us back in round 1. But that does seem to be where we are here. Everyone's playing that. It's a beautiful card. We've got the Gundam on it. Here we go. Beam Rifle, which is really Thorn Prison. It's even got Thorn Prison as a subtitle. And now we get the other 2 being exhausted. And this is what we mean when we say blocking or something else. That is just as good as blocking, except it's better because now you still have ones available. Another Scope Owl coming out here from Nicolo.
That's a very good play.
Now, does play a full 4 copies, which makes sense.
Yeah. So Russell's obviously blocked there the first Scope Owl attack with his Emerald Man.
Yeah, you got
Was it Emerald Man? No.
Emerald Pincer. So Emeraldman went down a minute ago. It's the Emerald Pincer.
Pincer, sorry, the Pincer.
Yeah, the one that exhausts spirit when you play it.
Yep.
So that's there. And we do see a Dream Bomb coming out. That is going to bump one of the spirits back to hand. And did we? Was that enough?
Yeah.
That was enough for Nicolo to win the game, apparently. That was a very, very strange end game. But just confirmation there that we do have Nicolo going 1 game to 0. And that was a weird one. Russell seemed to be in a very good position, seemed to have set himself up very, very nicely.
Yep.
And yet Nicolo comes along, and we've just got, you know, just a few little tricks, nothing major, a couple of Scope Owl, bit of a Dream Bomb.
Yeah.
Just enough to basically take away Russell's options. And we're seeing that quite a bit today, where we're seeing kind of, you've got 4 out there, play a Thorn Prison, maybe a Dream Bomb to get yourself back, and then all of a sudden, you have nothing.
Yeah, and this is great because the Scope Owl, because it comes in the flash phase, you can suddenly just say, okay, you think I've set my board up and that's all I've got available. I'm going to get you to commit to block this spirit coming through. Then in the flash phase, boom, I'm dropping another Scope Owl, and now you've got something to worry about and think about. How am I going to deal with this now? Because I thought I had enough left open on my side of the board to be able to deal with what you had, including using that Thorn Prison, and then suddenly be in a position to lose.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's that quickly. And that's the thing, right? If you're playing now, you're like, right, well, I need to get 3 attacks through. My opponent's not got any creatures.
Yep.
okay, that's fine. And then all of a sudden they got a Scope Owl and a Fawn Prison. All of a sudden they had no creatures on the board, but now all of your creatures are exhausted. Now you can't actually use any of them.
Yeah.
That's a big problem,
Yeah.
generally speaking. There's a lot of ways to, and it's generally exhausting or removal, but that's fine. You don't need to block. There are plenty of other ways around it. And we saw that from Nicolo very nicely there. That was... We weren't really expecting that. It looked like Russell was kind of right on the verge of winning. In a way, he kind of was.
Yeah.
But our Scope Owl just switched everything around.
Yeah, I think, quite impressive how that turned around. And it just shows that this multicolored deck that we have here can do the business. And this is what I love about Battle Spirit Saga. You know, you're not restricted to colors. You can make whatever deck you want with the pool of cards available. You just got to be brave enough and smart enough to pick the right combinations. And as long as you've play tested your deck enough and you know what you can, how you can deal with what's across you on that table, then it goes down to knowing your deck.
And it's, you get rewarded for going monocolor with all of your reduction symbols, but actually there's no rule against it. And it's just, I'm still looking at Nicolo's deck and going, how is that 3-0 and 1 game up in round 4? Because I'm seeing so many good cards. Your Beldegor.
Yep.
Your Dual Gun Mech Lord, your Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard, Volcanic Break, Burning Force, Fawn Prison, Volcanic Canyon. There's so many good cards in that deck, and yet the deck doesn't really seem cohesive. You're not making the most of your reduction symbols, but I think this is the kind of deck where a really, really good player is going to excel with this deck.
Yeah.
Because they are going to know all of their matchups, they're going to know all of the situations, and they're going to go, in this matchup, I know this. I'm imagining sideboard becomes way more important for a deck like Nicolo's here. We've got, the Baculus Curse Dragon combo, we got Free Suppression, we got Feral Slash. I'm assuming Feral Slash is going to come out here.
Yep.
Because, well, no, I suppose no, maybe not so much as I was thinking. Maybe I'm going to take that one back. But certainly Burning Force, being able to get rid of a couple of 3,000 or lower spirits could be quite good. Yeah. Obviously, the Baculus Curse Dragon combo can be fun if Russell goes wide. Or even just something like Suppression, so you can get one of your bigger spirits down and then essentially use Suppression to be able to block with it over and over again for the entire turn. Which, of course, Suppression, one of the most sideboarded cards in the game. That would be, a reason to put it in there. It's still a deck which is confusing me a little bit, Taj, because I can see every card and I know what they do and I know why you would play each of those cards. Yeah. But all of it together in one deck, I am not used to seeing this.
Yeah, and I think when you look at each individual, the cards that there's full play sets of in this deck, they've got a part to play. There are times in the game where you can see that card's going to make a huge effect. It's going to be a perfect counter to what your opponent's doing. So I can see it, like Scope Owl quite clearly demonstrated there, that flash effect to be able to be played in a flash phase and to come in and be able to attack and almost catch your opponent off guard is fantastic. As you were saying, the Beldegor there as well. We've seen what that's been doing all day as well, and it's got the Immortal as well. So there is a lot in this deck. But as you say, when you first look at this deck, you're like, how's this going to work?
Yeah, it's a lot of good cards played by a very good player. Now, Emerantman's come out, and that's already taken a life. Map Butterfly's come out, an actual 0 cost. We've got lots of cards where you can reduce equal to their cost, so they are essentially 0. Map Butterfly is literally 0, and yet you get to go and take a life with it, which is just... Now, we did see Dream Bomb coming down there, just getting rid of that Map Butterfly.
Yep.
Just bumping it back to the hand. And, yeah, now we're over to Nicolo here, and this is... Yeah, you're already kind of on the back foot here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But
oh, there's your Beldegor. That is, of course, going to get the Emerant Man. And the good thing about this is it can potentially keep coming back with Immortal as long as your 4 and 5 costs get destroyed. Although the only 4 costs, you've got a Scope Owl and Dual Dragon Smag. They're the only ones that are going to activate the Immortal on Beldegor here.
Yep.
So, Russell, does he have a handful of little things, and does he have the draw to keep getting those little things? Because it's another deck that doesn't have a huge amount of draw. There's your Map Butterfly. There's your Ant-Man Soldier. Again, lots of little things, but these are just depleting Russell's hand. They're not giving him a huge amount of draw, and there really isn't much in his deck at all which gives significant draw. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Can Russell keep up the pressure from the early game?
Yeah, I think that's, as you've highlighted there, that's going to be the question now from Russell's deck. What can Russell do to be able to get some resources in his hand and be able to continue to apply that pressure but as things get picked away? But yeah, Nicolo's doing a great job at controlling the board.
He's done a good job controlling the board. Now he just needs to build up some of his own spirits. He's got the Beldegard there, which is awesome. You know, 3 cores on there. It's only a 4,000 power. It's not a brilliant attacker like that, but certainly going into Russell's deck is going to be as much as you need the vast majority of the time. Although, to be fair, Ant-Man Soldier is sitting there as a 4,000 if it's a level 2, which I believe at the moment it is.
Yeah.
Russell's using cards as cores.
Yes.
So far, we've seen cores, we've seen dice, and we've seen cards.
Yep.
Looking forward to what we see next.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the wonderful thing about this game, isn't it? You can use whatever you like to signify cause.
I like using little chocolates, and then when the cores go to your trash, you get to eat them and then replace them with other ones. And then you get to eat chocolate while you play Battle Spirits. Not good for your cards, but delicious.
But you'd have to make sure you've got one of a unique colour for your soul chocolate core.
Oh, that's the pretzel M&M, that is. That's easy. So, now we see the Grimoire Fairy come down. 4 cost, but can be reduced by 2. Oh, wait, no, it can't. You've got no yellow down. But it does let you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, find a magic card, and it's an absolute Ice Shield. It's a card we're very familiar with, a print of the card we're not quite so familiar with. It's another alternate art. But it is a very, very good card, one we're used to seeing, and yeah.
Yep.
It is. It's one we like a lot. And to be fair, there might already be one there down for Nicolo, and that's one of the things you need to do, especially against decks that have the potential to go wide at a moment's notice, being able to stream those absolute Ice Shield to make sure your opponent's not able to have those huge explosive turns. That is a pretty big deal. Hey, it's Fire Ant-Man! Yay! Still a vanilla card, but it's a very, very cheap card. Yep. And that's one of the things. This Green Swift is how this deck is usually called, and it's incredibly appropriate. I mean, you have to go pretty deep into the deck list to find something that costs more than Worker Ant-Man as a free cost. I mean, yeah, the 23 cards are free cost or lower creatures, spirits.
Yeah.
It's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Lots of little things like Worker Ants, as we would say, you know. The more you have, the more damage they can do, but it's getting a lot of them out as quickly as you can. And this is where this deck at the moment isn't really showing, because it doesn't have the card draw. You know, maybe this is maybe a deck where Netherworld Depths would have really helped.
Yes, this is a card I could see going in here quite nicely. Unfortunately, it's even in Rush decks, it's such a powerful card for just drawing a whole bunch. You know, he's got a few cards in hand at the moment. He's got some stuff on the field. But we did see, you know, at the end of last game, Nicolo was able to take advantage, and Russell didn't have those counterplays. And there aren't that many counterplays in the deck. You've got Thorn Prison, Dream Bomb, and the Ant Strike Back, which really just brings tokens out.
Yep.
But that's essentially it. It's not got those counterplays we see from some of the others. Now, that's Leaf Wolf coming down here, which also has Swift. So like Scope, well, very much like Scope Owl. It literally is just a cheaper Scope Owl. But choosing to play it here, and that's always going to be a big advantage to kind of drop them by surprise. Yep. We're building up a decent amount here. And Nicolo's board is, well, it's Grimoire Fairy. That's it. That's literally it. It's hard to play a lot of cards when you're not using those reduction symbols.
No, exactly. Russell's still on full 5 life as well, so yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how Nicola can recover from this. But there we go. We've got the
Eldegor coming back out using that Immortal Grimoire Fairy, being one of the ones that can activate it. And then immediately goes after one of Russell's spirits there, leaving Leaf Wolf and Map Butterfly on the board. But that's still enough to start doing some damage. The thing is, Russell's got to... Oh, I just got a sneaky look at Russell's hand there. He is now playing Absolute Ice Shield. It's been sideboarded in since game one.
Yep.
Evidently didn't like what went down in game one, so made sure to pop that Absolute Ice Shield there in the deck from the sideboard, so he can stop some of those big explosive turns if they do happen.
No, absolutely. And a wise decision, to be fair, you know. But Russell being very, very smart and not committing to putting it in the bursts area until it's absolutely needed, because there could be potential other options to put in there prior to that. So yeah, holding on to it, knowing that there's not going to be a huge attack coming from the other side of the board straight away that's going to worry him too much while he's still got 5 life.
And you've got to wonder how much Russell was expecting to be facing a deck like this, which is basically just whatever I like of any color. We finally do see the Jewel Dragon hitting the board.
Yep.
Jewel Dragon Smag, very nice card. Absolutely beautiful card of all of the lovely colors. Now, it's basically, the color and symbol is every color, which is lovely.
Yep.
And then when summoned, you draw a card if you have fewer cards in your hand than your opponent. Unfortunately not. And also when summoned, you get a card from the void to your trash, which you then get back at the start of your next turn. So it's got a couple of decent summon effects, and then it's just an every color. But this could be really good, because now everything that Nicolo plays is reduced by 1.
Yeah, and it's great just getting one of these on the board. I mean, you can't... The thing about this particular spirit is it doesn't have any cost reductions to cast it itself. But once it is in play, as you say, it now becomes a vital mechanic in your rainbow-colored deck.
And in theory, if you could get multiple of those down, and it seems to be quite a difficult thing to do, but in theory, if you get multiple of them down, you can actually then have, 2 free cost reduction on absolutely everything, regardless of color, at which point the multiple colors becomes a big advantage. Instead, we've got an Absolute Ice Shield, it looks like, coming down here. That is an Absolute Ice Shield, is it not? Yep, that's an Absolute Ice Shield. So, seems like we're done. I believe. There we go. Awesome. Then all the calls go from the trash back to the reserve, and we are off again. And we've got Jewel Dragon, Smag, and nothing else on the board, but at least we're finally going to see some decent use of reduction symbols. Do we have any decent... I mean, we've got a few calls there at this stage. We've got, what, about 10?
Yeah.
9 calls.
9 calls there.
Oh, no, it's 10 because there's an extra one on the Jewel Dragon. So, yeah, 10 if you're not willing to KO the Jewel Dragon, which I don't think you should, frankly. I think you should keep that one on the board. It seems quite useful. It seems quite good.
Absolutely.
So now the question is, what is in his hand? Because he needs to start going after a bit of removal, because Russell's still got 3 spirits on the board.
Yep.
And that's going to be kind of annoying as the game goes by. Now, we've got I believe that's another Jewel Dragon Smag. Although it's another different print of it, but it is still a Jewel Dragon Smag, same card. No reduction, unfortunately, but it means now you've got essentially double reduction for everything that comes in, which is huge. So that's going to mean it's not much this turn because you've had to get the Smags out.
Yep.
But if Nicolo's still around next turn, he can finally start building up the board, and now the deck starts to make sense.
Yeah.
When you've got multiple Smag on the board, now you're like, okay, that's kind of amazing.
Yeah, and I think that's what this deck's built around is that Smag.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see as we develop going through the next couple of turns, assuming we last that long. We've got General Tokawa there with that Gale if you're blocked, which is kind of awesome. Big fan of that one. And then you've got yourself a worker Ant-Man that's down here, and then you've got Map Butterfly, and then you've got Leaf Wolf looking very imposing with the glare on that foil. It makes it look like a much more menacing card.
Yeah.
It is only a 2 cost at the end of the day. Yeah. So Russell there, he's attacking with the Windigus, and it looks like we've got a Dream Bomb coming down. So that is going to be quite nice. Bumps that Windigus straight back to Russell's hand, and that is... Well, that's good. I mean, that seems to be the card that Russell is going after mostly here.
Yeah.
The fact that it can keep coming back, the fact that it's, got that gale, so you really don't want to block it, but if you don't block it, it's just going to keep attacking and taking your life. It's an awkward card to have to play around, and that's what Nicolo is having to do here. Not being able to take any life yet, though. We're in game 2. Game 1 was quite quick and kind of went back and forth, and Nicolo pipped it at the end. Game 2, Russell seems in command. Oh, and here's another one of my favorite cards, Mecha Beast Fortress Newman Guard. Before the game was out, before I knew anything about the game, I saw the official Twitter account tweet the alternate art of this giant metal elephant. And it's like stamping on you. And I was like, I don't know what that is, but I want to make a deck with it. Turns out it's one of the best cards in the set. When it's destroyed, you get free cards and free calls. And after your attack step, you get to perform a refresh step.
Yes.
Which means you get all of your spirits, even if they've attacked, they go back to refreshed, going into your opponent's turn, so they're still available to block as well. It is a phenomenal card, and it is one that sees a huge amount of play, and it's just a huge variety of decks.
Yeah, and getting that out, obviously, as you say, that gives you an extra attack phase, essentially, if you want to use it, or it means that your spirits are there available for you to use as blockers after attacking. So, really, really big card to have out now. So let's see what happens from here on out.
It'll be a fun one. Emma Ant-Man comes down, pop a core on. She's got to have a core as they go away. It's going to get you an extra core when it is destroyed. And Russell's got 5 spirits on the board here. So the Windigus has obviously come back down again. It went into the hand and then just came straight back, as is, the case.
Yeah.
So now we see an attack coming in. And it seems like we're content for the minute.
Yeah, that Windigus, I imagined it would come straight back down. You'd expect that from Russell's side of the board.
He seems to be going after that card early and often. We had a couple out in game 1. We've had this one for pretty much the whole game here in game 2. And it's time for Nicolo to start putting some offensive pressure on here.
Yep.
He's done a decent job kind of slowing Russell down as much as he can, and he hasn't taken any life.
Yep.
And he's got some decent stuff out. He's got 2 of the Jewel Dragons. He's got the big metal elephant. At this point, he needs to start going. Now, there is the Cursed Dragon.
Yep.
And that is going to be very good. Matt Butterfly, Leaf Wolf, Emma Ant-Man, all going down here. General Tukawa and the Worker Ant-Man are going to survive. But this is an interesting one because that was very good. And that's one of the things about these faster decks, these rush decks. They tend to go wide and keep 1 core on each of your spirits. It means you are punished by something like a Cursed Dragon. And actually, I'm just going to double check here to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn. Yeah, that Cursed Dragon only exists in the sideboard for Nicolo. That came in. And it's something that, as someone who likes playing these rush decks, I despise cards like that because you want to have lots of cards out, each with 1 core, and then something like Cursed Dragon comes down and just wrecks everything. So that was good. Now we need to start taking some life.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great against these sort of rush, as you were saying. I mean, the wider you go, the less cores you've got you can commit to each spirit. So yeah, it does end up dealing with at least a couple of spirits when it comes in when your board's so wide.
And every time you get rid of a spirit using that skill, you gain a core as well, which is a wonderful thing.
Yep.
So you got a lot of cores to play with for Nicolo, and you got a few, not many cards in hand actually.
Yep.
Neither of these decks has huge draw. We've seen some really good draw from purple and yellow decks in the first couple of rounds, but here we're not seeing a huge amount of draw. Both of these players are going, we've got a 2-card hand and a 3-card hand right now. Now, here comes Worker Ant-Man. We're familiar with that. We've seen that a couple times.
Yeah.
One of those cards that no matter what deck you're playing, there's a decent chance it's in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does what it says. It's a Worker Ant-Man,
It's an Ant-Man. He does work.
Comes out and does his job. Yeah.
And everyone knows nowadays when you say Ant-Man, I know it's not what it means, but we're all thinking it, Taj.
Yeah.
We are all thinking it. So we say, speaking of which, now there's 3 worker Ant-Mans on the field. 2 for Russell and 1 for Niccolo. And now you see Russell, that Curse Dragon had an effect. Look at the cores on his creatures, on his spirits, sorry. You'll notice that none of them are single core anymore. What a coincidence.
Yep. Making sure that they're committed, but here we go. Here comes the swing now from that Wind Aegis General Tokiwa.
Remember, if a block comes down here, then that means that 2 other creatures are going to end up suspended, which is not what you're looking for. So you need to be a little bit careful with this one.
Yep.
Now, where are we going with this? There's a decision to be made. Now we are blocking. And then, of course, remember, it is Niccolo's choice as to what gets exhausted.
Yep.
Of course, worth noting, they will refresh at the end of the attack step because Mech Beast Fortress Numengard is out there. Big metal elephant putting in an absolute shift.
Yep.
So now the question is, can Russell put any more pressure on? Because although Russell took some early calls from the life, as you tend to see for these rush decks, it's been a few turns. Russell hasn't done very much. This is one of those games, like, I warned the lovely people running the stream. I said, look, this is going to be a quick game, potentially. These green decks can end games very, very fast. And Game 1 was a pretty quick game. Game 2 has not been a quick game. We've been here for about 20 minutes with Game 2 at the moment. And we've reached that point of the game where it's very much a back and forth, fighting for board supremacy.
Yep.
But nobody really getting that close to winning the game.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, obviously, the more it's difficult it's going to become for Russell.
Absolutely.
So, really wants to think about obviously making an impact, but at the same time not exposing himself too much, because that is starting to look daunting now on the other side of the board from what Niccolo has established. Not just those 2 rainbow-coloured cheats out there, but obviously some big, you got the Mecha Beast there and obviously the Curse Dragon. So some 2 big imposing things on the other side of the field.
So Russell playing a Dream Bomb there, putting one of the dragons back to Niccolo's hand.
Yep.
One thing to note, Russell's... Oh, I was going to say Russell's got 1 card in hand, but no, Russell now has no hand.
Yep.
And 2 worker Ant-Man on the board.
Yep.
That's not a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, now we see Thorn Prison coming down, and they're both going to be exhausted. And here's the thing, if you're Niccolo, if you see your opponent having no hand, that gives you a huge amount of information. Is there going to be a Thorn Prison? Definitely not. Is there going to be a Leaf Wolf? Definitely not. I know that both of them are exhausted, so I can just attack. And now there could be a burst, admittedly. Well, there is a burst of some description, but that's it. Nothing but the burst. Russell has no other options at this stage. There is nothing else there.
And we do know Russell did have the Absolute Ice Shield in the sideboard and did bring it in this turn. So that is a potential to be in the burst there.
I mean, that would certainly help against a big attack from Niccolo. Or Russell could just let a couple of cores go down. The thing is, Russell isn't really worried about cores at this stage. He's got plenty of cores, and not even all that much to spend them on. Because Russell's deck is a very cheap deck. The whole point is play lots nice and early.
Yep.
But there's nothing really above like a 5 cost in his deck. Oh, I suppose in the sideboard there's Daimyo Beast, a whopping 6 cost.
Yeah.
Although we haven't seen that one coming out yet. So cores aren't the problem for Russell, and this happens with these rush decks. If you don't have a dedicated way to draw cards, you end up like this sometimes in the mid-game where, well, now what?
Yeah, you just don't have anything big enough to come, big and imposing enough to come out and cause any issues. I mean, what we've got on Niccolo's side, we haven't even seen the dual gun Mech Lord come out yet. There's still that. There's a 6 Aegis Emperor key as well. So there's quite a few big things now. Niccolo has a possibility to play, looking at all those cores available.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're going to be looking for. Something like a dual gun Mech Lord, very, very, very nice.
Yep.
It basically means you can pay a soul core to just make your white spirits unable to be blocked, and we've already got the Mech Beast down, so that will potentially, you get a couple of them not able to be blocked. So we do see the Jewel Dragon come down. We've got 2 Jewel Dragon on the board again now. I believe there's a double Dream Bomb getting rid of them. and now they're back.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you know, as much as it was good for the short term, it's not had much long-term effect. We see Grimoire Fairy coming back down, hitting the field, but we're still not taking any life. Russell is still on 5 life, but you know he's got no hand. You know his board isn't particularly strong. You know there's probably an absolute ice shield.
Yeah.
So if I'm Nicolo, I'm just going to throw off a couple of attacks here. You know they're going to get refreshed anyway because you've got your elephant out.
Yep.
So just get rid of the absolute ice shield or whittle down the life. Either is fine.
Yep.
And then, I mean, if it's not an absolute ice shield, then Nicolo probably wins the game right here.
Let's see what happens.
As it stands at the moment, there's not much going in there. There is Dream Bomb as a potential burst. There's the absolute ice shield.
Yep.
So Russell letting a couple of them go through.
Yep.
Getting himself a couple of extra cores available to use.
Yep.
And that's it. But at this stage of the game, Nicolo's up 1-0. And, you know, last game, at the end of the game, it looked a little bit awkward. Now the Wind Aegis does come back here, which is nice.
Yep.
But it looks like all we can really do is just whack a bunch of cores, get our spirits, you know, those 2 spirits up to the maximum level.
Yep.
There's another. I mean, look how many cores he's got. It is essentially infinite cores.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be max level.
Yeah.
Now, Ant-Man Soldier was the draw for the turn. Of course, the Aegis comes back from the trash, so you've always got access to at least that.
Yes.
But look at all those unused cores.
Yeah.
We now see an attack.
And I think Nicolo's got a suppression in hand, which he obtained from that Grimoire Fairy when it hit the field.
Yeah.
Let's use that Immortal now.
There we go. There comes your Beldegor coming straight back out again.
Yep.
And the thing is, Russell's not winning in the next turn or two.
No.
There we go. We do see, and there's no confusion, I think, this time round. Yeah. Nicolo takes it 2-0, and Russell's deck, unfortunately, in that game, did what some of these rush decks do. It ran out of steam.
Yep.
There was not enough card draw in the game, and unfortunately, when you know, we saw every turn, Nicolo's board got a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, and now all of a sudden we've got big things on there, and unfortunately Russell just not able to deal with it. Both games got Nicolo down low on life. Both games did very well, and look, Russell's 3-0, still got a very good chance. I mean, look, top 8, win your next 3 games, you're in.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, one of the big goals this weekend is Worlds. Worlds is top 64.
Yeah.
You're 3-1.
Yes.
93-person tournament. It's invite only. Top 64. You just have to be in the top 2/3 of players here in order to get yourself that World invite. And if you're starting at 3-1, I think you've got a pretty good chance.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's not all doom and gloom for Russell there. Russell's still got a lot to play for rest of the day. But yeah, I was just going to say that Mecha Beast, when it came out, just being able to refresh all of your spirits, going in, it just means just puts a huge threat on your opponent there. And Russell just had no way to be able to deal with it. Too many calls with nothing to do with it, and just simply no card draw, and that was the clear disadvantage on Russell's side of the field there. Just had nothing. If you've got the cores and you've got nothing to play, there's no point in having those cores, as you were saying. It's almost like an infinite pool of cores there.
Yeah, it was. You got to the point where he was never going to run out of calls. You know, we see these yellow decks seeing things like Freestall, like your Blessed Cathedral, things along those lines to draw a bunch of cards. We saw all the draw we had in purple earlier, and these 2 decks really didn't have that much draw. It's why that second game went on as long as it did, because there wasn't really much. You know, both players were really having their options hampered by the lack of draw. And in both games, Russell got out to such a good lead and, you know, had a really good early game and just ran out of steam at the end. But you can see why that deck ended up at 3-0.
Yeah.
But we've got a Jewel Dragon Smag deck at 4-0. Like, let's stop talking about the green deck for a minute and acknowledge the fact we have a Jewel Dragon Smag deck at 4-0.
Yeah.
And look, I spoke to a bunch of people before this tournament to try and get an idea of what people thought were the top decks. Do you want to guess how many people were like, mate, Jewel Dragon Smag?
0.
Yeah, none. No one told me Jewel Dragon Smag was going to be coming to this event. And we're sitting here at 4-0 at the moment. And, you know, clearly, well, look, 2 out of 3 gets you into top 8.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. But even 4-0. 1 out of 3. Even 1 out of 3 at this stage gives you a chance.
Yes.
it's awkward. Like I say, it's like 2 out of 15 we're imagining are going to make it. But look, 2 of those people have got to make it. And how about somebody that, went 4-0 and your opponents are giving you good resistance? I'm still looking at that deck and being like, I don't quite get it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of really good stuff. And then you've got Draw Dragon Smag, which works as great reduction for everything.
Yep.
But until you get them down, then even game 1, we saw 1 Smag and it hit the trash.
Yeah.
And Nicolo still won.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things in here, like the combos work quite well. Like we had Grimoire Fairy there come in, put a suppression into hand, and then Nicola's like, well, I don't care if that Grimoire goes, because guess what I've got in my trash? I'll bring out my Beldegor.
Yeah.
And I think Russell sort of underestimated what the Beldegor was going to do, because he'd only had 2 cores on each of his 2 spirits that were left, which is what won Nicolo the game at the end there, because the Beldegor came in, did what it does, boom. There's not enough there on Russell's side of the field to stop those final few attacks coming in.
No, unfortunately not. And look, I think at the end of the day, the best thing we can say about this deck is it is a lot of very good cards. And when you've got a lot of very good cards played by a very good player, and you're right, there are some cheeky little combos going on here as well. That's how we end up with 4-0. Well, if we got a player at 4-0 with an unusual deck we weren't expecting, I think we need to have a quick chat about them. So we're going to swap one of us out. We're going to bring Nicolo in, and we're going to have a chat about this deck we were not expecting. We'll be back in a few seconds.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirit Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirit Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created,
coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピリッツサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピリッツサガの一番の特徴は普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくて、このコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. Strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah, it was Okay.
Thank you.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's always nice to have an interview. I always like talking to the players after a win, but more so than normal, Nicolo.
Hi, guys.
What is that deck?
Well, it's a self-made deck we made in our meta.
Yep.
And yeah, it was a bit different before the ban list. We've been testing it for 2 months.
Okay.
And we proudly call it Pentasmag. Because
it's got all 5 colors.
Made, yeah, it gets 5 colors, and even if yellow is poorly represented, but yeah, everything works around Smag. Okay, and 4 costs. The idea of the deck is to have good stuff, Yeah, we have all the best cards of the game, really. And we found a way to make them work together. That's the idea. Like most of the cards, if you see them, you can do 2 for 1, right?
Yes.
And that's the idea behind the deck, to always be ahead of resources.
Nice, I love it. So, okay, so you said the whole deck works around Smag.
Yeah.
I agree. However, game 1, you discarded a Smag off Volcanic Canyon.
Yep.
And we didn't see Smag for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And you still won game 1.
Yeah, game 1 I was lucky, to be honest, because green aggro is our worst matchup.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And we seen it. And that's why most of the side is dedicated to the matchup. And we tested a lot. And yeah, I opened a hand. I didn't know the matchup, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't start with Volcanic Canyon. But then I had a lot of green spirits, and then 2 Scopol. I had 2 Ant-Man, and I had Ice Shields, and I had Thorn Prison. So I discarded Smag because I immediately figured out that my game plan was to take the initiative of the game, because I had high shield and I could be aggressive against him.
So do you find it a difficult deck to play because you don't have that one, like, when you play against green aggro, we all know what green aggro does. It has got a plan.
Yeah.
But your plan presumably has to change pretty much every matchup.
Yeah.
You have to do something different with your deck. Does that make it kind of tiring playing a long tournament with that kind of deck?
Well, I hope not. It's the first long tournament we play with the deck. Yeah, it's been difficult. It's being difficult also because the level here is really high. Yeah, very good players. But yeah, we took it as a challenge. I think we wanted to bring our deck because we know it's strong. And yeah, it's maybe difficult to pilot, but once you start to learn the deck, I mean, it has a lot of answers to everything.
Yeah, and if you're that good with the deck, now you said something interesting there. You said we wanted to bring our deck. Does that mean there's more of this out there in the field? Are there more of them out there? Maybe. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But you said we and our, so I'm like, hang on a second.
Okay, that's because I'm humble. I don't want to take all the credits. The original idea was mine, but then we worked a lot on it. Even if with people that's not here. And I thank all of them, all the guys that helped with the building of the deck, and that helped us testing. I mean, we've done nothing yet. It's only 4-0, but I'm still proud that the deck is working. Yeah.
I mean, I love homebrewing my own decks, and you've done something which you brought a deck nobody was expecting.
Yeah.
Like green, we weren't expecting much of it, but everyone knew it was going to be out there. We've seen a bit of yellow so far, which wasn't meant to be a big deck, but we all knew it was coming. This was not on the bingo card. I think this might be the most original deck kind of out there. So I've got to ask the question, what are you worried about playing against?
Green aggro, mainly. Green aggro. And white control. And they faced green aggro first round, white control, and green aggro.
So all you've played is white control and green?
Yeah.
And they're your worst matchups?
Yeah.
That's so weird. I spoke to somebody earlier who said my worst matchup's red. I've currently beaten 3 red decks in 3 rounds. Yeah. So it seems like it's a good day to play bad matchups. So
I hope to face something else.
And then you're going to have better matchups.
Yeah, okay.
Because in theory now, if you win 2 out of 3 games, you're in top 8 tomorrow. So what's the goal here? Did you come here looking for a world invite? Did you come here looking for a top 8? Or did you come here going, you know what, Smag's great, I'm winning the whole thing?
I play for the win.
Okay.
Always. Like I'm new to this game, but I've played competitively other games, so I know I can handle the pressure, stuff like that. But I also know that there are better players, more experienced BS players than me, because a lot of players here did play the previous game.
Yes.
I'm playing this game like since 6 months or so. So I always play for the win, because that has to be your mindset, in my opinion. But I'm also really curious to see to play against strong opponents from all over the world. So the main reason to come to such an event is to have fun, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The whole experience.
Number one,
friends. Yeah, exactly. But I think the final objective must be the final win, and if it doesn't come. Yeah. I mean, if I lose to someone that plays better than me, I will shake his hand and congratulate. That's
I
it.
mean, I love the attitude. Absolutely love it. We spoke to somebody earlier who said, I'm playing purple because I think I'm the best purple player in the room. I've been playing it for ages. And you've come in saying, look, I've been playing this game for 6 months. I know I'm not quite as experienced as some of the other players in the room, but you know what I can do? I can bring this deck that nobody's expecting, and it certainly seems to be giving you an edge for the minute. So congratulations on your win for being 4-0.
Thank you.
Inside track to top 8, and hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow.
I hope so.
For now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because I'm going to bring Taj back now and we're going to take you through some of the other standings. Stay tuned.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour. My name's Ross. I'm back with Taj. Had to say goodbye to Niccolo, unfortunately. And I lied to you. I lied to everybody. I said we were going to do standings. That was silly. We're going to have a look at some pairings. We're going to see some of the other games that are going on in round 4. So we can have a look here at some of the other matchups. Of course, we've got Susan Ma, and I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that badly, but the Melbourne Grand Open winner. So that's going to be a game to absolutely look at. And obviously, we had Niccolo against Russell over here. So if you're looking at that and you're cheering on your friend from home, you're trying to figure out who's doing well. We saw Zachary Bell, who was a Grand Open winner, who we saw with that phenomenal purple deck on stream earlier, also doing very well. Won round 3. So these are a bunch of 3-0s all playing against each other.
Yeah, we've also got some results in already from some of these games. Susan Ma has won their 4th round match against Alberto Sassi. Obviously, we saw Niccolo do a fantastic job. Zachary Bell has beaten Christian, and Denny Kostic has also won as well. It's a bit further down that list. But yeah, still got 3 games playing. Tables 2, 3, and 4 are still in action as we speak. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've got, I think it's...
we got some players to keep an eye on. So, we've got Susan Ma, who is sitting there at 4-0, a previous Grand Open winner. We've got Zachary Bell sitting there at 4-0, a previous Grand Open winner. We've got Niccolo Maruzzi, who, look, not one of my players to watch coming in because we were looking at people who'd won Grand Opens. Definitely not one of my decks to watch coming in because nobody saw that coming. And I must admit, right, whenever we have something like this, no matter what game I'm streaming, no matter what tournament it is, every time I see something completely unexpected, there is always a moment where I think, wait, should I have known this?
Yeah.
Have I missed something? Was there some chatter on the old interwebs over the past couple of weeks that I had missed? Were people talking about this and I just missed it? But no. Nobody was talking about Smag.
And I think this is it, at the end of the day, if you're a smart player, you're going to be playtesting stuff with your friends, building something that nobody else is going to be expecting and come and surprise people and catch them off guard. And that's how you win a tournament. Sometimes it's going against the norm. Everyone's expecting to see certain things. And if you bring something to the table that no one's expecting, that has answers for everything else, that's going to just stun everyone and they're not going to know how to deal with it.
And what's really cool, we've had 3 winners. The round 1, we didn't have a winners interview because the game went a bit long. We needed to get into round 2. But we've had 3 winners interviews now. And the players, when I've asked about deck choice, I've been told, I don't know if it's the strongest deck, but it's the one I'm most comfortable with. I think I'm the best player with this in the room, so I don't care if there's going to be a bunch of mirrors. This is the best deck, and I'm the best player with it. And we've seen, no one knows what I'm playing. Nobody is prepared. And it does make me wonder, with decks like this rainbow deck, right? Is there going to how many games do you win because your opponent makes a mistake before they even realize what you're playing?
Yeah, and this is, for me, one key thing with all these players as well is the amount of time they've invested playtesting. Because it's quite clear in that last interview you just did with Niccolo there as well, is that Niccolo's got a good support network of players where he's been able to build this deck, fine-tune it, hone it, get advice from people as well, and be able to think about all the matchups they're going to be coming across. And he said it himself, you know, look, we know that this is weak against green, but that's why we've got this in the sideboard to be able to address that. White, we're not that great against, but been beating white in the earlier rounds as well. So it goes to show that there is consistency, there is answers in that deck. And when you look at it, if you look at it from above and you're looking at it and you're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. But when you start looking at the depth of the deck and start looking at how, well, hold on, how will this respond to a purple deck? How will this respond to a red deck? And you're like, well, there's answers in there. It's just about, can you get to them?
Yeah.
And will you be lucky enough to have them in your hand? And I think Niccolo's built this deck in a way that the answers seem to be there when he needed them.
They really do. The draw still makes me nervous. The lack of draw makes me a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
But there certainly seem to be nothing's going on in the deck. It's such a weird one to me to see kind of a deck like that coming out of nowhere. And the thing is, like, everybody's been testing against purple non-stop. Yeah. Everyone's been testing against Pterosaur, and you've probably thrown your testing in against Star Dragons, and you've probably thrown in maybe a little against yellow, green aggro, white control. You know, they've also probably come into the play testing rotation. Yeah. No one's tested against Smag, and I really want to know, and I'm not going to push Niccolo, we're going to be nice, I don't want to give away any information, but he said we and our. I think there's more out there.
Oh yeah, I
think some of his friends have brought that deck.
Absolutely.
You know what I want to know? How are they doing?
Yeah.
Are they doing as well as Niccolo? Do we have multiple Smag decks at 3-0, 3-1, and 4-0?
I think we'll find out soon enough. I mean, results are just coming in now, and the top 6 tables are finished. So we've got 6 players on 4-0 now. So yeah, it's going to be interesting going forward and seeing what kind of mix we've got amongst those players.
It is, and when these pairings start coming in, we're going to have to start asking the question of, you know, can we have people on stream more than one round in day one? Because there's going to be some tasty matchups coming in, but there's also going to be a lot of players we haven't featured yet. That's probably a decision that we're going to have to wrestle with and have to make. For the time being, we're going to take a short break. These results are coming in. We are not far away from round 5, and when that's here, I mean, we've had some good rounds today. I've enjoyed every round. I think there's going to have some more good ones. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 is coming up very shortly indeed.
Gundams are joining Battle Spirit Saga. Unicorn Gundam. Sinanju. Wing Gundam. Freedom Gundam. Gundam Exia. Gundam Barbados. Plus, receive 1 Gundam card as a bonus with each box. Different mobile suits are available as parallel cards in Battle Spirit Saga.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Bandai Spirits Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. I'm having a wonderful day. Oh, sorry, I'm Ross. This is Tosh. How you doing, Tosh?
Hi, guys.
Are you having a wonderful day?
Loving it, loving it. I don't want it to end. The games have been so amazing so far.
Oh, we got 3 more rounds. I don't think we're going to see anything quite as inventive as the last round. Although one of these players does have Smag in their deck. And one of the players we're going to see, we have got a deck which is very, I mean, you know, the streamer telling us, right, we need a name and we want a main card in the deck. And for one of the decks, I'm like, oh, cool, call it this, use this card. And for the other one, I'm like, I don't know. Because it's kind of purple and yellow, but there's a bit of white in there, and there's a green card, and there's a Smag, but it's not a rainbow Smag deck like we saw last round. It is kind of a purple deck, but it's very heavily, you know, it's got like a full suite of Hippocampo and the Eagle to give yourself an unblocked Blessed. So it is purple, kind of, but there's so much in there. We're putting Hippocampo up on the screen, and that is not a typo. Yes, I know we've called it purple. It's really yellow and purple, and Hippocampo is there. It's an awkward deck list, all right?
Absolutely.
But on the left, we got Suchung and, won the Melbourne Grand Open. Phenomenal player, sitting here at 4-0. We've got Cheechun. I checked the pronunciation. I'm doing my very best. We've got Cheechun and won the Melbourne Grand Open. Sitting here at 4-0.
And that gentleman sitting across the table, I recognise that face. It's Harry Gardinier, who came second in the launch event in London.
Oh, I watched that final. That was a fun fight. The white mirror, which could have gone on until the end. We could still be playing it, but luckily it ended a little bit sooner than today. But yeah, very good player. Been around since the very beginning of the game. And maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of white in the deck. Just kind of can't quite let go. It's not a huge amount of white. It's really kind of Suppression and Jamaica Beast. But it's still there. It's still hanging around. So we've got a couple of awkward decks here. Wow, one awkward deck and one purple. And Cheechun here, I mean, look, it's purple. We know what we're doing with purple. We've seen purple a lot, and we're probably going to keep seeing it for a while. So we've had a little bit of a break, though. Last couple of rounds, not so much purple. We had yellow against red. We had rainbow against green. But now we're back to purple.
Yeah, we're back to purple. We were expecting a lot of purple today, weren't we? And well, we've got it back on the table here again now. And both the decks have got their fair representation of purple cards in them, as we say. So this is purple versus purple. But Harry's got a bit more of a bit of spice added to his deck, indeed. So we're underway already, as you can see. Cheechun has got a couple of cards down already, including that ever important Rotting Swamp.
Yeah, and the Shadow Elemental. The Elementals, we've not seen any on stream so far today. They're always popping around.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Assassin coming in there as well. Of course, the Elemental, they can't actually attack, but they draw a card when destroyed. So it's basically a free block, plus you get to draw a card. Now, that has to be... Oh, no, there's a few. We got the Ant Strike Back, Absolute Ice Shield, or Dream Bomb. Any of those 3 could be the burst that Chi has gone and put down there. We got a Rotting Swamp, and we're back over to Harry. Nobody really swinging yet, but that's all right. We've got plenty of time to go.
Oh, yes, we do indeed, yeah. Got the Assassin out already, Harry. Putting quite a few cores underneath that Assassin to begin with.
Don't need more than 3, not unless you're protecting against something.
Yep.
But it seems like we're not seeing any other spirits down. Is Harry just got nothing? Now, we do see a swing so that you can draw. So, yeah, it seems like ending his card. Oh, and it's a Dream Bomb coming down here. Wow. So that is going to bump that character, that spirit, straight back to Harry's hand. Yep. So this is an interesting one here. Harry's not really got anything established. I'm wondering what's in his hand.
Yeah, I did see an Absolute Ice Shield in there, but again, don't want to commit that too early on. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Harry can get down next turn.
And Shiga goes with that Camelot Knight. That's one we see all the time. It's got Curse, 1 cost. Oh, and shocking, it's Black Lance. Does anyone have a Black Lance that doesn't have a winner stamp on it? Anyone in the room today have a non-winner stamp Black Lance? I'm not entirely sure that they do.
Yeah, there's a lot of them around, but then again, I'd expect a lot of winner stamp ones from the caliber of players we have got here today.
Yeah, they're pretty good at this game. So we do see a swing with Camelot Knight there, and it seems like it has taken 1 life off of Harry. And she also lost one because of the swing we saw a moment ago from the assassin before it went down. So a bunch of cores to play with there. What is on that soul core?
Yeah, interesting picture.
Okay, if I'm supposed to know who that is, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is on the soul core. But Harry there, the assassin, goes straight back down. Of course, Dream Bomb just popped it back into his hand. And again, we've just got a big assassin and nothing else for the time being. We see a burst being set. And then just a swing, get to draw a card. And look, drawing a card because you're swinging with that is good. No argument there. But at some point, we're going to need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the only concern I've got here is there's no spirits, no nexuses on Harry's side of the board. Just that assassin that's got pinged back in his hand. And
I mean, it's taken 2 of the life so far.
Yeah, true.
It is putting a bit of pressure on. So we've got Rotting Swamp, Camelot Knight, we've got Black Lance, and we've got a few cards in hand. Now, there is another Elemental in hand, which could go down for free just as a blocker / draw power in a moment. So that's always a nice option. Just need to put 1 core on to actually keep it alive. But then I can't see what else is in. So there goes the Elemental. Okay, so that's fairly standard. Actually gets 3 on there, bumping it up to a 2,000, which is still...
Did that with the first one as well, just a slightly bigger blocker, but yeah.
Not going to make a huge difference in the long run, but you might as well put them there. They're not doing you any good left there in your reserve.
Exactly.
So we do see a swing with Camelot Knight, bearing in mind Camelot Knight has Curse. So if you block it, you are going down at the same time. Not that you can because you're exhausted. And so in theory, that should go through. Yeah, put both players down to 3 life remaining.
And turn passes over to Harry now. Let's see what Harry's got in response this time.
Looks like he's got a Blessed Cathedral he's just drawn into. This is what I meant. There's a lot of 2-ofs in this deck. A lot of different cards in this deck. You know, in yellow we got 4 Tin Soldier, 4 Hippocampo, 1 Jewel Eagle, and a couple Blessed Cathedrals. So you can really try and take advantage of some of those yellow cards coming out. We got a lot of the purple you would expect, but then we got the Mecha Beast over in white, along with your Absolute Ice Shield and your Suppression and your Dream Bomb. So at the moment, all we're really getting is a couple of assassins. We do finally see something hit in the field. We see that Rotting Swamp. Which is going to get you a card when a spirit is destroyed. Not quite Neverworld depths, but not too bad. At least getting you some cards as you go through the game. So, still not a huge amount out. But then it's going all right. I mean, the thing is, Chi is going to start blocking in a minute. It's going to block with your Elemental. It's going to draw yourself a card. And then, okay, seems like block with a Black Lance here as well. But, oh, this is going to be a fun one. Taking advantage of actually having something gone away. So, yeah, that's Rotting Swamp. Of course, the secondary effect of Rotting Swamp, which says that when one of your creatures is destroyed, you're able to discard a hand to actually keep it around.
That's right. Discard a card from hand and literally put that spirit that was going to be destroyed into your hand. So, yeah. And what a perfect combo that was, because you wanted to use that to block, so you could get it back in your hand, drop it down and use it when summoning effect. And yeah.
I mean, you get more cards. That is always a good thing. So using your cards there, making a nice combo out of it, always very nice indeed. So, are we going to start seeing some aggressive swings? We have got a burst played by both people. Here comes the Camelot Knight. And remember, it's got Curse, so there is an assassin which can be used to block on the board, but if it does block, it will go down to Curse and just leave that one single Dragonaga assassin on the board. It's an awkward situation to be in, but Harry's just not been establishing. Now, we do see the block there, so that will go away to the Curse. Harry's not been establishing much of a presence in terms of spirits here. There's just, he's not keeping anything on the board. And this could end up being a problem as we go. Now, we do see the...
But in the same regards, I mean, they've both been chipping away at each other, to be fair. I mean, you've got one spirit that can't attack.
Well, to be clear, the elemental can only not attack as a level 1. So by putting the free cores on, then it becomes level 2 and it gets a card when destroyed. It's only the level 1 skill that says it can't attack. So getting a little bit aggressive here. And look, those elementals aren't really made for attacking. Nobody's really playing them for big attacks. You're just putting it in there, and you need to put the free cores on so that you get a card when destroyed. But at least you're not paying to actually play it, so it makes it a little bit cheaper and a little bit easier. And it's not a good attacker by any stretch of the imagination, but at least you can attack as a 2K if you've got free cores on there. Now we finally see Hippocampo finding his way onto the field. This is nice. Is it going to be able to get a bit of that blessed going on?
Yep.
Oh, looks like it. Building it up, getting free cores on there, bumping it up to a 4K level 2. And there's nothing really out there on G's side of the board which is going to be able to do much about it.
No.
So, yeah, we do see the swing here with Hippocampo.
Yep.
Trying to really swap it from it's going to be 3-2 in life, but it's just going to switch it around. Unless cheat. Now, there is an absolute ice shield there, but all that would do is just end the attacking phase.
Yep.
So, that's just really any way to prevent the damage. You need the absolute ice shield down in order to do that. So, just going to take that life away, which is then going to add a life for Harry because of the whole blessed malarkey.
Yep.
And, yeah, you don't really expect to see a playset of Hippocampo in your average purple deck.
No, you don't.
Harry's not your average purple player. He's sitting here at 4-0. He's clearly had a great start to the tournament. He's got a history of success from the very beginning of the game. So somebody who really knows what they're doing, and that's the thing, because we've talked about before, because you can play any card in any deck, it really does lead to some really interesting decks where, you know, this is, I suppose, essentially a purple mirror, kind of. But it's really not. These are very different decks.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, things like the Hippocampo, they're so cheap to play, and yet they can give you so much value with the Blessed. It's you know, it's one of those that you can see why people are taking it in. Harry also plays Tin Soldiers, which is a 0-cost playset of that in there. Destroy the spirit when the battle ends, so when it attacks. And that then pings your Blessed Cathedral to trigger.
Yep.
So, you know, there's a few different techs here, which using cheap stuff, teching it in, and using it to your advantage.
Yeah, there absolutely is. So, Harry's just doing a bit of calculation here, having a look at his course, seeing what's available to him. We've got Hippocampo and Dragonaga Assassin on the board. He's going to be looking for just some offensive pressure or some way to get these spirits off of Chi's side of the board. That's the goal here. Just trying to make sure that you can essentially start I suppose keep putting the pressure on. You know, you're actually ahead in life at this point. You've got 3 cores remaining in your life to Chi's 2. So from here, it's just a case of, I suppose, keep the pressure on. But neither player really carved out a huge advantage here. It's not like one player is, you know, hugely ahead of the other, so to speak.
I think, though, Harry does have a slight advantage in the fact he's got the Blessed, which is just being...
Does he? Does he have the Blessed Taj?
Well, he did, but now he's got that additional... the Blessed Cathedral is now triggered off that as well.
Yeah, Mordred came down, took away those calls, got rid of the Hippocampo. He's gone. And, yeah, back down to 2 life for Harry.
Yep.
And then back over to Harry's turn. Of course, both players have something set in the burst slot. For either player, it could be an absolute ice shield. That is a card we've seen a huge amount of this weekend. And honestly, it is one of the best cards we've seen. We're only 2 sets in, let's be clear. But by far one of the best cards in the game. Oh, look, it's Black Lance. Who could possibly have seen that coming?
4 to play that. And obviously, it's come in with 3 cores on it, making it a level 2. So when summoned, draw 2 cards, and while the spirit attacks, it has got curse at all levels.
Yeah, I mean, if at its cheapest, it's a 2-cost that draws you 2 and has curse. It's an absurdly good card. It's one of the real staples we see in purple decks that just
Yeah.
It's too gosh darn good. It's one of the cards you're looking for super early because it's got decent offensive pressure. You can actually get up to a 9,000 power, although that takes 6 cores, so, you know, let's not go silly here.
Yeah.
But it seems like...
And this is another great thing. What Harry's just done is obviously he's just played the Dread Knight Nemesis, but
yes, he has.
When he played the Black Lance, he used the cores to make sure that it was a level 3 at the point, level 2 at the point that it was played. But then he can move those cores to then utilize that and put that on the Dread Knight Nemesis when that gets played. So again, good. This is something that people who don't play the game often enough might not know. As long as it's not your attack phase and you're still summoning creatures, you can move your cores around as much as you like, even if you've used cores on one of your spirits to get it up to a certain level in order to manipulate a on-play effect.
Yep. It's always a nice one to do. So, looks like we got... Oh, well, there's another assassin. He seems to be... Well, the same assassin as before seems to be... He's exhausted there, so he's, I fear, doing a little bit of swinging.
Absolute Ice Shield was activated there.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. So, yeah, you go down to 1, go straight back up to 2. Yep. Of course, when you're playing Absolute Ice Shield, you cannot go down to 1 core, because if you do, then that is unfortunately going to be a pointless card to have in your burst. Yep. Although, as it stands at the moment, she's sitting there. There's a Rotting Swamp. There's no spirits on the board whatsoever. Harry's done a really, really good job of managing an awkward start. He didn't have very much in the first couple of turns, but he's been chipping away at Chi's side of the board, building up his own board a little bit, and he's put himself in a decent position. Now, we do see Lamorak coming in here, and we see another Black Lance being played. Yep. So there's still plenty of spirits available to Chi. He's going to be going for, well, hopefully some more spirits to keep rolling. We see another burst coming down, and with 2 cores remaining in your life, you're hoping that that is going to be an absolute ice shield, just to make sure that you can fend off your opponent a little bit. Buy yourself some extra turns. I didn't get a good enough look at his hand there to see if there was another one in there, because that's what you really want to do at this stage. There is another one in there, so so in theory he's put one down.
Yep.
And then there's another one for next turn. So basically not losing this next turn or the turn after that.
Exactly. And this is where Absolute Ice Shield just gives you that extension. There we go. There's a...
Old prison?
Yep. We're getting very familiar with this Gundam artwork version of it now, aren't we? Which stumped us for the first couple of rounds.
Round 1, we forgot there was a Gundam version of it, and since then, it seems like every single player in the room is out to remind us constantly. I'm going to be seeing that card. It's going to be haunting my dreams. But it is actually a phenomenal card, and we saw it used there to just rest a couple of Chi's spirits and be like, oh, now what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Blessed Cathedral is there, and crucially has 3 cores on. You don't need any cores to get a core when a yellow spirit is destroyed, but you need 3 to activate the draw when a yellow spirit is destroyed. But they're on there now, and now we see Hippocampo coming down with 3 cores on there. So that's going to be at a 4,000 power level. Yep. And it's got Blessed. Oh, and we see Tin Soldier. Now, this was something you poked out a minute ago there, Taj. The fact that when it attacks, it then is destroyed at the end of the battle, which will then activate an extra core and an extra card. Yes. And then Hippocampo is going to be sitting out there, having kind of swung the life a little bit, but also basically saying, you know what, if you take me out, my player's going to get a whole bunch of extra resources, and another Tin Soldier here as well.
There we go. That's going to pump up the resources quite nicely off that Blessed Cathedral. Yeah, going to be good.
It's a wonderful combo, having a nexus that gives you resources when a spirit is destroyed, and a couple of spirits that basically destroy themselves at the end. It's a nice little dual combo thing we got going on there. Yeah. Now, actually, we see an Absolute Ice Shield hitting the trash here.
Yep, that was played from hand.
Yes. So we've still got one there as a burst, but going to be running out of our Ice Shield pretty quickly. There are 4 in the deck. I think we've accounted for 3 of them now, so there should still be 1 available for Chi to potentially buy himself a turn. Just double-checking the word. That Tin Soldier, it's not a card we see often played in yellow. In fact, in yellow decks as a whole, it really doesn't see much play at all. But I think the difference here is that this is very much playing a bit of yellow for blessed and a little bit of draw.
Yep.
And in that regard, it doesn't have blessed. It might as well go away and give you the extra draw.
Absolutely. And if you get it early enough in your hand, I mean, it's a good way to get some cost reduction out there for those yellow cards that are teched into this deck, you know? So, you know, you can bring Hippocampo in a little bit cheaper, Blessed Cathedral, just by having that, you know, Tin Soldier, which is free. If you don't swing with it, it's there.
Yeah, only goes away at the end of the turn if you swing with it. If you don't, it stays around essentially forever.
Yes.
So, yeah, it looks like Dark Knight Lamorak went down, so you get to get rid of a core as he goes down. Now, we do see a couple of cards being drawn for the Departed Soldiers, and a couple of cores are going to be out as well. We are at that point in the game where you've essentially got infinite cores, and I know you don't, and I know core removal becomes very relevant because of how many you've got, but you know what I mean. It's you basically can play almost whatever you need at this stage. There's so many cores flying around the field, and we've got a couple of ant tokens.
Yeah, the first time we've seen
there.
some tokens come into play.
Not the first time we've seen the ant strike back in a deck, but the first time we've seen it actually used. So a couple of tokens come in. They're not big, they're not powerful, but they are still there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing else. There'll be decent blockers to thwart a couple of attacks.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what the next play is going to be here.
We've got a burst coming down here. You've got to think that's an absolute ice shield. It wants to be. Now, it could be an ant strike back.
Yep.
That's always a very nice card to go for, and there's a chance that it is a dream bomb as well.
I don't think it's an absolute ice shield. There's only one life.
I was just about to correct myself. Thank you very much for that, Taj. You're right. There's only one life remaining. Absolute ice shield would be pointless at this stage because you lose the game.
Yep.
And that's it. It doesn't even activate. So we see a couple of cards being taken down as Mordred hits. Oh, a couple of cores taken down, I should say, as Mordred hits the field here. Not enough to get rid of Hippocampo.
Yep.
So, that unfortunately there will be.
That would, yep.
Never mind. We tried to keep it around.
Yep.
Didn't work. Can't win them all. But we saw, you know, the Hippocampo. We even saw Harry place a bunch of extra cores on there just to try and keep it on the field, just to make sure it had a bit of protection, and that still wasn't enough. When it comes to core removal, these purple decks can get very aggressive very quickly, really just shut down an awful lot of your options.
Yeah, and you look at Harry's board now, there's no spirits in play whatsoever.
It's not ideal. You need to be attacking, you need to be blocking. Hey, it's a Thorn Prison, the actual alternate art, not the Gundam one. We've seen so much Thorn Prison. That is the first time we've seen that print of it hitting the board.
I do love the artwork on this as well.
It's very lovely. But it's hard to compete with Gundam, isn't it? Let's be honest with you. People like them big fighting robots.
Yep.
But there's quite a few spirits, and she's got a real spirit advantage here. Down to one life, but honestly, it's not a huge problem. While you've got a bunch of spirits ready to block, I know they're not ready to block now, they're exhausted.
Yeah.
But when you've got a bunch of spirits of which you can block and your opponent doesn't have any spirits of which to attack, it really doesn't matter if you're down to one life.
Yeah.
The problem is, as we saw, last round, we saw a player play an Arcana Joker, and that was it.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you got no blockers, you got no way to stop it. Arcana Joker comes down, you got no blockers. And does Chi know that there's no Arcana Joker in Harry's deck? There's a bunch of yellow cards. Arcana Joker sees a huge amount of play. It's certainly in the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, what you can see here is Harry's got quite loads of cores to play with. Lots of cards in hand. And there we go. We get the big old Mecha Beast.
Fortress Newman Guard. When it's destroyed, you get free cores and free cards. But as a level 2, you get to perform a refresh after your attack step, which is great. You do have to put 4 cores on the Mecha Beast to actually make it work.
Yep.
But, I mean, it sounds pretty worth it, honestly. That's a heck of a skill.
And we've got, there's another Blessed Cathedral played there. And I thought, well, okay, I saw he had a Tin Soldiers in hand. Seems to be the obvious play. putting 3 cores underneath both those Blessed Cathedrals and 3 on the Tin Soldier to make it a 5,000.
Oh, hang on a second.
There we go. Yeah.
That is a game attacked with Tin Soldier.
Yep, there was nothing to block with.
Just had nothing to block with, no way to stop it. And that's only the second game that Chi has lost all day so far. We're sitting at at a grand total of 8-1. But Harry, well, you say second place at the launch event in London, now coming back in here, sitting at 4-0, sitting opposite one of the presumptive favourites of the tournament and just taking that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that, very good play of the Tin Soldier. And this is why that yellow in there is fantastic, because you've got those cheap things in yellow. The Blessed Cathedral really plays into it. And yeah, it just, a 5,000k swing there. And there was nothing on that side of the board to block.
No, and that was weird. It seemed almost on like a cheeky swing with like, well, I kind of want this to go down to activate my Blessed Cathedral. 2 more cores, 2 more cards, let's do this. And then she was like, yeah, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it, I have no way to stop that.
But that's always a good play. You're never going to assume that attack's going to get through. You're going to have everything set up just in case it doesn't. It does get destroyed. Then you've got things happening on your end of the board as well, and you can do some stuff with it. But yeah, no, great first game there. Good seeing both those players seeing their decks and how they sort of play and work.
Yeah, and it's got to be interesting. If you're Chi here, you're like, well, it's kind of like a purple mirror, but it's not really a purple mirror, because I saw the big white elephant and I saw a bunch of yellow stuff, but there was still a lot of those purple things that I would be expecting to see in a purple deck. And it's not your traditional build of purple.
No.
And it's not even necessarily purple as a whole. Cards like Tin Soldier, we're just not used to seeing.
Yeah.
It's really kind of purple, but pared down to lots of 2-ofs, and then combined with stuff like the yellow package and like these extra cards we see, like your ants and your elephants. And it's an interesting way to build the deck. But if you're sitting at 4-0 and you're 1 game up against a player who's won a Grand Open and is also 4-0, that's probably a good sign that you've made the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's down to playtesting. It's around how much time you invest into knowing your deck inside out. And I think we're getting to that point now where we're seeing players who are at the top of their game, know what they're doing, and it's just about who's better at executing it. And depending on how the game's gone on with their opening hand.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Both players are playing the Dragonaga Assassin. Both players are playing Beldegor and Lamorak, and Black Lance is coming out in both of them. Nemesis, Curse Dragon. There's a lot of connective tissue between these 2 decks.
Yeah, and you just have a look at Harry's side deck as well. There's so much in that side deck. There's only one which there's 2 of.
Yeah,
the rest are
9
one-offs.
different cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's loads of different options there that Harry could potentially have just, can almost change the whole look of the deck just by tapping into some of those sideboard cards. Whereas Chi-Chun's got a bit more of a consistent side deck. There's a 1 of Armored Dragon Ship Enterprise, but the rest there's 2s of and 3s of. So we'll see what they've done sideboarding their decks to counter what their opponents shown so far.
I will say Chi's side deck is, Suppression, Countersword, Castle Keep, Baculus. It's a who's who of sideboarded cards.
Yeah.
But going into the game, Chi gets a Rotting Swamp down straight away. And that's going to be a good foundation. You can't attack really anyway, so you might as well just build up. Turn 1 Nexus, always a good play, but I told you one of the players had 1 Jewel Dragon Smag. Yeah. That is what we see. It's only a 1-off, but it's still that big Rainbow Dragon is here.
Very useful to get down early on. It's going to help reduce cost of everything that's going to get played from now on, as long as you can keep it on the field.
Yeah, it's a brilliant card, and yes, sometimes it's an entire deck like we saw last round. Sometimes it's just a fun little tech here to kind of help you along. This is not a full-on Rainbow Smag deck, let's be clear, but it's certainly, it's got a bit of that as well.
Yeah.
It's a largely purple deck, but let's not pretend that this is just a classic purple deck. And depending how the sideboard went, it could be even less purple than it was last game. Yeah. But at least we got the Smag coming in here quite nicely.
Yep.
So we do see a second Rotting Swamp and a Dark Knight coming in here as well. The Aglavale. And this is nice, because now every time a spirit gets destroyed, Chi is going to go and find themselves a couple more cards.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Absolutely. Get some extra cards in your hand as you're building up, just to give you maybe some of those smaller spirits into your hand. Chi's only really got 6 spirits that are less than a 3 cost, so yeah.
We did see Belgavor coming down here.
Yep.
And Belgavor coming down, yeah, just getting rid of the Aglavale on the other side of the board. And of course, we know that's got Immortal. It's going to potentially come back time and again. And there are a few 4 and 5 costs in the deck that you can use to essentially get that back with Immortal.
Yep.
So it looks like we're building up to a 4K here, are we? Yeah, that's what it seemed to be doing.
Yeah.
And choosing not to swing here, just going, I don't want to give you the extra calls for your early game. I'm going to build up my board a little bit. I'm not going to let you have the extra resources. Now, that Assassin does come down with Chi here. And that's going to give even more draw. So there's the swing, there's the draw. Yep. Rotting Swamp, and that, Chi clearly wants to see a bunch more cards here.
Yeah, absolutely. Chi's trying to manipulate obviously what he's got out there to be able to draw some more cards in hand, try and get a good filtering of deck, and just trying to be able to set up best as possible going into the second game.
And we see a little bit of a difference here. So Chi is very much going along the lines of, I'm going to poke with my little spirits and try and whittle your life down.
Yep.
Harry is intent to just build up a little bit more rather than, going for those not even big swings, going for those swings in the early game. Now, we do have a Blessed Cathedral down. Does that mean we're going to see a Tin Soldier hit the board?
Let's see.
No.
Nope. Absolute Ice Shield goes into the burst there, though.
And there's another one in hand for if you need it in future turns as well. Okay. So we've got a couple of spirits down, still not building up a huge board here, but maybe there's one more thing coming out to end the turn?
Yeah, was about to pay 2 for something there. Chose not to in the end.
Puts the 3 calls onto the Cathedral there just to activate the second skill, which is lovely. But of course, there's nothing yellow. I suppose the dragon would count, because the dragon does count as all colours.
All colours, yeah.
I suppose that'll count. And we have seen down to 1 Rotting Swamp here.
Yep.
So he's got a bunch of cards. He's got a few calls to play with, not that many.
Yep.
Because his opponent has just not been giving him the extra calls. There's a core advantage for Harry right now, because Chi has taken some life in the early game.
Yep.
So here's an absolute Ice Shield you can play if you want to. There's a bunch of spirits there. Do we want the spirits? No. And actually chooses not to swing with the Assassin this time. Content to just leave it out there to kind of keep something on the board for the following turn.
Yeah, but by putting those 3 cores on the Rotting Swamp also gives the ability to protect that Assassin and put it back into hand by discarding a card from hand if it was destroyed. So, yeah, deciding not to do much else there.
No. Okay. Not building on much of a board, passing to opponent. Now we see Tin Soldiers coming down. This is big, of course, because Blessed Cathedral is there. That's an extra core and an extra card at the end of your turn. But also, you're swinging. Now, it's only a 2K, but actually, for the number of cores, Tin Soldiers is a sneaky good attacker. It's a 0 cost. It's 2,000 at 1 core and 5,000 at 3.
Yep.
Now, we did see a block from the Assassin there. So you're going to get yourself a card. You're going to get yourself a core. And now the Assassin does survive because he's got a bit more power, but it was going to go at the end of the turn. You might as well have a cheeky swing, see if it gets through. Is that double Ice Shield in hand? It is.
Yeah, it is.
So there's at least 2 Ice Shield in hand there that Chi is going to be able to use the next couple of turns, try and stave off losing the game. We now see Black Lads finally hitting the board. That is a card we see in just all of these black decks. It's absolutely vital to these decks. Drawing cards, having Curse, being an absolute menace, and that is an absolute Ice Shield going down in the burst.
Yeah. But I was wondering whether Chi would hold fire on that Absolute Ice Shield for a while, maybe just to take 1 or 2 life, just to increase the number of cores available as resource to be able to utilize. But no, deciding to pop it there. But then again, this can still take life. Both players have got burst cards down.
Obviously, Counting up the calls there from Harry to trying to make sure we've got everything you need. There's something that costs 4 coming out. Oh, it's your Nemesis. Well, it's a 7 reduced by 3, so it's a 4. Totally counts as a 4. And then, you know, because when you're attacking, you can either get 2 calls from a spirit, or you can draw a couple of cards. And when it's destroyed, your opponent has to destroy one of their spirits as well. So could actually attack here and take out the Black Lance.
Yep.
Which I'd be mighty tempted to take out the Black Lance here. That seems like a good idea.
Yes.
Could not take out the Assassin, unfortunately, because they've all got 3 calls on. So here's a decision.
Yep.
There we go.
Makes absolute sense.
And then, yeah, so we got rid of the Black Lance. That's a very, very good thing. Now, are we hitting with Nemesis as well? No, okay, so, well, Nemesis is gone. So, right, so we've attacked with Nemesis, we've taken out the Black Lance, and now we are back over to G. Both players still got a few life left. We don't seem too close to ending that unless we have a big game-swinging turn. But there's still a bunch of options. Both players have a decent amount of cards in hand. She's actually got up a card of like 8 to 10 cards, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Now we see Mordred coming down, getting a couple of calls off the Nemesis. Not enough to get rid of it yet, but enough to at least slow it down a little bit. Of course, when a spirit has 0 calls on it remaining, it is instantly destroyed, which is why you're going to see these top-level players, especially as we get deeper into the game and we got higher records, you're going to see them doing things like leaving 3 calls on, because a lot of the cards in the game will get rid of 2 calls.
Yep.
Now, annoyingly, Dark Knight Mordred attacks and does take out that final call, which... it's understandable. Like, there's only so many calls you can put on to protect.
Yep.
It's not exactly what you wanted, but you kind of have to let it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, deals with that Dark Knight Nemesis.
So now we got the Assassin, who is going to be swinging. You draw a card because you got the Soul Core. Do we want to block with a multicolored Rainbow Dragon, or are we going to go down to 1 life remaining? I believe they're your 2 choices. Oh, here we go. Swift is back. Leaf Wolf comes out, one of those ones along with Scope Owl that does have Swift. Now, that was actually sideboarded in. There was 1 copy in the sideboard. Clearly a good decision to put that in. Yep. And now, all of a sudden, that can come out as a 4,000 power spirit here, given that it's got 5 calls on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good move there to use it as a blocker, obviously. And now it passes back over to Harry.
Now, Harry's in a decent position here in terms of what he's got on the board. He's got the Rotting Swamp, he's got the Blessed Cathedral, he's got Leaf Wolf and the Dragon, and his opponent. It's important to note that both of Chi's spirits are exhausted at this point.
Yep.
So they're not able to block. Chi would have to have something else, some kind of magic card or whatever, in order to actually stop this happening, which is absolutely possible, but it's going to be a little awkward. Now we see... couple of the calls coming off, 4 calls coming off the Leaf Wolf. Has apparently done his thing. And...
yep, leaving a single core on there for now. Debating whether to put the burst in. Brings out...
a Beldegor.
Beldegor again.
Yeah, Beldegor's out, got a core on it as well. So... building up just a really nice board. Harry's doing a good job of keeping a bunch of spirits on the board. We now see Hippocampo coming out here as well. Gone quite wide, the kind of thing that the Cursed Dragon would have a field day with right now. Lots of 1-core creatures, of spirits, so maybe Chi is going to be able to find that Cursed Dragon next turn and make Harry regret this. Right now, it seems like Harry's got a few. Now, we do see 2 calls on there. Yep. And maybe Harry's thinking a similar thing to me with, hang on a second, I am very vulnerable to a Cursed Dragon right now. Maybe put a couple calls on some of my spirits here, at least keep them vaguely out of range. And yeah, there's plenty of other ways, you know, you can use Mordred with Cursed Dragon and all of that. There's still ways, but it's...
yeah.
You don't want to leave yourself in a situation where a single Cursed Dragon hitting the field gets rid of multiple spirits.
No, absolutely. And... taking a couple of life there, and Harry obviously had a blessed there as well. But then Absolute Ice Shield there activated.
And you saw he left it to the latest possible time there, left it so there were 2 cores remaining and went, right, now I'm going to use my Ice Shield.
Yep.
And does he have another one to put down straight away? Does he want to put down another one? You got to imagine he does. So I'm trying to peek his hand there. I'm not. Yeah, there is one. Okay. So we do have an Absolute Ice Shield that can be played down if you wish. And, you know, given the state of the game and how you've got 2 life remaining, I think putting an Absolute Ice Shield down at this stage is probably a pretty sensible idea.
Yeah.
And it comes to the front and, thought about it, decided against it.
Yeah, well, just having a look at what other options. As we saw earlier on, there were those ant token creating option.
Yep. Where the ant strike back, where it gets you 2, 1,000 power ant tokens. So maybe that's the kind of thing we could be looking at. And in theory...
Okay.
No, I don't think it's in his deck.
Beldegor comes out.
So Beldegor's coming back all over the place.
Yep.
There's Baculus. So all but 1 core from everything.
Yep.
Not a huge amount of value. Getting 1 core off of each of 2 spirits. That is not the most value you can get. Do we have a Cursed Dragon to follow it up with? Do you have even enough? I don't think you've even got enough cores to play it if you had one.
Yeah. But, bringing that Beldegor down, getting rid of that Hippocampo, and then stripping the cores off everything else. A couple of rested spirits there as well. There we go.
Mordred goes and swings, takes a core off there, gets rid of, unfortunately, the Rainbow Dragon. Now, the good news is, because it's yellow, it will activate Blessed Cathedral, which is nice.
And the Immortal kicks in as well for the Beldegor. That was in the trash.
Oh, so that's another one where actually it works out quite nicely. You still get a spirit to replace it, plus you get Blessed Cathedral coming in, doing its thing. So, okay, that's not bad. You don't mind giving it up for that. You still would rather have it on the field. It's reduction for every colour. It's a decent card. But like I say, that is very much a kind of a one-of tech we see here for Harry. This is not something which is going to be played as a real big part of the deck. But now we see Beldegor going down here as well. And we're still... And now here we go see Beldegor swinging.
Yep.
And that is going to take a life off of Harry. So both players now down to 2 life remaining. Can either player get that big explosive turn where they... go ahead and are able to end it?
Yeah, well, Absolute Ice Shield there by Harry to finish off, choose attack. But, yeah, again, I think let's see what Harry can do this turn. Does he have another Absolute Ice Shield in hand? We know his opponent does have one in the burst. Both players in quite a vulnerable position now, down to 2 life each. Plenty of cores available.
Yeah, we're at that stage. I know it's not infinite core.
Cost. What's he playing? There we go.
It's the elephant. I love that thing. So does everybody else. Mecha Beast Fortress Newman Guarded is a machine beast. And now it doesn't have the refresh yet. You do need 3 more cores on it, but it does give you 3 cores and 3 cards when it is discarded, or when it is destroyed. So here we go. Now, we're not there yet. We need 1 more core. There's that 4th core. So now you are going to be able to perform that refresh step after you attack, which is going to be a huge advantage. So now it's almost kind of worth just swinging, see what happens, see what you can get from it.
What order we're going to see here? Okay.
And that's the thing, like, if you fire off one that you would imagine your opponent to block and they don't, then all of a sudden you can go, well, hang on a second. Does this mean I can fire some more of these off and just kind of have a little bit of a cheeky poke, see what happens?
There we go. Ice Shield activates, ends that attack.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason we got Ice Shield coming in here, let's be honest. It's always nice to have the Ice Shield coming in. So, okay. So we got the Rotting Swamp, and we got Deadly Balance here. So you have to choose one of your spirits to get rid of. And, yeah, this is... We're just losing all our spirits, basically, here, Taj. We are losing all of our spirits. Yeah. Both players are getting them bumped at a pretty regular. We're down to Leaf Wolf with the 2 players combined. We're still on 2 life each.
Yeah.
And there goes Mordred. Now, this is an interesting thing, because if you look at the clock, there's 18 minutes left.
Yep.
So we could be in a situation where we could be going to time and actually having to figure out the tiebreakers. If Harry wins this game, obviously, we got a 2-0. We're done. Yeah. If Chi wins this game, then we are in an awkward situation where we are rolling into a game 3 and having a look at those tiebreakers, which we definitely looked up before the tournament started. So, oh my goodness, Dream Bomb comes out and bumps a Nexus. Did it bump a Nexus or just a Spirit there? I think it was a Nexus and a Spirit. Yeah, the Rotting Swamp got bumped as well. So we're just not keeping Spirits on the board. You look at all those cores. So many cores.
Okay.
So that's not the issue at this stage. The issue is build up a board of decent characters and the Spirits.
Phase 2 there brings out his Assassin.
It's a good swinger. It's going to be good swinging in and just trying to get a bit of damage on the board, bit of life taken away. You know, it's only like a 1k, but it's got Curse. Yep. And because it's got Curse, it's good at swinging in. It's good at being able to just try and take down your opponent and just go, look, you can block me if you want. That's fine.
Yep. But
you are going to lose your blocker if you do so. So we do see Dream Bomb coming in here. Yep. That's going to get rid of the Elephant, and it looks like Blessed Cathedral as well. It looks like Harry is actually conceding the game, and we are going to 1 game each. Chi Chun is going to be going, you know, 1 game 1, and then maybe we end up with a 5-0. And we're going to end up with a 5-0, obviously. I mean, maybe it's Chi. Yeah. Maybe it's winning the Melbourne Open and then coming back and winning the Utrecht Pro Tour. But time is now becoming an issue.
Yeah. Going into this now, I think, you know, by the time these players have sideboarded, start getting going, we've got about 15 minutes to go for this final game. It's going to have to be a quick one. And then tiebreak rules will come into play because we need to determine a winner. So.
Yep. You don't do ties in Battle Spirit Saga. We are going to have a winner of this. Someone's going to be 5-0. Someone's going to be 4-0. That's why our prediction of 2 out of 15, 5 and 2s is making top cut, is likely to be correct. Although, again, if we have players dropping and fewer games going on, it all gets a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That's what we're thinking at the time being. And look, if you end up at 5-0, you need to win 1 of your last 2 games to guarantee top 8. Yeah. Bearing in mind you already won the first 5.
Yes.
So if you win the first 5, you should be able to win 1 out of 2.
Yeah.
That should be a doable thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, it's been an awkward kind of series. There's been a lot of back and forth. We've seen Chi do purple things.
Yes.
That was just purple doing purple things. Both games. The first game, it wasn't quite enough. The second game, it was. In the first game, we saw Harry bringing out all of these extra tricks, especially the yellow put in a big shift in game 1. But it didn't really happen in game 2. Yeah. We saw the Mecha Beast come down, but it didn't really do very much before it went away again. Yeah. Maybe the sideboard was what really did it for Chi there. Maybe just a couple of those cards, a couple of those counts get tweaked. Of course, it's so difficult to know sometimes what's going in because if, you know, I think we saw, did we see a Baculus at one point?
I think so, but Chi used Dream Bomb a couple of times there. So that was to Chi's advantage. And that's what won Chi that game, is by putting that Mecha Beast back into Harry's hand and Harry just having to then concede there. But yeah, let's see what they've done this time with their sideboards. And
so that's the awkward thing. We go into game 1, we know exactly what their list look like, we know all 50 cards, we are ready for it.
Yep.
And then you go into game 2 and 3 and there's sideboards come in and they've mixed things around. But sometimes, you know, it's not that they've taken a card out, it's that they've reduced a card by 1 and it all gets a little bit. So we do have optional mulligan rules in the game, but we are ready to go now. We got Toy Soldier, and a Blessed Cathedral as well. One thing to note, you don't get the draw unless you got the free cores on there. But another thing to note, it's not attacking, so it's probably not getting destroyed anyway, so it's fine.
Exactly. You know, it's turn 1. You know it's probably not going to get destroyed, so why not just have it sitting there next turn? You can have the cores available, put them on your Blessed Cathedral, and just swing with it.
Oh, and that is a strong turn 1 from Chi there. Yeah. Getting the Elemental down, getting the Camelot Knight, and getting the Rotting Swamp at the same time.
Yep.
That's a really good start. For not having many resources of it being your first turn of the game, that was a very, very nice start there.
Almost a perfect opening hand there for purple.
It's not bad. It is not bad at all. So over to Harry. He's eyeing up 4 cost something. Could be up to 6 cost if it's a yellow card.
No, just going to stick 3 under the Blessed Cathedral.
Okay. Oh, it's 3 under that. Okay. That's fine. So, we do see something being set in the burst slot. There are a bunch of options. It could be a Dream Bomb. It could be a million different things it could be. It could be an Ice Shield. It could be a Feral Slash if that's come out of the side deck. It's a lot of options.
Yeah.
But we see there, we've just got a decent starting setup if he can draw more yellow stuff.
Yep.
If he can get more toy soldiers, if he can get some Hippocampo with the Blessed Cathedral already on the board, then Harry's going to be working towards a very nice board state. Yep. Chi's gone a little bit aggro without the attacks. You're getting the aggro cheap things out, but not actually swung with them yet. And Rotting Swamp, remember, is going to give you extra cards if they get destroyed. So this is one of those situations where I really just want to get my little things out, swing with them. Maybe I take some life, maybe I don't.
Yep.
But I get extra cards, but then I'm going to give my opponent extra cores, and she is much better at piloting this deck than I am. I did not win the Melbourne Grand Open, so we do see there just Burning Force coming down, getting rid of the Nexus.
Yeah, Blessed Cathedral. So Harry had set everything up there to be able to maximize using his Tin Soldiers by, using that Rotting Swamps trigger as well as the Blessed Cathedral's trigger, but getting rid of that Blessed Cathedral is probably just a little bit knocked a bit off that. But another Rotting Swamp now out. Tin Soldiers.
Because you're still attacking with the Tin Soldiers, right?
Yep.
But you're not getting that extra value. You're not getting the drawing cards or the extra course and Blessed Cathedral because they're going down. That is, that Nexus removal came in very, very handy. That Burning Force was a really good thing for Chi there.
Yeah.
And, you did take a life away, which was quite good, but you also gave Chi an extra core to play with. So we see a second Rotting Swamp coming down. Now we finally see Black Lance.
Yeah.
And when you've got 4 of those reduction symbols, Black Lance becomes a 2 cost that draws you 2 cards and has Curse. It's one of the things you're looking for in the early game, and now we're going to start to see some swinging from Chi. He's got enough out here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Harry taking that activates the trigger there.
Oh, that was Feral Slash just came down. Now, Feral Slash is a card we do see a lot, and it is not good for your spirits, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, never mind. Feral Slash gets rid of it, and we move on with our lives. We've still got a Toy Soldier on the field, so we still do have some opportunity to swing.
Yep.
Feral Slash, by the way, it's when you lose a life, you can just get rid of a 3K Spirit, and then you can also get rid of a Nexus, I believe.
Yeah.
So, it's pretty good. That's why we've only got 1 Rotting Swamp down on the field at the moment. It's a very good burst card. It's a card that sees a lot of play as a sideboard card.
Yep.
Because it can basically get rid of a Spirit and a Nexus. That's pretty good value.
Absolutely.
So now we got the Assassin coming back down again, up to 3 cores going on there. Pops up to a 4K.
Yep.
And then they're going to be thinking about, do I attack with this? Do I attack with a Toy Soldier? Man, I really wish I still had my Blessed Cathedral on the board.
There we go, another swap. So there's going to be 2, if any of those spirits are destroyed, that's draw 2 cards.
Yep, and it is worth noting, Rotting Swamp draws a card when any spirit is destroyed. It does not have to be a purple. Blessed Cathedral does have to be yellow. Rotting Swamp, it's any color destroyed. So you're still not getting the full value, but you're getting some value out of it being destroyed, and that's not a bad thing. So it seems like the Assassin is going to be swinging here. You get to draw a card because of the Soul Core. And I don't think there's anything to block with, but you know what there is? Fawn Prison.
Yep.
So now the Toy Soldiers go down, the Tin Soldiers go down. And then everything's exhausted, and it's probably time to go back to Chi at this point.
Yep.
Now we're paying 1 here. Oh, no, sorry, we're not paying 1. We're seeing a little bit of core removal coming in.
Yep.
Now Camelot Knight comes in. Unfortunately, that was a deadly balance, I think, got rid of. So, yeah, no spirits left for Chi here. Now, does get another elemental down, gets the 3 cores onto it, is allowed to attack. Beldegor comes down and gets rid of the Tin Soldier.
Yep.
Unfortunately, not during the attack step. Also, Rotting Swamp only kicks in during your attack step, not your opponent's attack step, whereas Blessed Cathedral will come in for either.
Yeah.
So there is an important difference between the two. So Beldegor here does look like it's swinging, and actually, we're looking at Harry's side of the board. There's not much there, and she's got 3 spirits. If he can get all 3 of these attacks through, that will end the game.
I think we're going to see another... Oh.
No, it's an absolute ice shield. So you take the life away, but then it gets stopped. And you needed something like that. Like I say, she was in a position to just literally end the game right there. But even though she didn't, and even though Harry has extended the game out a little bit, which is nice, there's not much. Not much on this side of the board. Oh, but we do see the Mecha Fortress Normangard here. Yeah. And this is nice, a very good card. Great when it's destroyed, great for giving you an extra refresh step. We've got enough cores that you do get the extra refresh step.
Yep.
So you can swing knowing it's not going to be exhausted on your opponent's turn.
Absolutely. And I think there's an ice shield placed down there as well, giving Harry another turn.
Yeah, he's still sitting at 2 cores, so ice shield absolutely is going to work. And Ice Shield is just phenomenal for just saying to your opponent, look, I know you had a big plan. Yep. I know you were going to end the game here. I'm sorry, I can't let you do it. I'm having too much fun. We need to play on.
Exactly. Chi asking all the questions. How many cards in hand? 5. How many cores do you have in your reserve? Trying to figure out what the plays should be.
And Chi looks in control here.
Yeah.
Chi looks absolutely on the front foot for this particular game. It seems like he's just knows what's going on.
Absolute ice shield.
It wasn't an absolute ice shield. It was a dream bomb. Yep. So that's going to get rid of a spirit. Now we see Beldegor activating. Oh, decisions to be made here. Have we gone down to 1 life? I think we have. Now, can Lamorak take that last life, or is there something in Harry's hand? Stop it. This is going to be an interesting one to see how this one finishes out, because it's just... It feels like Chi is just so close here.
Yep.
Oh, Scope Owl comes out. We've seen that one a few times so far. And that's actually going to go down along with the Lamorak, but of course Beldegor comes back in. And is that it?
That's game.
That is game. Yep. Harry does concede.
Yep.
And Chi Chun just brings it up to 5-0, and has now lost 2 individual games in 5 rounds, with 3 2-0 sprinkled in there as well. Won the Melbourne Open, comes in here with purple, and just goes all the way to 5-0.
Yeah.
Not quite a lock for top 8 yet, but you've got to think one of the players that... It would be a surprise at this stage if we didn't see Chi coming back tomorrow to contest top 8.
100%. I think we'll see Chi tomorrow for sure, the way that we've seen this played out today. So, yeah, really impressive. So, again, just wasn't enough there for Harry to respond to.
No, and it's always a little bit awkward. And like I say, I've not played Harry's deck enough, and he was sitting at 4-0, and he's still got a great chance to make it into the top 8.
Yeah.
But... I think at times in that last match, you saw the difference between a streamlined purple deck doing purple things and a fancy deck with a bunch of other colors and other options, you know, going a bit thinner. We saw a lot of cards that you would generally tend to see as 4-ofs coming in as 2 black lands in a purple deck, when that is often an immediate 4-of. And the reason you do that is to make space in your deck for these extra tricks. And I think, you know, we saw in game 1, in game one, those extra tricks, that yellow package really made a difference. And I think that was one of the reasons Harry took down game one.
Yep.
But I think in games 2 and 3, we saw Chi coming along with a more streamlined deck and the more straightforward deck, which is weird calling purple straightforward because it's nothing like straightforward. There are so many little tricks and stuff it's got, but it's just, it is a purple deck doing purple things. And I'm not saying there aren't any other colors. Yes, we know that there's a couple of green sprinkled in and all of that. There always is nowadays. They're too good. But I think for me, that was a difference when I'm watching that game, is that Chi was more often able to do what he wanted to do because what he wanted to do was more consistent within that purple deck.
Absolutely so, yeah. And as you say, you know, I mean, that Mecha Beast, you think, oh, if that Mecha Beast gets dropped, that's going to be pretty impressive. But kept getting pinged back into Harry's hand, and it's expensive to have to keep playing that thing.
And when you're not playing the white reduction symbols really very much, because, you know, you've got stuff like Suppression and Dream Bomb, but they're not staying on the field.
No.
So you're actually having to pay 8. And then you really need all the extra calls to bring it up to a level 2 to get that extra refresh step. And, you know, a lot of the time, Dream Bomb can be a disappointing card when you're bumping spirits back because your opponent can just replay them without paying very much. You're costing him a core or 2.
Yeah.
But against something like that, when it's teched in, and that's where Dream Bomb, I think, really gets its money's worth, is when you're grabbing something that is teched in and not getting that reduction and is expensive and then pinging it back every time. And I do think that was the advantage that she had in that game. And look, we saw Zach earlier on. Now, last I checked, was sitting at 4-0 with straight purple. Very convinced he had the mirror match down.
Yep.
We've now got Chi sitting at 5-0.
Yep.
Both of these players have won a Grand Open. It really is starting to look like, and I know we kind of said this coming in, and it seems like that's holding here, it is starting to look an awful lot like, hey, there's some really good purple players who are in the tournament and they're making their presence felt.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, we thought we were going to see a lot of purple today, and it looked like we are going to see that progressing to the top cut. We'll have quite a few purple decks.
Oh, there's going to be some purple. Can confirm Zach Bell unfortunately did fall to Kwon Xing Chan, who is now sitting at 5-0. So unfortunately, we weren't able to see another Grand Open winner with purple go to 5-0, but still sitting at 4-1, still in good contention. And in fact, in terms of 5-0s, as we've got at the moment, I'm just checking my screen down here where we've got the results. We've got Chi on 5-0. We've got Kwon on 5-0, both players from Hong Kong, if I remember correctly. And then we've got Nicolo, who we saw last round playing against James Ha. The only other player that can be 5-0 is the winner of that. We're going to be max 3 5-0s at the end of this round.
Yep.
So that's going to be an interesting one to check. Now, hopefully we're going to have an interview with our winner in just a moment. So go and grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far, because we're going to be back in a matter of moments.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirits Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirits Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created,
coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion and is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピーチサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピーチサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくてこのコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないのでこれは 守りたいところに相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm here with Chi-Chun, who has just gone to 5-0 in the Pro Tour in Utrecht in the Netherlands. How confident are you? You're 5-0. Is it going to be a really good tournament for you?
No, actually, I'm not quite confident on it, but I think that's just my dumb luck. And then, yes, I mean, my opponent, he's really good.
Oh, absolutely. A very good game. Now, you won the Melbourne Open.
Yeah.
With another purple deck, with Black Lance. Was that another deck you considered, or was today always going to be, I'm playing purple? Was there another deck you wanted to play, or was it always purple?
I think the Red Nova and also the Red Contra is also the great deck. And then actually the probability I win this is also quite 50-50%. So yeah, I think if I can have another chance, so maybe I would choose Red Nova or also Red Contra. Yeah, but I love my purple deck. Yeah.
And you're clearly very comfortable with it. And of course, you've got a friend here who's come from Hong Kong with you. You're both sitting at 5-0 this early in the tournament. Do you think it helps you to play test with somebody so good at the game?
Yeah, I think yes. And Kron is my big brother, so we will practice together. So I think it helped me a lot, and then that's great.
Sounds really good. So what is your goal this tournament? Did you want a world invite? Did you want to make day 2? Or is your goal to win the whole thing? What do you want to achieve this weekend?
Of course, I want to be the winner of this Pro Tour, but I hope I can do this. But because I still have many good players waiting for me, so yeah, just wish me luck, please.
I absolutely do wish you luck. You've proved yourself so far. You're sitting at 5-0. You've already won a Grand Open. You're clearly one of the favourites. So good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay, thank you.
And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another couple of rounds, and we pretty much went to time last round, so we are not going to have a big break before the next round.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga second booster set and starter deck now on sale. Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga 2nd Booster Set and Starter Deck now on sale.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from the lovely city of Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name is Ross Gilbert. I'm back with my good friend Taj. How you doing, Taj?
Good. Round 6 now, isn't it, of 7 today?
Oh, it's getting good. It's getting super interesting. Yeah. It looks like players have got their headsets on, and we're getting down to that part of the tournament. We're going to be watching. Well, look, last round we had a player from Hong Kong go up to 5-0.
Yep.
I thought that was fun. So how about this round? We watch a player from Hong Kong who's already 5-0. We got Quan Ching Chan. I'm going to apologise at the beginning if my pronunciation's off. And, you know, sitting at 5-0, and a win here puts him into top cut. Yep. No ifs, buts, or maybe. 6-1 will get you there, will put you into top cut. Against Alexander Blandin, who we have had on stream before. Let's have a look at the standings before we go any further, though. And you can see that the top 2 players there from Hong Kong, we got Quan and we got Chi, who are just phenomenal players. And we're actually not playing the same deck, which we do often see from people who travel to tournaments together and do very well. But we've got Zach Bell, we saw previously, only 3 5-0s.
Yeah.
The top 3 are 5-0. Everyone else has taken at least 1 loss there. So this is where it all gets a little bit murky. When we talk about, you know, so many 5 and 2s making it, we're assuming that the results go as we might expect. Yep. Now we have a look at some pairings here. We got some cracking matchups. Zach Bell against Niccolo Maruzzi.
Yep.
Come on. Tell me you do not want to see that game. That game looks amazing. We've seen both of those players. That one looks awesome.
Yep.
But I think we've picked the best game. Now, we do actually have James Hart against Chi, 2 5-0s.
Yep.
We've just had Chi on stream. Give him a break.
Yeah.
Let him play they can play a normal table for a minute. But we've got Alexander Blandin, great player, and has to win to essentially stay in the tournament. Yes, some 5-2s are going to bubble in, but that is so hard to predict. For the moment, I'm assuming 5-2 is out.
Yeah.
And then a couple people are going to bubble in, and that's going to be lovely. But 5-2 is a long shot.
Yeah, it is.
Whereas we've got Quan here, who is very simple. You've won 6 in a row. Do it again. And then you're in top 8.
Yeah.
And honestly, your final round of the day is literally just for seeding. That's all that matters.
Yep.
And honestly, sometimes you can be first seed and have a terrible matchup. You can be 8th seed and have a great matchup. So it's all by the by, really.
Yeah.
And we see the 2 players there with the main cards. And, of course, Alexander Blandin, we have already seen on stream today. We have got the Star Dragon deck.
Yep.
It lost on stream, didn't it? I'm not going...
I think you're right there.
Yes, we played against the yellow deck.
Yep.
So, yeah, did go down to the yellow deck, but we've got another chance here on the stream to really show us what this Star Dragon deck is made of. And, of course, we have to feel a little bit bad. If Alex does get defeated this game, he's going to be 4-0 in the room and 0-2 in the stream room here with us.
Absolutely.
Just a coincidence. Now, we do have that white deck coming in here with a Nexus we haven't actually seen on the stream yet. It's got the elephant on it, but it's actually your Fortress Metropolis. That's the one that reduces the cost of your Mecha Beasts and also bumps up power a little bit as well. It gives, all during your opponent's turn, all your spirits an extra 1,000 power. White like blocking, it is one that helps you block, but it will also reduce the cost by 3 for those big mecha beasts like the Mecha Beast Fortress we've been seeing all day so far.
Absolutely. Scorched Battlefield played early there by Alexander, and a Rain Needle as well. So yeah, good early start. And over on the other side, we've got ourselves...
Oh, we've got one of them bigger ones. We've got the Nebula Dragon Andromeda coming down there as well. That is a card we like very, very much indeed. So, yeah, that's another one of those ones we see from, you know, these Nebula Dragon, these Star Dragons. You know, you've got a bunch of different ones that are quite big and quite powerful. That is absolutely one of them. So we got that on the board, we got the Rain Needle, and that's a decent amount of offensive pressure kind of quite early in the game coming in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Already got 2 of our opponents' Fortress, Metropolis, Norman cities in the trash.
Yeah, now one of them, of course, was from that volcanic canyon, which lets you, you know, draw an extra card, but you have to trash one at the beginning of the game. And we see more coming down here. We got another Rain Needle, which is basically free. We got the Dragron Trooper, which is basically free. Just have to put a core on them to actually keep them on the field. So this is... I mean, look, we know that these red Star Dragon decks, they can build up to your big Nova, but you can also have this just phenomenal, just really quick early game. And against White, it's awkward. You don't want to give them lots of calls in the early game to pull off their combo, but White can often take a couple turns to get going. You've got, you know, you've got your Elemental, you've got a couple of 3 and 4 cost, and then, you know, you're looking at the spirits, they're 7, 7, 8, 8, 8. These are expensive spirits. It takes a couple turns to get rolling, and sometimes the best bet against White is just rush them. Oh, look, Ice Shield.
Yep, early Ice Shield there, keeping their life down to 4 on Kun's side of the table there. But let's see how they can respond now.
Yeah, do we have an Elemental in hand? Of course, we've already seen the purple Elemental. Now we've got the white one as well. They all got Elementals in that EX set. They're all exactly the same except for the color, the name, and the artwork. They all do the same thing. Yep. So getting that Volcanic Canyon out nice and early, really good for Quan, because it means you're going to see more of your deck, and that's one of the things these white decks need to do. Of course, Axe Biter being banned really hurt this deck, because that was the best card in white, really. These white controllers, that was the best card. One of the things I wanted to know was whether these white control decks could survive without Axe Biter. Seems like they can, frankly. Looks like we've got a Grey Garma hitting the field there. And one of the things we see on a bunch of these, Armor Red. This spirit cannot be selected by the effects of your opponent's spirits, nexuses, or magic if they're white and red. Well, it's red. You're playing against red. This is very, very good. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go through the rest of the game. And, of course, you've got Dragon Ship Enterprise, which at level 3 gives all of your spirits that armor from red as well. So that armor could come in very handy against some of these magic cards and other skills we see.
Absolutely, yep. Sorry.
That's all right, man. Moving over to Alex's side of the field, we've already got 4 spirits on the board here. We've got a chance here to kind of rush, to really go for it. So what are you going to be able to do here? Now, the good news is you're not going to be able to go after your Greymar there for, or Grey Garma. You're not going to be able to go after that because it's got the armor. It's got the armor from the red, which is exactly the kind of thing you're looking for here. It's going to give you that protection. You know that there are those things like Burning Force, for instance, and, you know, things which are going to be able to go after you. And you can still exhaust them using Thorn Prism, which is a green card, but there's other things. You know, when Nova comes out and is selecting spirits to take down, well, that's an effect.
Yeah.
You can't choose white, or at least you can't use things that have armor to red.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge going forward in this game.
Now we see Rain Needle coming in. We see, okay. Ooh, now here's a fun little card. We've got ourselves Infinity Shield. Select one of your Machine Beasts or Mecha Spirits. they can block while exhausted. So even if you're exhausted, you can keep blocking. And that grey Garma has been put up to I believe it's a 5,000 because there's 4 cores on there. It's just like suppression, except you don't also get the 3k bump. But of course, you're already playing for suppression. Why not play a couple of Infinity Shield at the same time? And then, if they're not that big, just block everything. It does go down, unfortunately, but still, put in a shift.
Absolutely.
So, Quan now, we've got a few cores. There's actually quite a few cores there to play with. Now is a time in the game where you need to start getting down some of your big boys. Things like your Armored Dragon Ship Enterprise, things like that. However, there are no white reduction symbols on the board.
Yeah.
There's, sometimes just getting those elementals down, the ice elemental snow bit, just to use as a reduction is good. Obviously, we saw the Fortress Metropolis Newman City coming down early, but that went away again. And that would actually be able to get, not all of them, but some of these would be able to be played a little bit easier. Things like your Fanatec Elk, your Fortress Newmangard, etc. Although, look what's just hit the field.
Mechabee's Fortress.
I love it. That alternate art there's half a dozen cards in this game that I particularly love in terms of artwork. One of them is your Wonderland Alice, and one is that big elephant boy.
Yeah.
Also Star Blessed Draw, the art of that. Beautiful card. Point is, that elephant is now going to be very, very nice. So you've got enough cores on it that it is now a 10,000 power creature. If it goes away, you get a big resource advantage, and you get a refresh step after the attack. Now, Star Blessed Draw just came out as a burst, which is going to be able to get you a bunch of cards if you so wish. You get at least 2, but you can knock it up to 4 if you're willing to pay.
And that's exactly what Quan did there. Paid the extra 4 to get another 2 cards in hand. So 4 cards in hand off that burst, which is going to be really useful, I think.
Yeah, see, I can play aggro white. I cannot play this control mid-range, call it what you will white. And the reason is, these first couple turns, this is how they go.
Yeah.
It is just right on the edge, losing a bunch of life, hoping you can just about hold on until you get rolling. And I'm sorry, but it's too nerve-wracking for me. We see another Ice Shield coming down, and it's just using things like Suppression, like Infinity Shield, like Absolute Ice Shield to just keep the game going just long enough to keep alive until you can start getting your big boys down.
Exactly.
Now, we do see Dream Bomb coming down here. Of course, we see these cards like Dream Bomb and Suppression and Ice Shield in so many decks. You're actually getting the reduction symbols properly here.
Yeah, and this is the thing with white, isn't it? You're getting full value from your white cards, which we often see played for the full cost in other decks. But obviously, this is pretty much mostly a white deck. So you're going to get those reductions and to help you play that. Because I was wondering, I was like, didn't pay the full cost there for the Ice Shield. And I was like, oh yeah, it's got a white reduction there.
Need to pay the full cost there for that Ice Shield. There's a bit of red sprinkled into Quan's deck here. Burning Force, Star Blessed Draw, Volcanic Canyon, Volcanic Break, Dinosaur Tyrannoid, all the things you would generally expect from a little red package being put in. It's basically a bit of bumping of other spirits and a bit of draw in there as well, because white not great for the draw. But we do see more big things coming out here. I believe that is the merged Mech Lord Mammoth Aegis. No, it's not. I'm lying to you.
I think it's the Dragon Ship Enterprise.
It is a Dragon Ship Enterprise. I misspoke for a second. It's the alternate. Is this the alternate art? It's some kind of other art. But yes, that's a good one. When you block, you refresh once a turn. But also, when you get it to level 3, all of your spirits gain armor from red, purple, and white. Well, the purple and white are irrelevant. The red is absolutely not. And it is all of your spirits, incidentally, not all of your white spirits. So the little splash of red, etc., can take advantage of it. So yeah, that's going to be a useful one as we go through the rest of the game now, isn't it? Yeah, I love it. It's a very, very, very nice card. It's actually one we see sideboarded quite a lot.
Yep.
It's one that we see play in a bunch of other decks, but of course here you are getting the real maximum use of it. So this is where Quan wanted to get to. Getting to a stage where you've survived a couple of turns and now your big things are coming out. And these big things are not worried about Rain Needle and your Dragron Trooper. Those things are not making a dent. It is not really what you're worried about. And as soon as you start seeing stuff like Suppression hit the field and you're essentially able to infinitely block, it's so hard. Oh, we see another big elephant coming down. Although it is important to note, I believe you still only get the one refresh step. But still, you're talking two potentially 10,000 power spirits that are... And if they do go down, free cards and free cores, you're not generally going very wide here. You're getting a couple of big spirits. And then we might even see something like a Fanatec Elk hitting the board.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, there is 4 cores available there.
Not necessarily this turn, but at some point in the future, because of course that just says that during your opponent's turn, if you, at the end, if you don't lose a life, then you start bleeding their life. And that's kind of like the end game a lot of the time for these white decks. You get that Fanatec Elk down, and then you just kind of let your opponent's life drift away while you've got them big things there. And it is hard to get rid of that many big things. Having 2 of the Mech Beast Fortress Newman Guards and the Armored Dragon Ship Enterprise, getting rid of all of them can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And of course, the red cards aren't going to do anything here. So it's not like you can reduce the, try and go after them with stuff like Super Dragon, Supernova Dragon, Seaworm Nova.
Yep, which
can't
just hits the board now, the Seaworm Nova.
And it's good, but you're not getting that same value that we saw in a previous game on stream.
Yeah.
You're going up to 5 life, if you can, if you play with a Soul Core, but it's only 5 from 4. And you can't destroy the spirits like you want to. Generally speaking, you come in and then every time when you attack, you get to select any number of spirits of a combined total of 10,000 or fewer and destroy them. Well, first of all, they're actually all over 10,000. Well, okay, the elephant's on 10,000.
Yep.
But, wait, can that be? Oh, I don't think the Dragon Ship Enterprise is at level 3 at the moment.
No, it isn't.
So it was unfortunately a valid target. I was hoping that was up to level 3, but it was only on a level 2. And it's got armor itself at level 1, but it only gives the armor to your other spirits at level 3. So unfortunately, I was hoping it was protecting both the elephants as well. Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a shame. Oh, and that goes down as well. So this is... Yeah. Now, the good news is you do get all of those resources, 6 cores and 6 cards. And that might be enough, honestly.
Yeah.
And that might be why Quan didn't feel the need to go up to level 3 on the Enterprise and actually get that protection. Because sometimes, losing both of them, getting 6 cards and 6 cores, that might have just unlocked your deck. And if it does, giving them up to get all of those things, absolutely worth it. So we do see, again, that fortress coming down now. Am I seeing things, or is that the Fanatec Elk? It's a 7 cost reduced by 3. There's only 1 in the deck. It's a fun little alternate art of it, but I'm fairly sure that is the Fanatec Elk. And we do see 5 cores go on, which means we go straight up to the level 3 skill. Although, to be fair, the skill kicks in at level 2. But now, if you can go for your opponent's turn without losing any life, your opponent loses a life, and that's where we start to bleed. And here we go. Alexander has played enough of this game to know it's over, and Quan is going to take game 1, I believe. Although, there we go. We saw both players go up briefly there to 1 game 1, but Quan takes game 1. And that's the thing. The Fanatec Elk, like I said earlier, it is a game ender. It is, I've set my board up well enough. Now I'm going to put this down, and I'm going to bleed it down. When Fanatec Elk blocks, it can't be destroyed by destruction effects, or battle, or have cores removed.
Yeah.
And it just bleeds away. And then you've got your grey armor, which of course also has that armor. And it's just, basically you end up in this situation where you can block anything.
Yeah.
And you're constantly blocking. But while you're constantly blocking, every turn your opponent loses a core.
Yeah, you're chipping away at your opponent's life, and it's just...
And look, we've all played a few games against White at this point. We all kind of know the deal, right? Yeah. There comes a point where you look at White's board and you're like, yeah, I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's going to be a few turns before you win. But I know that my deck, you've gotten to the point with White where I can't do anything against that. Yeah. You are going to bleed me dry with that Fanatec Elk and scary games. I don't like playing this deck. This deck drives me crazy trying to play it because it's so nerve-wracking in the early game, and then you basically got to give up your giant 8-cost Mecha Beast fortresses, but then that gives you what you need, and then from there you are just rolling. And look, I love that we got the fortress on the screen there because actually that was potentially key, allowing them to be KO'd.
Yeah, it was an ultimate sacrifice, wasn't it? Those two being KO'd enabled Quan to do what they needed to do. So yeah, absolutely. Got the board set up exactly how you'd want it, leaving red with little or no option to literally concede and just say, right, okay, give me the maximum number of amount of time I can to try and recover. 43 minutes left on the round. So wise decision by Alexander there, just to say, right, let's scoop up, let's move on.
And that's the other thing. White can get very, very, very long.
Yeah, it can drag.
It can really drag, and that is not what you're looking for. So, yeah, let's just roll. Now, we did see a Grey Garma coming down from Quan, and Alex has already got 4 on the board. And that is one of the things that you can do against White, is rush ridiculously.
Yep.
4 of them out nice and quickly. Quan is trying to decide, is there anything I can do here? If this goes through, Absolute Ice Shield is off the board.
Yeah, and
it has gone through. Yep. This could be a very, very quick game too.
Yeah. This is exactly what you want to see as a red player against White. Literally get all of your free spirits out as quickly as possible. Flood the board and look at 4 spirits out so quickly, putting pressure on your opponent down to 1 life.
Yeah, we saw White doing what White does last game, but I'm not sure. I mean, we could even see more. Oh, he's actually gone and got himself. Here's Arcana Jokers coming in from the side deck here, because, of course, one of the things White loves to do is block. Arcana Joker cannot be blocked.
Yep.
And I'm sure I just saw that in his hand there. So, yeah, it's at the front of his hand. It has to be at the front of his hand. So there is a potential here to kind of play that and say to your opponent, well, you can't Ice Shield me, and you can't block. And we've already seen Arcana Joker come down and take the final life once. Now we've instead gone for Divine Halberd Dragon Arc here, which is a very nice one, but I'm not even sure Arcana Joker is needed. We do see the block here.
I think there's going to be enough attacks coming.
Oh, yeah. And we see another one here.
Listen, a wise player does not show everything when they don't need to. So they're holding that Joker in the hand for game 3. As a surprise attack, I think. If they can get away with not putting it down this turn, this game, I think keep it till game 3. That's your little surprise package in your hand.
Oh, I agree with that entirely. It's one of those things where you want, especially when a game with sideboarding, you want to try and make sure that you're giving away as little to your opponent as possible. You want them... You basically want them to be as in the dark as possible. Now, Suppression has come down here, which is a very nice card. Oh, was that discarded? No. Okay. So, Suppression is just a really good card, lets you block even when exhausted. Not unlike Infinity Shield. So, we do see the Mecha Beast Fortress coming down. That's awesome. You get that refresh phase. And now... I think that Arcana Joker could be the key here because Quan is down to 1 life and is relying on blocking.
Yep.
I don't know if you can stop the Arcana Joker here. And there's only 1 life remaining. So are we going to go to game 3? Is that going to be enough? You've not got a huge amount of cores. You would have to... I believe you would actually have to KO 2 of your spirits in order to get that rolling.
Yeah.
Which isn't the end of the world. You absolutely can. But, there's no reduction symbols, of course, so it's going to be interesting to see whether we see that one coming out or whether we're going to try. And you can always just kind of wait a couple of turns and come in later, but of course what you don't want to do is leave yourself with less time for game 3.
Yeah.
That is not your goal. You want to try and make sure, especially in a matchup like this, that you have got as much time as possible to, you know, really come back here. But yeah, the Arcana Joker's a 5 cost, and then you need a core on there. So still a little bit early. We got Flamefish coming in as well, just as an attacker.
Yep.
And it's can you force, you only need one, can you force an attack through?
Yep. That Grey Garmer at the moment's level 4, level 3. So it's 8,000 BP blocker.
Yep. Okay, and there's Absolute Ice Shield to end the turn before Bearded Eagle can come out.
Yep.
So, or before Bearded Eagle can attack. So, I'm fairly sure I saw an Arcana Joker in Alexander's hand. Clearly doesn't want to play it yet, doesn't want to have to use it.
Yep.
But maybe next turn that is going to be the goal.
It's going to get more and more dangerous for Alexander the longer this goes on. You don't want to get to a point where, you know, it's going to be irretrievable. You just want to get the game done, move on to game 3. But still got plenty of time on the clock, 38 minutes.
Yeah, but some of these games of White, they can go very, very, very long. So, and that's one of the things. It's why Alexander scooped so quickly in game 1. Game 1 was not over. Alexander had just reached a point where he knew he wasn't coming back. There's your Volcanic Canyon. That's going to be good. And we saw, you know, draw power was crucial in game 1. So, it looks like he's eyeing up a Star Blessed draw there, getting some extra cards in hand. I like that idea. We got an Absolute Ice Shield of his own in hand.
Yep.
Which I think is going down into the burst slot now. And then the question is going to be, how does this final attack go through?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going crazy. There was an Arcana Joker.
Yep.
Is there anything Quan can do against this, or is this the final core and go into game 3? Final core from the life. Oh, it looks like he did have an answer to it.
Ooh.
It was Volcanic Break, that thing which has gone and been limited to 1 per deck. But because he paid with a Soul Core, he got to get rid of a 6,000 power spirit.
Yeah.
Oh, that Volcanic Break was huge. And now Fanatec Elk comes down. Is that Fanatec? No, it's not Fanatec Elk. I'm lying to you again. That is your Mech Lord Mammophygis. And that is, you draw a card. If you've got fewer cards in hand when summoned, you get a core. If you've got fewer cores than your opponent. And this is bad, because Alexander waited a turn or 2 to play that Arcana Joker.
And that could have been crucial, because we don't know.
When did he draw into it?
Yeah, exactly. This is the risk you take.
It also, when it's exhausted, during your opponent's turn, you select an opponent's spirit that costs 5 or fewer, return it to hand. So really good for getting a block off and actually getting a spirit back into your opponent's hand. So that was, Alexander was clearly relying on that Arcana Joker play.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a case of, I'm going to get this down, you can't block it. The only way I lose is if you've got something which can essentially get rid of it before the attack goes through. I don't think you've got many things, and maybe he didn't, but he had just enough.
Exactly. This is amazing stuff here. Yeah.
But now this is starting to look eerily similar to game 1. Alex comes off to a cracking start. Quan is very much on the back foot. Now we do see suppression coming down here, which is going to allow to block when exhausted. And it seems to be, yeah, we've got that onto the 7 cost. That is your dual gun Mech Lord Diner, I believe. Lots of alternate arts coming in here, making... Oh, that's not even an alternate art. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's just making my life more difficult. But the point is, yeah. And actually, there's cool skills on this. Like, you know, if you play the Soul Core, then you can select your own spirits that aren't able to be blocked. 1 per Nexus that each player controls. And when it would be destroyed by an effect, you can pay a core to keep it on the field refreshed instead. So just like in game 1, Quan just hung on and then is able to get the big guys out. And what are the big guys doing? The big guys are sitting there very, very nicely and doing what they're supposed to do. And it's so hard to actually get rid of them here. Now, we did see a Dream Bomb coming in to bump one of them back to hand. So, you know, Alexander using it against it. And then we see Absolute Ice Shield, but I mean, look, Alexander's got one Rain Needle on his board. That's his board right now. Rain Needle does nothing against White when they're at this stage of the game. And we're on game 3. In game 2. There's no reason to concede here, but it's starting to look bleak for Alexander. He looked like he had a chance, and that chance seems to be dwindling rapidly. And there we see Infinity Shield hits the board. Alexander puts a hand out, and Kwon goes to 2-0 in the game, 6-0 in the tournament, and becomes the first player to guarantee their space in the top cut of this tournament. I say that, I just need to double check, because we do have 2 5-0s playing. Maybe one of them has guaranteed their spot. They have not. So Kwon Xing-chan becomes the first player to book their spot in the top 8 of this tournament, 6-1. And now, that beautiful feeling of, well, I could try really hard next round, or I could just literally not bother, and I'm still in top 8 anyway.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know, Kwon seems like a very, very good player, and I've got a bit of faith that it's going to be played out. We could be seeing a 7-0 here, because here's the thing, right? Kwon's gone all the way through, and gone all the way to 6-0. And, you know, maybe, see, in a regular tournament, maybe round 1 and 2, you have some players who are a bit newer, a bit less experienced, playing suboptimal decks, etc. At a Pro Tour, where everyone's had to qualify, that's a lot less likely. Yeah. And then, of course, by the time you get to rounds 4, 5, 6, you're only playing against people that are at a Pro Tour who have qualified, who are having great days, who are doing really well, and you're still 6-0? I mean, we all expected Purple to come in and be the favourite for this tournament, and it was. But we got a player at 6-0 with a White control, bearing in mind they banned Axe Biter, which everyone agreed was the best card in White anyway, hence that's the one that got banned. And just cracking on and just waving at the players as they leave. I'm not just weirdly doing jazz hands in the middle of here. But it's hard to just see how do you beat White when White is doing what it does? And look, we were both at that opening day, the very first day of Battle Spirits. What was the final? White Mirror.
Yeah.
And now I'm back at a Battle Spirits tournament and I'm commentating at a Pro Tour in Utrecht. And what's happening? White is dominating again. And it's just, I mean, I know how you beat it.
Yeah.
You rush it or you have really, really specific answers. But I'm telling you right now, it's sitting at 6-0 and
no one's found an answer to it today.
It really looked like the worst case scenario in game 2.
Yeah.
And Kwon still won.
Yeah. I think Alexander there, again, should have. It's a difficult balance. You know, it's like when you've hit so hard so quickly, you're like, can I hold on to that Joker for a little bit longer so that I don't need to show it this turn? Show it. I can use it game 3 then as a surprise attack. But again, we don't know. Was that volcanic break in hand or not at the time?
We don't know if the break was in hand. And then, of course, you got, in order to play it, he would have had to take some calls off of his spirits, destroy his own spirits, weaken his board if it was countered, which is something he probably didn't want to do. And that's the thing. Is one of my favorite things about Battle Spirits is the decisions you make on a minute-to-minute basis with where to put your calls, whether to attack or whether to hold off. There's so many things going on that you can do every single turn. And as with all of these things, hindsight's 20/20. Like, if he knew his opponent had the volcanic break, then he would have tried to bait out the volcanic break with something else first, and then gone with the Arcana Joker, which his opponent might not know he even had.
Yeah.
But these are all ifs, buts, and maybes. At the end of the day, look, that Star Dragons deck is a very good deck, and, you know, is a player, and it's not over. It could still go 5-2 and sneak in as a 5-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, if we're going on resistance here, well, he could have a 7-0 player on his resistance. That's going to really help.
Yep.
But certainly got to be disappointing. And
absolutely.
These White decks, we've seen it time and again. When White is on form, it is really, really hard to take down. And I had a few questions coming into this weekend, and one of my big questions was, all right, we got rid of Axe Biter. What does that do to white? Could we still see these white-controlled decks being really good? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we absolutely can. And I'm not seeing a lot of it.
No.
We've been going top tables all tournaments so far. Purple, bit of red, bit of yellow, green, rainbow dragon. Didn't see that coming. And then apparently we're coming in with white as well. And that's an interesting one to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as you say, sorry.
Are you all?
There is top table still playing as well. One of those players are going to be 6-0 as well. It could be Kwan's friend there from Hong Kong. So
yeah, I don't know if Chi and Kwan have played so far, but the two Hong Kong players coming to Utrecht, both being 6-0 and playing to see who goes 7-0. It's not a game we're going to stream, but that is still going to be a very interesting game. Obviously, next round, we're taking a couple of 5-1s.
Yeah.
But that's no secret.
Exactly.
We want a game with stakes. And look, two 6-0s who are already locked into Top Cut. As fun as that game would be, there's no stakes there.
Yeah.
No. We want two players where one of them's going into Top Cut and one of them's going home. But there's no ties in Battle Spirits. And yes, I know that the loser of a 5-1 could go 5-2 and sneak into Top Cut. Yes, we know all of that. But I want to see two players, you know, battling it out, both having a good day, where one of them is guaranteeing into top 8 and one of them is probably getting eliminated. That's what I like looking at. That's what I like talking about.
yeah, so hopefully we're going to see a matchup like that. We'll pick one of the matchups to obviously put us in that position for the next round. Yeah, looking forward to this final round for the day now.
It's going to be fun. If you want to be on stream, just make sure you're 5-1, except if you can hear this right now, you really shouldn't be watching the stream. You should be concentrating on your game. Now, unfortunately, no winners interview here. The 6-0 has had to go and do 6-0 things, which we can't comprehend. We're not 6-0. But there are more, well, there's not more games. There's one more game coming up, and I promise you're going to want to watch this. We're going to see two players having a fantastic day, both sitting at 5-1, battling to see which one of them gets into top 8. I don't want to miss that. I'm not going to miss that. Taj isn't going to miss that. So grab a nice cold beverage, but don't go far because you don't want to miss that either.
Battle Spirits Saga, huh? I heard they have tournaments with cash prizes. I'd like to give it a try. I wonder if anyone I know plays it.
Battle Spirits Saga? I know how to play. You do? Yup, I'll teach you.
Really? Thanks!
So, Battle Spirits Saga is a card game where you accumulate and use cores while sending your spirit cards to do battle with your opponent. The strategy involved with using your cores separates it from other card games. Anyway, I have a couple of demo decks used for tutorials, so let's play a game.
Great!
First, we'll need some of those cores I mentioned.
So this is a core.
Cores start out in the void outside the playing field. Whenever you need a new one during the game, that's where you'll grab it from. Next thing you'll need is a deck. Each deck has at least 50 cards in it. And there's 3 types of cards. Spirits that you summon to fight your opponent with, nexuses that you place on the field, and powerful magic cards with one-time use effects.
So the spirits do all the fighting and the other cards support them?
Yeah, and you can put up to 4 cards of the same name in your deck. Now, we'll start by shuffling each other's deck. Then, we'll set them in our deck areas. After that, you put 5 cores from the void into your life, and then put 3 cores of your soul into your reserve.
What's a soul core?
Soul cores are different from other cores and have all sorts of effects in the game, and each player only has 1.
Got it. So if you knock out all your opponent's life cores, you win?
Right. Also, if you run out of cards in your deck and can't draw on your turn, you'll lose. So pay attention to that. It's time to create your opening hand. Do that by drawing 4 cards from your deck. Normally, we decide who goes first at this point, but since it's your first game, you can take the first turn.
Got it.
After deciding who goes first, you can choose to do a mulligan. That means if you don't like your hand, you can put it back and draw again. But you can only mulligan once.
This hand is mostly the same cards, so I think I'll mulligan.
When you mulligan, you put your first hand on the bottom of your deck, draw 4 new cards, then shuffle your deck again. I'm gonna keep my hand as it is. If you keep your opening hand, you get to draw an extra card.
Really? You could have told me that earlier.
My bad. Now we're ready to start. Game turns are divided into a sequence of several steps, as you can see on the left.
On the left. Whoa!
Each turn you'll go through every step from the start step to the end step. There's not much to do in the start step, so on to the core step, where you put a core from the void into your reserve. The player who goes first doesn't get a core step on their first turn, though. Then comes the draw step. You draw a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. Next up is the refresh step. Here, you move the cores that are in your trash into the reserve and refresh all your exhausted spirits. Spirits are refreshed by rotating them from horizontal to vertical, and you exhaust them by rotating them from vertical to horizontal. Remember that.
Got it. But it's not like I can do any of that on my first turn, right?
Right. Now we're on to the main step. This is where you get to use cards from your hand and place and swap cores around.
Okay, I'll summon this Dragron Captain that's in my hand.
Here's how you summon. First, you show the card and check its cost.
The number on the top left is the cost, huh? Looks like this one costs 3.
Right. You'll pay its cost with cores. You can move cores from your reserve or from cards on your field and place them into your trash to summon it.
Sweet, now it's on the field.
Hold on a second. You've got to put a core on that spirit.
Why?
Cores are a spirit's source of life, so you have to put at least as many cores on it as are shown next to the level 1 text, or it will die.
Oh, I get it.
By the way, some cards, like Nexuses, have 0 for their level 1 number. They can stay on the field without a core. You'll normally want to attack next, but the first player doesn't have an attack step on their first turn, so your Dragron's going to have to sit tight.
Okay.
Then you'll go to your end step and pass the turn off to your opponent. Some effects that were active during your turn will reset during this step, so keep that in mind.
All right, then I guess my turn's over.
Okay, my turn. Start step, core step. Since I'm going second, I put a core from the void into my reserve. Draw step. Not much for me to do on my first refresh step. Main step. I pay 4 cores from my reserve and place the Nexus Scorched Battlefield. Then, I'll summon the Spirit Rain Needle.
Huh? That costs 1. Aren't you going to pay?
Good eye. One of the cool things about Battle Spirit Saga are these reduction symbols.
What are those?
Reduction symbols are shown on the cards next to their cost. You can reduce the cost of the card you're summoning by as many matching colored symbols as you've got on the field, up to the amount of cost reduction symbols on your card.
Oh, I get it. So that's why you played it without paying a core.
Now we're on to the attack step. The second player is able to attack on their first turn, but I'll end the step without attacking. And with my end step, my turn is over.
Okay, now it's my turn. So start step, core step, and now I get to put a core from the void into my reserve this time too. Draw step, refresh step, any cores in my trash get returned to my reserve, right?
Correct.
Main step, I summon Dragnogard. It costs 3, but since I have a red symbol on the field, I only have to pay 2 cores.
Now, how about raising the spirit's level by placing cores on it? See those bits with level written on your spirit? That shows how many levels it has.
Looks like my Dragron Captain goes up to level 3. I'll put enough cores on it to make it level 2. So what happens when you level up a spirit?
First, its BP goes up with its level. BP are compared during battle, so it's a really important number. Oh, and with a higher level, sometimes your spirit will get new effects.
So giving spirit cores makes them stronger, huh? Attack step.
You should try attacking with your spirit this turn. To do that, exhaust it and declare you're attacking with it.
I attack with Dragron Captain.
If the attack goes through unblocked, you reduce your opponent's life. The player who is attacked has to move an amount of cores equal to the number of attacking spirits symbol from their life into their reserve. Going forward, you can use those cores to pay for stuff just like any other core. So getting hit actually means you can do more things.
Got it. End step. That's the end of my turn.
All right, my turn again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. I'll summon a Dragron Captain. It costs 3, but it has 2 reduction symbols I can use, so it ends up only costing me 1 to summon it. Then, I'll use the magic card Charge Draw. You pay magic card costs like any other card. The thing is, magic cards sometimes have multiple effects, so you have to declare which effect you'll use. This time, I'll be using the main effect at the top. Effects listed with this icon next to them can be used during your main step. When a magic card's effect resolves, you put the card into your trash.
So magic cards only get to be used once.
Exactly. Attack step. Time for my counterattack. I attack with Rain Needle.
Seriously? I don't want to lose life.
In that case, you'll want to block with a spirit you've got on the field. Pick a refresh spirit and exhaust it. Then declare it as your blocker.
I'll block with Dragno Guard then.
When you block, a battle between spirits happens. That's when you compare BP, like I mentioned earlier.
And the higher BP wins, right? What if their BP is the same?
If they've got the same BP, they both get destroyed. By the way, my Rain Needle gains 1000 BP from the scorched battlefield I have on my field, so it has 2000 BP total.
Then it looks like my Dragno Guard loses. What happens to a destroyed spirit?
When a spirit is destroyed, you put its core into your reserve and put the spirit card into your trash.
Oh, okay, I get it.
End step. And that's it for my turn.
Okay, I'm up again. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Now I'm going to summon a Dragron Captain. Then I'll summon another Dragron Captain. I'll move the 2 cores I need for them. Attack step. I'll attack with Dragron Captain.
I'll block with my Dragron Captain. Okay, let me explain flash windows. Flash windows are opportunities before and after a block where you can announce a surprise attack. And both players get a chance to use their flash effects.
Ah, so you can use these cards during your opponent's turn too.
I'll start by using Charge Draw. I used its main effect last time, but this time I'm using its flash effect. My blocking Dragron Captain gains 2000 BP.
Seriously? I attacked and lost anyway? Wow, flash effects are scary.
You can use flash effects to totally turn things around, so it's one of the deeper strategic elements.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess I'll stop my attacks and end my turn.
All right, I'm up now. Start step, core step, draw step, refresh step, main step. Well, I have one last thing left to teach you. There's one other type of effect besides flashes that you can use to get back a win. Burst. Now I'm perfectly set up.
So that card you set face down is a burst card?
Yeah, that's right. You can place one burst card face down from your hand onto the burst area in front of your life during your turn.
And how do you use that card?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Oh boy.
Next, I'll summon 4 Dragno Guards.
That's a lot. But I've got enough of my own to block them. I think I can manage.
Attack step. I attack with Rain Needle. Are you going to use any flash effects?
Nope.
Me neither. If neither of us uses a flash, it's time for you to declare a block.
Then I'll block with Dragron Captain.
There's a second flash window after blocking, so let's settle that.
I won't use a flash effect.
Me neither.
All right, my Dragron Captain has higher BP, so I win the battle.
And now I activate my burst card.
You what?
So burst cards get activated when their conditions are met. This card's condition is when opponent destroys your spirit. And since you destroyed my spirit, I get to use it. You can use burst cards without paying their costs, so that gives them a huge strategic significance. Anyway, I use my burst effect to destroy your Dragron Captain.
Wow, so they require certain conditions to be met, but you don't have to pay to activate them. Burst cards are pretty strong.
I think I've got this one in the bag if I attack with my entire field.
I don't have any flash cards, so I lose. That's no fair. You should have explained that stuff before you use it on me.
Oh? Wanna play again? After learning all the steps with that demo deck, you should be able to pick up one of the starter decks and play right away.
Wow, there's 4 of them, and each one's a different color. Battling with these cores seems pretty simple on the surface, but when you start one-upping your opponent with flash effects and those burst cards, the game really starts to get deep. I can't wait to show others how to play.
Yeah! Let's all start playing Battle Spirit Saga and enter that tournament!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We said there's a new set of Battle Spirits out. And, last game finished. We had a bit of time. I went for a little bit of a wander. I found some cards. And may or may not have brought the booster box over here. I made some excuses. It's all good. So we're going to open some cards. Taj and I, we're going to have a look at some of the new cards. And I'm 99% sure that my cards are going to be better. So, yeah, let's open some cards, shall we? Go on, Taj, you can go first. You can open the first pack.
Let's have a look. Let's see what we get from this first pack, shall we? Let's open it up. Excited because I've not researched any of this set whatsoever. So, what have we got here? We got Wonderland card Griffin, Totimal.
Oh, that's a nice cheap yellow. I like that.
Yep. A Giant Platoon. We got a Wonderland Cheshire Cat.
Ah, it's all about Wonderland because we had Alice in set 1. And Wonderland's not been seeing a huge amount of love since. So
yeah, nice to see that in there as well.
I need to be playing some Wonderland cards.
And we got a Magic Wrench here. So one of the new blue cards. So yeah, we've seen Giant Platoon, which is a blue card there as well. And that does have Crush. So discard a number of cards from the top of your opponent's deck equal to the total number of spirits level plus any specified modifiers. So, you know, if this is a level 3, you're going to be milling 3 cards from your opponent, which is quite nice.
Not bad.
Magic Wrench. As I said, Hurricane Highlands is a Nexus in green. Basilax. It's a nice little lizard there. We've got Seabed Lighthouse, a Nexus in blue. Blue's very reliant on some Nexuses, so during either attack step, your opponent cannot use magic cards in their hand that do not share a color with any of the symbols on their field.
Yeah, stop
very nice.
Slashing in those random colors.
We've got Pilgrim Synthetic Sage, which looks quite, looks like a very 60s sort of UFO, somebody on Mars, a Martian maybe. Camellia Whip is an uncommon. Heavenly Emperor is the rare. Fengguan, I believe that is. Really nice looking card. And we've got a foil, Enchained Arena in common, and a lovely Ant-Man token at the end.
Oh, you need the Ant-Man tokens.
You
Got to
do
be done.
indeed.
Right, there we go. I was a good boy. I'll let you go first. Now I get to open some cards because blue, very new in this set. That's going to be very cool for me. I'm still obsessed with what's going on with yellow. So we got Caregiver Sally Flame. Nice cheap yellow card, might be fun. We got Break Burst, which is another one of those lovely blue cards. Just a straight mill free, which is not too bad. Fighting Foul Bishamo's just a vanilla card over in green. Iron Golem. Oh, just stops magic affecting what your soul cores on, which is nice. Radiant Pyramid Triad. When one of your spirits has cause to use 0, draw a card. Nice against those annoying purple decks. Oh, Gas Tiger is literally a Gas Tiger. I see what they've done there.
Love it.
It's amazing. We've got Counter Curse. Oh, nice. Select one of your opponent's spirits as being blocked by a spirit with curse. Destroy it when the battle ends. In your face, curse. Strong Draw. Draw 3, discard 2. That's a pretty good card people are quite enjoying at the moment. Eternal Pilgrim. We're into the uncommon bit now. Discard the top 3 cards of your deck. Then find an Amethyst Sanctuary from your trash. Ooh, so the rare here is Eagle Rider Jalute, I want to say. It's a bird folk. And, ooh!
Looks like you got something nice
We got
there.
an X-Rare Colossal Golem.
Nice.
So one of the new blue cards. You may exhaust one of your Nexus to summon one of your Golem tokens when you attack. You can, during either attack step, when one of your Nexuses is exhausted, select a Nexus and put a core from the void onto it. And during your end step, at the start of the step, you may exhaust one of your Nexuses to refresh all your Golem spirits. Oh, and a Shaznake. And as someone who has like 30 pet snakes at home, I'm not kidding. Or maybe 20. Might be nearer 20. It's about 20 to 30-ish. I have many snakes at home. Shaznake sounds good to me. Right, I called my shot saying I was going to get the better cards, and I pulled an X-Rare, so go on, Taj.
You did.
Prove me wrong.
Right, okay, that's a pretty decent pack to have to try and beat now.
Now I need to find one of the crew that's got a sleeve I can steal.
Fenedish is the first one from here. Nice looking white, 1 cost little spirit. Spearmink, another little 1 cost spirit. We've got a Block Golem here.
That'll go nice in my Golem deck.
Very, very blocky. Looks like it's made of bricks there. Saber Corlus is a nice little red pterosaur there. Eternal Shield, a flash magic card. How cute is that? Chagamaru.
Is that a red panda?
It looks like a raccoon panda of some sort.
Oh, okay, that makes me want to play that deck. And it's yellow as well.
And it's yellow, absolutely.
Okay, I'm in.
And it's a 2-cost yellow.
2 costs reduced by what? Yeah, okay, no, that's going in the deck.
That's definitely going in your deck.
Deal.
Power Boost. We've got Sea Lancer, Sabito. Amethyst Sanctuary. Wonderland card, Soldier Pentan. That looks absolutely awesome. Pentan's there. I know a friend of ours who'd like Pentans.
Yeah, Scott will be pleased.
Absolutely. Our rare is Dino King, Megalosaur. Got Emerald Sanctuary Uncommon foil. The foiling on this looks absolutely amazing. Brings a shine out in that emerald, doesn't it?
Very nice.
And my token is a Mecha token.
Oh, we need some Golem tokens. That's where it's at.
Yeah, I need to get an X-Rare somewhere here. Maybe my last pack.
The first pack of Dawn of History I ever opened, I went and got myself a... what did I get? I got the Giganorex. I didn't realise how good it was at the time. So now, maybe Golem's where it's at. Maybe
maybe. Yeah.
Mechanophon. It's Machine Beast. It's a Griffin. We've got Dark Knight Boars. Immortal 7. So we've seen Immortal a lot so far. Wonderland card. Apparently Griffins are everywhere. Somebody apparently was designing these cards and was like, Griffins. Yeah. That's what we need. Can't argue. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Totem Owl. It's Swamp Thing / Owl. Love it. Pigmanzu Baja. I think the less said about that. Let's just move on. Muscle Charge. Blue have some terrifying looking cards.
They do indeed.
But they've also got the Golem, so I'm totally in.
Yeah.
Enchained Arena. Lets you put a core from your void to your reserve when destroyed. And your opponents who cost 5 or fewer cannot attack unless they pay a core. That's going to get super annoying quickly. You've got Angelfish, nice and quick. Swamurai. It's a bird samurai. If you control a spirit with Gale, then you gain Swift. We've seen how good Swift can be.
Absolutely.
We've got Ruby Sanctuary. And then we've got Radiant Dragon Palace Breeder Blick. That's our rare. And we've got Fighting Foul Bishamo as our foil. Okay, nice armored dragon there.
Excellent. Cool. Right, on to my final pack. Let's see if there's any spice in this one, shall we?
Pixel Art X-Rare, anyone?
Oh, I'd hope so. Let's have a look. Autumn Princess, Mapleium, a Duractyl. Looks very impressive. Looks like a armored samurai robot.
Nice.
Yojimbo, Ant-Man.
We've seen the ants coming this weekend.
The ants are coming, yeah. Tornadra. Another Radiant Pyramid Triad. We saw that earlier on your side of the board. Angelafish. Rapid Rule. That's quite a slice there.
That's quite a slice.
Yes. Soul Crush.
Our purple don't need more soul crushing. We don't need it.
Blue Lizardman Pilgrim is our uncommon here. And our rare is Wonderland Pumpty Dumpty.
Ooh.
And behind that we've got a Dagger Angel, common foil, and it looks like I might have got a box hit here. We've got Golden Token and we've got Empress Guardian, Red Queen, very nicely textured.
Oh.
This looks quite impressive.
I think you've beaten my X-Rare there, Tash.
Yeah, I think I might have done.
That seems to be an alternate art.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think this is an alternate art. Amazing texture on this. Oh. Okay, I am happy with that.
Is it an X-Rare?
It is SPR.
Oh, it's a special rare,
It's a special rare indeed.
Right, so I was doing so well. Never mind. Hey, we still got one more pack. It's going to be a good one. I'm convinced of this. There we go. Right, we got Wonderland Cheshire Cat, Fenadish, Spear Mink. Spear Mink is kind of adorable. Also very cheap. Magic Light, Provocation, Glaaki. Oh, that Wonderland card Soldier Pentan is absolutely beautiful.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, I kind of want to go see what else that artist has done now. That is amazing. The artist being Poparucha. We got Ritual Fire, Warhammer Gordon. We've got Radiant Rainbow Wing Jewel Bug Epsilon. And we got Eagle Rider Gillette. I want a Golem token, which I shouldn't be excited about, but, you know, boom, Golems.
I think we've both done pretty well.
Well, I was feeling a lot better before you went and opened the SPR, I'll be honest with you. I was just feeling like, yeah, I won that. Although it's kind of quite nice. Like, imagine if one of us had had both of those and the other had had nothing. That would have made one of us sad.
Yeah.
As it is, I'm only a little bit sad. And I've got a new weird obsession with golems. So, you know, that's some win right there. That sounds good to me. Right, unfortunately, I mean, there are more packs in this box. So I'm going to go and hide this somewhere so no one else can have it. And we are going to be coming back to round 7 pretty shortly indeed. So, yeah, go grab some nice cold beverage. Don't go very far, because we need to put somebody into top 8 and then confirm everyone is in top 8 and then get some sleep before tomorrow. But first, we're going to put someone into top 8.
The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance. The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. We got one more round. It's going to be a beauty. I'm Ross. This is my friend Taj. How you doing, Taj?
I'm doing good. Yeah, really enjoying today's matchups.
Oh, it's going to be fun. We have got another corker for you, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have players down with headsets on, so we're going to be a little bit shy about what matchup we're going to have in a minute. But I promise you, it's one that we're looking forward to, and you should be as well. But we've also got some updated standings and pairings we can show you from the upcoming match. So we have a look at the standings here. We got our two Hong Kong players, Chi and Kwon, who are both 6-0. They are playing this round.
Yep.
But like I said, we can't show you that round because there's no real stakes.
What's the point in watching that round? Come on, they know it. They know they're through.
I mean, the point is, it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, but we want to watch something a bit more nail-biting, don't we?
Exactly, because the winner's in top 8 and the loser's in top 8. But then we've got all the way down to Kai, Kamiya and Alberto. No, they're not in order. So basically down to number 10. So down to Altagron, we have got 5 and 1s. Yep. So we've got 2 6-0s. They are in. We have 8 5-1s. Half of them are in. There are no ties in Battle Spirit Saga, so it's really simple. Yep. The 2 6-0s are already in. There are 4 matches featuring a 5-1 playing a 5-1. The winner of each of those games is in guaranteed. Yep. We are then going to have, we think, about 15, but I haven't done the numbers on that. But I can confirm 2 5-2s will make it. The rest will be out. That we know for certain. There will be 4 6-1s. There will be, there'll be 5 6-1s, 1 7-0. 2 5-2s. That will be our top cut makeup. Simple as that. So we got 4 winning ins, and then there's going to be around about 15 people who either win this game to go up to 5-2 or lose this game to go down to 5-2, and that's when the TO has to figure out the resistance, and that's not our job.
No.
But yeah, it's going to be easy. So it's going to be pretty quick and easy to figure out who 6 of those people are.
Yeah.
We know 2 of them. The other 4 are going to be quick and easy. The final 2, oh, it's all over the shop.
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't want to be one of those 5-2s waiting to find out whether I've made it through to the top 8 or not. How daunting is that going to be?
No, and unfortunately, Nicolo, we saw on stream earlier with a Rainbow Dragon deck, is at 4-2, unfortunately. Yep. So it's still a path there, but it's going to be, it's going to be a little bit rough. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Maze Brenningmeyer, another player with whom a lot of people are going to be familiar from other card games, seen a lot of success in some other games, sitting at 4-2. There is a path there, but it's win this final round and hope. George Machado, which I know some people are going to be familiar with. Let's hope I got that name correct. Again, another player who's sitting at 4-2 at the moment, and there is, George Machado. There's a chance.
Yeah.
But all of these players who are 4-2 at the moment, it's win and cross your fingers. The players who are 5-1, and that's a weird thing. We've got a couple of 5-1s, and they've got headphones on, so we can now talk about it. We've got a couple of players sitting at 5-1. We've got Kai Kamiya against Alberto Sassi, and the winner of this game is in Top Cut.
Yep.
The loser is not actually out. And oh, look, it's our friend Jewel Dragon Smag. Although I believe the cards are on the wrong names there. Alberto is actually the Smag player because we're pretty sure Alberto is a friend of Nicolo, who we saw earlier playing the Rainbow Dragon deck. So we've got another one of those players coming in here. 2 Rainbow Dragon decks on stream. We did not expect any coming in. So we've got the Italian contingent here, apparently loving those Rainbow Dragons. And then we have got Kai Kamiya coming in with another white deck. bit different to the one we saw last time. We got a bit more on the lower end there with Bullet Ray and Pegasione, for instance. We got Black Jaggard. So this is less of a expensive control and more of kind of a true mid-range of, you know, we've got a lot of different options. And there's our old friend back from the earlier game. We've got Grimoire Fairy.
Yeah.
Unless you get a magic.
Absolutely. It looks like, obviously, Alberto, as we were talking to Nicolo earlier on about saying how they'd been playtesting with friends and it wasn't just him who built this deck. This is obviously, looking at the deck list here, this is obviously a good friend of Nicolo.
Blatantly the same deck. It's clearly the same deck.
It's pretty much, it is exactly the same deck. And the great thing is to see that, well, both of them have done really well with this deck. If you look at the results today, definitely top 16 both decks. And one of them's obviously going to be potentially, you know, one or even both could potentially make top 8.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know. Nicolo could end up at 4 and 3. I don't think that's guaranteed top 16.
Yep.
World's invite, yes. Top 64 at 4-3, I feel pretty confident. So they've both at least got their World's invite, but there's still a chance. Like I say, Nicolo is not out of the tournament yet, but I think the real hope for the deck lies with Alberto here. I think Alberto has got a good shout here. So, yeah, we've got Grimoire Fairy, gonna get Magic, and then we see an attack taken off for life straight away. No mucking about. Nice and aggressive as we go over to white. And look, it's still white. You still got all of our old friends like Newmangard and all of that. But there is a chance here that this is actually a bit of a quicker game. This is a lesser seen white card. This is Blizzaster Eagle. Love some of these names. It's got armor, purple, green, and yellow. And when it blocks, it cannot be destroyed by your opponent's destruction effects during this battle. It's not one we see in white very often. It's not come in any of the white decks I've been looking at that have been topping recently, but clearly it's got its use there, and it's white doing what white does as Beldegor hits the field.
Yep, Beldegor comes on board. Seen a lot of Beldegor today, haven't we?
It's a really good card.
Absolutely. You know, 4 of in every deck that it's in. Has to be.
Great. No dragon yet, unfortunately, and we did hear from Nicolo earlier that, you know, that is an important part of the deck, trying to get that one out nice and early.
Yep.
All we've got is a Blizzaster. I love that name. We got a Blizzaster Eagle for Kai. That's all we've got down for the moment. However, here we go. Here's your Mecha Beast Fortress Newmangard. It's another one of those cards that we just see everywhere. It's a staple in white. It's a card you see in sideboards a lot. It's a card you see in pretty much every color here or there somewhere. That elephant absolutely gets around. First card from Battle Spirits I ever saw. Didn't realize how good it was at the time, but it's the first card I ever saw that made me go, okay, this game looks really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, speaking of cool white cards, we've got ourselves a Dream Bomb, which is actually super annoying because it's bumped that elephant back, and we said before, Dream Bomb is best when you can get rid of expensive cards that aren't being reduced very much.
Yeah, and that's a perfect example of almost like, you know, you've sacrificed 8 cores to play, 7 cores to play that, and I'm sorry, I'm putting it back in your hand now.
Have fun paying 7 next turn.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not like you lose your calls, but those 7 calls could be put somewhere else. Now, we do see a Bullet Ray coming in here. That's a nice one that we see. It's a nice cheap one. It's got that lower end, which we do see from some of these white decks. Like I say, in previous tournaments, no question, we'd be seeing Axe Biter as a big part of this deck.
Yeah.
White is trying to survive without it, and it's doing pretty well, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, this Bullet Ray is fairly good. I mean, it's 1 cost reduction, 2 cost vanilla, you know, put 2 cores on it, and it's a 5,000 BP little spirit there.
Yeah, that ain't bad, frankly. That is not bad at all. So, we've seen as Alberto. Oh, what have we got coming in here? We got something a little bit bigger. We've got ourselves... Is that
a worker Ant-Man, or...?
No, it's a Jewel Dragon. It's a slightly different art of the Jewel Dragon, but it is a Jewel Dragon. I was just double-checking. The dead giveaway, of course, is the fact you cannot reduce the cost of it at all.
Yep.
But the light there just threw me off for a second. But no, we do have that dual dragon smag. It's that different version of it, a slightly different artwork, but it's the core of the deck. It's the whole point of the deck. Now it's reducing everything by 1 while also being every color. It is a card that I don't think enough people were giving enough credit. And if we can get one of these in the top 8 this tournament, people are going to be looking at this card differently moving forward.
Absolutely, yeah. It's proven to be a really good card to just have teched into your deck. And yeah, these guys have been really proving how important it is as a core piece in this rainbow-colored deck.
It's not a deck anyone had on their radar. You know, I was doing my really nerdy prep for this event. I had my folders for every deck, making copious notes, and there's no folder for this deck. It was not something I made. Now, we do have Fanatec Elk coming down here a little bit earlier than normal, but one thing that's interesting about this deck, there are 4. Whereas in Quan's deck we saw a minute ago there were only 2.
Yep.
That was very much I'll do all right at the end. If you're playing 4, that's kind of your way of saying, no, I want the option to have this one out nice and early.
Yep.
And now Alberto needs to take needs to take a life every turn, because every turn he doesn't, he loses 1.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult now for Alberto, and going to put a bit more pressure on Alberto to make some positive forward moves to try and chip away and try and get that life reduced down to 2 on Alberto's side.
And there's not much more to take before you've actually lost the game, unfortunately. So it's really simple. Kai just needs to block for a couple of turns, and that's going to be the game. And this is one of the interesting things about this Fanatec Elk card. Some players, it is very much nah, mate, I'm going to lock you down. And when I've locked you down, when I feel like it, I might put an Elk out.
Yeah.
Other white players are just like, mate, Elk is coming for you. Duck.
Yeah.
And that seems to be where we're going here. 4 copies, hits the board nice and early.
Yep.
Alberto's not got very much rolling here, and it's hard to get that Elk off the field.
Yeah.
So you basically need to just start taking a turn, and yeah.
Kai's got the upper hand here for sure.
Worth noting that no, we do have 3 calls on there, do we? So that skill is on the board at the moment, which is...
it is now. It wasn't prior to this, but yeah, it is this turn now.
So we've now got it up there. Remember, it does have to have the 3 calls to put it up to at least a level 2. That skill is not an automatic level 1 skill. The other one is.
Yep.
So now we see, is that an attack with the big elephant?
Yep, another.
Oh, but Scope Owl hits the board.
Oh, nice. But
that Swift is... That and Leaf Wolf, they've seen a lot of play.
Yep.
They are coming out, and they are showing this tournament why they're so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I love it. Play Scope Owl with Swift. Scope Owl gets destroyed, and then Baldegor comes out with Immortal. It's a combo you picked up on earlier, Taj.
Yep.
It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I love. Some of these, wonderful little combos that have been made with different colored cards that just really seem to work really nicely.
Oh, we see lots of blocking there. Everything's gone. Alberto just lost all of his spirits. Now, there are 3 spirits on the Fanatec Elk. It is a level 2.
Yep.
What that means is that if Alberto does not take a life this turn, he will lose a life.
Yep.
Now, there's 2 Volcanic Canyon. That's nice. Might want to get some spirits down there. Starbless draw. So hopefully you're going to draw into some of these spirits that you can use to start taking some life, because... honestly, Kai's board is starting to look pretty bad. And actually...
2 Elks down,
only one of them's on board.
One of them's, yep.
But it means, essentially, this turn, Alberto goes down to 2 life if he doesn't take 1.
Yep.
Next turn, Kai finishes with 3 calls on each of the Elk, and that gives Alberto 1 turn. If he doesn't take a life, he loses.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be crucial now.
Double Elk it's a bit mean, frankly, but it's quite cool. Now, this is one we never saw in Nicolo's deck earlier. It's one of the cards from the lore set. It's 6 Aegis Emperor K, and from your trash, you select a spirit of each of the following colors, purple, yellow, white, green, and red. Return them to your hand. Seems kind of perfect in a multicolored deck like this now, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, yeah. This is literally one of those cards from the lore deck, which you thought, oh, it's probably not going to see much play, but in a deck like this, it's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, and as you bring these stuff together, the dragon from the EX set, and then this from the lore set, and it all adds up quite nicely to a weird multicolored deck. Now, did he take a life that turn? Should he not have lost a life from the Fanatec Elk, unless we're seeing that wrong?
Not too sure.
Okay, he should have lost a life from the Fanatec Elk. I'm not seeing things because that's really important because now it sets up a double Elk win condition. Oh, but Absolute Ice Shield comes out, and there's only one core on the second Elk, so looks like there's not going to be a win from Kai next turn, but Kai does seem very much in control. There's lots of really good white stuff out. There's lots of blockers there. And that Elk is still very much, double Elk in fact, is, you know, still potentially on the board. One is rolling, the other one will have to wait. Okay, so it looks like we've got a little bit of a break in the game coming up. Judge needs to have a chat to the players. We will hopefully try and get some confirmation as to exactly what is happening. I'm sure someone will drop us a message in a minute and let us know. So, okay, so it seems like we are going to have a head judge coming out to make a little bit of a ruling here because it seems like something has been done or not done. So when we know what's happening, we will let you know. I promise as soon as we've got the information, you will have it. We're not sat at the table. But this white deck, let's talk about this white deck for a minute because this white deck is doing very, very nicely. So, you know, Fanatec Elk doing very well, and we can see in this particular build of the deck, the Elk is far more aggressive. Because there's 4 of them, you can get it out that a little bit earlier. It wasn't, you know, Quan was very much a win more card towards the end of the game. It's there to bleed a little bit of life from your opponent when you're fully set up. But actually, by the time you're fully set up, you can just attack if you need to. It's a nice bonus. Whereas in builds like this, where you're playing 4 of them, but you're not going quite so heavy, you know, you're only playing 1 of the Enterprise, for instance, well, at that stage, it becomes a more important card. It's a different version of the deck. This one's got a much bigger lower end. But then it's got like Pegasione, which is a much cheaper card as well, which we didn't see in Quan's deck. So it's a bit of a cheaper, bit of a quicker build, not quite so much power on the higher end. And, I mean, look, I think there's one thing we can say. The lack of Axe Biter has not killed white decks.
No, absolutely not. And as you say, this deck's a lot different to what we saw earlier on. A lot of low-cost spirits in this one, getting board presence early on, but at the same time, then get that Elk out, 4 copies of it in the deck. Let's just get it out and then be able to control your opponent's tempo as such, your opponent's being forced to attack, being forced to expose their spirits, and it just gives you a lot better control.
Yeah, and it's one of these things. Which one is better? I don't know. And a lot of time, it really depends on the player. Because some people are going to have more success with your lower end white deck with your cheaper cards, and some people, you know, like Quan, are going to be better when you've got all of those big beasties where there really aren't many cheaper cards in the deck, and it really is just clinging on for dear life until you can play all of your 7 and 8 cost spirits. Which it's not how I personally like playing the deck. It's not for me. I'm far too nervous a player for that.
Too risky a strategy. If your opponent gets a really good opening hand and can start dropping spirits for free, essentially, especially with the cost reductions, like we saw with red, that can happen very quickly. You know, it leaves you exposed very early on, and it just means that, look, do you still have those turns available for you to hold on? Whereas this deck's got a lot more smaller spirits that can be bought out earlier on, help you to block, help you to maintain that tempo on your side until you start dropping those Elks and those bigger things.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things which always makes me nervous when I play against white is knowing that there comes a point, like we saw with one of the previous games, there comes a point where that lock is kind of there, and you can throw as many little attackers as you like, you're not actually going to be getting much damage through. So you kind of need to win before that happens, and one of the ways you can beat white is just to rush and cross your fingers you get the rush going well enough.
Absolutely.
But doing that gives white a bunch of extra cores, because every time you lose a life, you get that core, and then all of a sudden they have access, you know, and all these things like your Mechabeast Fortress and your Fanatec Elk can actually come out a little bit faster, and it's a little bit awkward. Of course, one of the cool things you have in a build like this, because you've got your Elemental and because you've got your Bullet Ray, you do have the opportunity to kind of stash some little spirits on the board to use their cost reduction.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, being smarter about getting stuff out because, everything has a cost reduction pretty much that you want to play. So having those smaller things isn't really going to be a downside to it for you. It does benefit you in the long run going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Different ways to play the white deck. Absolutely very interesting. Going over to this dragon deck. I am obsessed with this dragon deck. And here's the thing, right? We're in a very mature format. If you ignore the ban list, which I know is hard to ignore, but just for a second, right? If you ignore the ban list, we're in a very mature format. BSS 03, Aquatic Invaders, is out.
Yep.
It's not legal for this tournament because it came out yesterday, and we can have it for a launch event. We cannot do that for a Pro Tour. That would be irresponsible.
Yep.
So what we end up with instead is it's sitting there, and we know like in a couple of weeks it's out, but we end up with this format where we've had a bunch of Grand Opens, and we have had a bunch of tournaments, and basically at this stage we are ready.
Yeah.
We know what's going on. But then the ban list comes in, and Axe Biter goes away. What does that do to these white decks? Netherworld Depths goes away. What does this do to the decks that rely on it? And Pterosaurs, I mean, I've heard there's some out there in the room this weekend, but I've looked at a bunch of top deck lists. I'm not saying there isn't one hiding at the top tables we haven't seen.
Yeah.
I am saying we've seen most of the top table players at this station. We haven't seen it. Maybe one of the 5-2s that sneaks in is going to be a Pterosaur, but the ban list seems to have done a decent job getting rid of it. What it hasn't done is really alter the metagame that much. It's made Pterosaurs a bit weaker. Purple's still there. White's still there. This deck isn't a case of, hey, a bunch of cards got banned. Now the Rainbow Dragon's great.
Yeah. I think the ban is to make the BSS 03 format more well-balanced. So like we were saying earlier on, we're in this little bubble here for this tournament where, there's the ban put in place to impact something that we're getting next week, but not for this tournament. So we're in this real weird bubble, aren't we? So, yeah, it's good to see how players have adapted. And, yeah, I don't think this Rainbow deck would have been as successful had blue been in the meta now.
Oh, I agree with that. But here's my thinking. I'm not sure this Rainbow deck couldn't have been played from, well, pretty much the start of BSS 02. I mean, there is an argument there. Of course, we got that card from the lore set, which kind of helps. So maybe I had to wait for that to come out and be legal. But, okay, now it seems like we are getting a resolution there. It seems like a life has been added to our Rainbow player there. No. So it seems like we're going back into the main phase here, minus the life for the Elk. So a few things have gone a little bit wrong, but it seems like we have gone and sorted it out a little bit. So hopefully we'll get back to the game in a second.
Yep.
We are essentially reversing time and then just going back into the game. And we are off. So here we go. Now we are in Alberto's turn here. We've got that lovely lore set card we just mentioned a second ago, the 6 Aegis Emperor K. And the question is, does he have any way of taking life? We have 3 cores on a Fanatec Elk. Only one.
Yep.
The other one is not on. But 3 cores turns it into a level 2. Level 2 says, if your opponent doesn't take a core during their turn, doesn't take a life, then they lose 1.
Yep.
So that is the real challenge for Alberto here.
Yes, Alberto's now obviously, again, this kind of delay while decisions are being made can mentally impact players as well, when they're in their zone. So we're going to see how both these players react to continuing from where we were. But yeah, Alberto's now in a position, really needs to think, what can I do to bring a solution that's going to help me win this first game? Because obviously, you either need to conclude this quickly or you need to try and come up with something to bring this game swinging back to your side.
We have a dragon, which is good, but now we pass over the turn. And now I don't believe it was a life taken that turn. Are we back with that same question with Fanatec Elk? Because I don't believe a life was taken that turn. Or maybe the turn's not quite over yet.
No, it's not. there we go.
Okay, here we go. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. So now we have the Gwimra Fairy coming out again, hopefully going to find a magic card.
Yep, and an easy decision there. Grab the absolute Ice Shield.
Always a nice one, Absolute Ice Shield. But the goal here needs to be, Fanatec out, level 2 and 3 skill. If you did not lose a life during your opponent's turn, place 1 core from your opponent's life into their trash. Yep. So your opponent needs to be just doing more here. Yep. They need to be making sure that they can be taking this life. It's 2 each, but Kai seems in control here.
Yep.
And didn't take a life, so oh no. Okay, so a life was taken, and then we saw the burst, then we saw the Absolute Ice Shield.
Yep.
So, we're building up those 2 Fanatec Elk quite nicely here.
Now, it depends on what Kai does here now and whether those attacks can go through, because we do know Alberto's got an Absolute Ice Shield in hand, but couldn't put it in the burst because...
Okay, so it does choose to play the Absolute Ice Shield right away.
Cost,
no mucking about. Okay.
Yep. Says scoop up game 2.
Right, so there we go. The game
1
has ended. Kai takes game 1, and unfortunately, there's just too much going on here. It's just too awkward. So, unfortunately, nothing can be done there. The white, fortunately, I suppose if you're Kai, unfortunately, if you're cheering for the Rainbow Dragon, and we are going to game 2, and that was quite. That seemed quite straightforward for White. They never seemed, and don't get me wrong, lost a couple, life in the early game like you tend to do, but that seemed like a fairly straightforward game where you just kind of rolled.
Yeah, I think so. There's too much on the White side of the board there for Alberto to come back. So, yeah, I think right decision. Move on. Let's go to game 2. And as the players are sideboarding, deciding what they need to do to adapt to their opponents. We'll see how both of these guys adapt.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, you've got lots of options with the side deck. I mean, if we look over in White, there's a lot of, there's extra Infinity Shield, extra Dream Bomb. We do see Head, Ice Maiden, Fuller, a card which sees a lot of play, which we haven't seen on stream at all this time. It's basically anti-core removal.
Yep.
Your opponent's effects cannot remove cores from this spirit or any spirit with a soul core, but a lot of the time, if you've got purple armor, then you can kind of do a similar kind of thing just using the purple armor. So, but it is something that is teched in. You can tech it into any color, of course, and that means that you're going to have a little bit of protection there, so to speak. So, yeah, that's there's a few options in there, of course. It's really awkward. The players don't, we don't get a little note passed to us just being like, right, well, here's what's come in, here's what's gone away, here's, all the different, here's what the decks look like now. So a lot of this is just having a little bit of a look. And we see, we had a look about the Rainbow deck earlier. We've got things like, your Bacchus and Curse Dragon combo.
Yep, there's 2 copies of each of those in the sideboard there. We've got 3 copies of Suppression, 2 Feral Slash, and a Burning Force in there as well.
But there's also a Dragon Ship Enterprise, which gives all of your spirits purple armor.
Yep.
Which would be very bad, but then there's only 1 card in the deck. So, if you're Alberto here, do you try it?
Yeah,
exactly. Do you maybe go for that and just hope your opponent doesn't have purple armor? There's not a huge amount of it in the deck. And like I say, it's now Blazaster Eagle has purple armor, and Pegasione has purple armor.
Yep.
And your Enterprise can give it to everybody, but Fanatec Elk doesn't, unless you've been given it. And your Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard doesn't have it, unless it's been given it. And your Dual Gun Mech Lord Dina doesn't have it. So it's not always the safest play, given that your opponent can have that purple armor, but maybe that's an answer. Just, if you can get a surprise board White when White's already got their big dudes out, that could be huge.
Yep, exactly. Alberto starts his second round with just a Star-Blessed draw.
Doesn't get anything on the field. Couple of nice cards, but nothing on the field. Now, we do see one of the Fortress Metropolis Newman City coming down here, which, of course, is going to reduce the cost of those Mecha Beasts by 3, which is nice. Oh, sorry about a Machine Beast by 3.
Yep.
And we've got a Worker Ant-Man, and it attacks and gets an extra core and takes a life. Oh, here's your Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard, which of course is reduced down to a 6 cost by virtue of the Nexus, which is lovely. And yeah, already starting to build up those big spirits, as these white decks love to do.
It's going to be an uphill battle here for Alberto, for sure. Getting that Mecha Beast out so early is a huge, huge, you know, benefit, I would say. Yep, another little swing.
Oh, here we see Fawn Prison, the lesser played alternate art, but it does at least, you know, it suspends, it exhausts that, the Mecha Beast there, so at least you're getting that exhausted, which is always quite nice. Now we do see the Elemental Snowbit coming in here, the Ice Elemental, which is honestly adorable, but also gives you an extra reduction, and since you got 3 cores on, you can attack, and if it's destroyed, you get to draw a card, because obviously what you're really trying to do here is just work towards those white cards. That's what you need to be doing here.
Absolutely. Get as many of them out as you can and see how they respond. Looking at the hand there, what's Alberto got there? Yeah, got that flash.
So he's actually got another Fawn Prison in hand if he wants it. That's always going to be nice to kind of play down.
Yep.
But, I mean, oh my goodness, we might see dueling elephants here. He has actually got his own Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard in hand. Does have just enough cores, but no, I think Scope Owl here, the more sensible play, coming in and just giving a decent option there just as an attacker.
Yep.
We've seen a bunch of Scope Owl for very good reasons. So, yeah, it doesn't come in with Swift, unfortunately, but at least does. It comes in. Now it is attacking into the Elemental Snowbit, who, of course, actually has more power than... He has a 2,000 as opposed to a... Oh, of course, because the Nexus is boosting it by a power, so... And that's exactly the conversation happening on screen. Hang on a second, aren't they both 2,000? No, because my Fortress gives an extra 1,000, so... Yeah, that was a little bit confusing for a moment, but we're all on the same page, and life is good. Okay, so...
Always annoying when you don't realise you've got that Nexus, your opponent's got that Nexus that will boost something a little bit more, and you're like, well, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
When you're hoping to trade.
Yeah, those Nexuses can get quite annoying. So, we do see another big guy hit the field here, which I believe is your... Is that your dual gun? Yeah, that's your dual gun. Your dual gun mech... No, it's not. I'm lying to you. I'm definitely lying to you. It's a thing that got me last time. It is the merged Mech Lord Mammoth Aegis. One day this isn't going to get me. Now, it's not something we see in every white deck, but it is something we see. We also saw a Dream Bomb get rid of the Mecha Fortress there, Mecha Beast Fortress. So that's now off the field. But your Mammoth Aegis can get you a card and a core if you're behind on either of them. So the good news is for Kai that Alberto's board is completely bare at this point. There is nothing on the board, and he's still got that Mammoth Aegis down there as well. So that's an up to 10,000 power spirit that can be doing very, very nice attacking.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where now Alberto's got to find an answer, really.
It's another elephant. It is another... Right, some of these names need to get shortened. Mecha Beast Fortress Numengard is not someone I can keep saying turn after turn. That's why I keep... And it is a big metal elephant, so I think the elephant is going to have to do for some of these turns. But this is another one which is going to be able to put on some pressure. It's nice and big.
Yep, and what it does is obviously that refresh at the end of your attack phase, you're putting all of your trashed cores into your reserve.
Yes.
Meaning you've got those to utilize when it comes to your blocking flash phases.
Oh my goodness, you cannot get these Mecha Beast Fortress Numengards away. They keep coming back, they keep making a difference. And Alberto's actually down to 2 life here. Kai has somehow been the super aggressive white card. And honestly, it's working. Oh, we do see a Thorn Prison here, though. There's only 2 spirits on Kai's side of the board, so they are going to get exhausted, and we're going to go back over to Alberto's turn, because Kai's out of attackers, and Kai doesn't even really need to Fanatec Elk a lot of the time here, because he's playing this more aggressive build of white. It's not white aggro. White aggro is a thing, which I adore. This is very much not that deck, but it's still got some early game, and it's going very, very nicely here.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're back over to Alberto. Lots of cards in hand, lots of calls in the reserve. There's got to be a big turn coming. If he's going to save this game, save this match, save his chances of making top 8, although, yes, he could bubble in at 5-2. Yep. He is going to have to be able to do this, and he's going to have to be able to do this very, very soon. You've got a handful of cards. It's your deck. You pick these cards. You've got a whole reserve full of cores. It's like 15 or something. That is loads. Yeah. Make it work. Now, there is the dragon.
Yep.
That's a good start. Your dual dragon smag, that's a good start. What else have you got for us? I mean, another one of them might be nice.
Yep.
Did I spy one in the hand? I might have spied one in the hand, you know. Oh, I think he's getting ready. I think we're seeing double smag here. Just double checking. Yes, it is double smag. So, yeah, we got a regular and a foil with the same artwork. That's not the regular artwork, and it's very confusing, but they are definitely both the smag. So, that's what this deck wanted. It's a bit later than planned.
Yep.
But it is absolutely what this deck was aiming to do here. So now, hopefully, we can use some of those cores and some of that reduction to get some more of these cards out. There's Baldegor taking out your Ice Elemental Snowbit. That's a nice little bonus. Okay. Now Alberto's deck is starting to roll quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Alberto's getting a bit of momentum now, utilizing all those cards in hand and all those cores that are available. Still has the possibility to do something.
Like a Worker Ant-Man.
Yep.
That could be fun. And obviously gets a Soul Core, because Worker Ant-Man always gets a Soul Core.
Yep.
And now the question is, what have you got?
Yep.
What have you got in terms of attacking? Can you start powering some of these attacks through? There is one Spirit on Kai's side of the field. It is exhausted. But we could always see a flash with Suppression or Infinity Shield, which would allow it to block, even though it is exhausted. So even though it looks like Alberto's got a couple good attacks coming through, there's a 6,000 power blocker there, which could it block everything at this point? I think could literally block everything.
Yeah.
So not attacking here. We do see a burst coming down on the field from Kai. So, I mean, it's probably, I don't know, actually, it could be Star Blessed Draw. Could be Absolute Ice Shield. Could be Dream Bomb. Could be Feral Slash. Yeah, there's a bunch of... It could even be it could even be Flame Breath at this point.
Well, we've got the Elk coming down as well now.
And we see the 4 cores on there, so that should activate that lovely skill, the skill we've seen so many times before. That is another one of those cards that I would include as the almost ridiculous tier of skill. Because at the end of your opponent's turn, if you didn't lose a life, one of their life goes into the trash. And we've got enough cores on. 4 cores puts it at a level 2, and it's only a level 2 skill. So that should activate at the end of this turn, at the end of Alberto's turn. We should see this activating unless Alberto is able to take a life, which maybe he is able to. Certainly got to be the goal at this point.
Yeah, definitely getting plenty down now to be able to press to try and get a life, but we'll have to see. But there is an Absolute Ice Shield in Kai's hand as well. But that would mean that Kai would have lost a life with an Absolute Ice Shield, because you're losing a life and then regaining it, so yeah.
Yep, unfortunately it's yeah, that is the way it works. So Baculus coming down here quite nicely. Baculus is taking the core off of everything now. I don't think there's any purple armor on the field, is there? No, I don't think there's any purple armor out there, so is there any chance we could also see a Curse Dragon here? Because I would love to see a Baculus Curse Dragon combo. Oh, seeing the big elephant hit the board probably means we're not seeing the Curse Dragon as well. That is asking a bit too much from the resources available. Yeah, had to get rid of a couple of spirits just to have enough cores to play the elephant. So Baculus, nice, but in reality, if you're not also then taking off that last core, well, the refresh phase is going to put the cores back into the reserve, and then they can go back on the spirits. So Baculus, I've always seen it needs something else.
Yeah.
Baculus, so all your spirits are level 1, and your eagle means you can't be blocked if you got blessed. Yes. Baculus followed up by a Curse Dragon to kill everything. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You know, people are literally calling that the combo for pretty obvious reasons.
Yep.
But here, it's not actually done that much, unfortunately.
No, it hasn't really, has it? But again, plenty of cards in hand. Put all of those cores back in the reserve. So, and got a fairly wide board, but it's looking more and more dangerous the longer it goes on. Kai's getting some good presence on his side of the board now. I can't see this.
But that's the thing. That's what White does. They get big things out, and then they've got Suppression and Infinity Shield that let them block with those big things over and over and over and over again, even if they're exhausted.
Yeah.
So having a wide board is great in the early game. When you get to the late game, you need something that can burst through those big blocks, something that can take out the blocker. And I'm not seeing that coming down. I mean, the elephant at least can go up to 10k, which is very nice, but you know what? Mammoth Aegis has got 10k, and your opponent's elephant's got 10k. So, yeah. Oh, we see another Baculus coming down here. I like this. Obviously, 2 got sideboarded in, as we suggested they might be. Now, there was only 2 in the deck, incidentally, so those 2, that's it. There's 2 in the sideboard. They've obviously been sideboarded. Can we have a Curse Dragon follow-up? I want to see the Curse Dragon follow-up. It would make me so happy. I don't think we're going to see it.
I don't think we're going to see it, no.
And look, if you're sideboarding back, if you're putting Baculus from the sideboard into the deck, you've got to be putting Curse Dragon in. It's got to be in the deck.
Yeah.
It's just not coming out.
I could see Thorn Prism potentially being played, though. I don't know. Because that would exhaust 2 of those.
It would, but that would still leave you at the mercy of Suppression or Infinity Shield, both of which, activate as flash cards.
Yeah.
So that's still not an ideal situation.
No, it's not, is it?
Oh, you need to get rid of these things. And here's the thing, right? You've played both your Baculus and not been able to follow it up with a Curse Dragon, which means you haven't actually destroyed those spirits. And I think if we turn around and Kai is a player that's gone to 6-1 and booked their spot into top 8, I think that might be something we look back on and just go, well, hang on a second. That could have been the turn if he had the Cursed Dragon as well, but just not there. Very brief updates. Russell Moore, Maze Breckenmeyer, John Tata, Daniel Zinberg, Ryan Miles, Kieran McNeil, Aaron David Hadfield have all finished at 5-2. Chance of bubbling into top 8. Not confirmed by any stretch. Just a quick update for those of you following along at home. So now we see an attack with your Mecha Fortress Newman Guard, or Mecha Beast Fortress Newman Guard, and blocked. But of course, but no, you don't have the extra core, so you don't have the extra power there, unfortunately. So that one does go down. And maybe, there are some bigger things on Alberto's side of the board here. There are a couple of bigger things that maybe could end up coming in and working.
Swinging now with the Dual Dragon Smag. Gets blocked. And as that hits the trash, Immortal kicks in. And we get the Beldegor back from the trash onto the field. Swinging with the Beldegor, because why not?
I think it's always good,
Yeah, exactly.
Beldegor's nice. We like Beldegor. And here's the thing, there's only 2 life 2 life remaining for Alberto. It feels like Kai should be able to kind of break through here, but it's not working. You know, Baculus continually getting rid of all of those cores. Of course, one of the things Baculus does is it basically turns off Fanatec Elk.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm saying you're not getting full value, and you're not getting full value, let's be clear, but one of the things it does is it puts Fanatec Elk back to a level 1 and essentially turns off that skill, so even if you don't lose a life, the Fanatec Elk still doesn't actually come out there.
Yeah. Well, there was Absolute Ice Shield played there by Kai, followed up by Dream Bomb.
It does feel, it feels a bit like Alberto's kind of hanging on here.
Yeah.
Like he's not been able to really deal with the spirits, you know, getting rid of one here and there, but really not getting rid of enough of them and just expending a lot of resources to do so. And you got to wonder what's going to happen if he runs out of some of these resources, or maybe he won't. Maybe, you know, he's got enough going on here that he can keep this going for a few turns and finish out the game, because right now we did see a Black Jaguard hit the field. It refreshes a spirit during your opponent's stack step when you draw a card, which is, you know, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
Also bumps a couple of 2K spirits to the bottom of your opponent's deck. Now, we do see Pegasione coming down. Now, that's really fun. That's one we see a lot in white. We've not seen it much today, but that's been a staple in white in this whole format. It means you can always block anything with 2 or fewer cores, even if you're exhausted. That is a level 2 skill. You need 2 cores on there. But it basically means that, you know, Alberto needs to put 3 cores on anything he seriously wants to attack with, or Pegasione's just going to be able to block it.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yep.
And that's one of the things white does so much. You've got Pegasione, and you've got Infinity Shield, and you've got Suppression, and you've got Armor, Dragon Ship, Enterprise, which can refresh and essentially block twice in one turn. And it gives you so much blocking. It gives you so many options for saying to your opponent, oh, you've got 6 attacks? No, mate, you've got no attacks. Yeah. Now, we do see Fawn Prison coming down. That's a card we're all becoming very familiar with here. And, yeah. So Fanatec Elk gets exhausted, and your Mammoth Aegis gets exhausted. And now what are we... Yeah, seeing, you know, few attacks being fired off, nothing actually going through here. Just a few attacks being fired off, blocking coming down. We are at 25 minutes here, which is very important to note, because it means a game 3, if there is a game 3, is probably going to come down to tiebreakers. We're probably not going to see a conclusion to game 3, not if the first 2 games are anything to go by. So this is going to be... It's going to be an interesting one. If Alberto is able to pull this out, I hope both players have revised what the tiebreakers are and are prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's going to be extremely relevant. If anybody's wondering, the first tiebreaker, fairly obviously, remaining life. That's what you're looking for. First tiebreaker is life total. Second is cards remaining in the deck. And third is total number of cores that you have available outside of your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's going to be something to look out for. We're not there yet. We're 25 minutes away, plus overtime. But just something to bear in mind here, that this looks like one of those games that could potentially be going to overtime. So, yeah. we're still there. Now, we have seen that...
6 Aegis Emperor Kai come down. Yeah,
basically. I knew it had Aegis in the name.
Yeah, basically find one of each color spirits and put them into your hand. So purple, yellow, white, green, and blue. But I don't think there's any blues here.
No blues, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you're getting 3 spirits back into your hand.
I mean, that is not too bad, honestly.
4.
Yeah, it doesn't let you get a red.
No,
anything
it's red
but
itself.
I know, but that still seems a little bit rude, frankly. But yes, I understand. It's red itself. It doesn't let you recover red, but it just feels clunky.
Yeah.
I like being able to recover red as well. But either way, it's a good way to refill your hand. And, I mean, look, Alberto needs to hang on here for a few turns and just start kind of whittling away. And, Fanatec Elk. And you can see little tricks. Alberto is just kind of, you know, the Baculus turned off the Elk. Now the Dream Bomb turns off the Elk. And just using these cards to just go, well, I haven't taken a life this turn, but I can take off Elk's ability, so I'm not going to lose a life.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, doing well, Alberto, hold on here. Picking away. Let's see what there's plenty of cores. This is it now. Look, both players have got plenty of cores available. What's going to happen? This is getting interesting now. Yeah. Elk being played now.
And again, goes straight up to free cores. We know the deal. Free cores turns it into a level 2, turns on that ability.
Yep.
And, Alberto's been using cards like Dream Bomb, like Baculus. Although, to be fair, Baculus, I'm going to say it, might be back. I mean, I assume he picked up Baculus as his purple one.
I'm pretty sure he would have done, yeah.
I mean, firstly, Baculus is brilliant. And secondly, is there another purple one in there? No, there isn't even another purple spirit in the deck, so it had to be Baculus. But also, oh no, there is. Sorry, there's
the Beldegor.
Yeah, there's Beldegor.
Yeah, which keeps coming back.
Which is going to come back anyway, so you don't need to get that one back. Had to have been Baculus.
Yeah.
So yeah. So hopefully we can. Oh, if only. To be fair, there must be a Curse Dragon in the deck.
Yeah.
You don't sideboard Baculus. I mean, to be fair, one of the reasons you might sideboard Baculus is just as a counter to Fanatec Elk on occasional turns.
Yeah.
But surely it's better to then have the option of Curse Dragon to take it out. You've got enough cores right now
to
play the combo.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it is there. I'm not sure I can see it in hand.
I cannot see it in hand, no. I don't think it's available now. But, they could just be hidden in the deck, to be honest. Okay, there's your absolute ice shield. So straight away, just stopping that attack in its tracks and just going, you know what? Let's just end. Now, you did lose a life there. So this is where it gets very interesting. Because in theory, Fanatec Elk should be able to finish things off pretty soon.
Yeah.
If you don't lose a life at the end of your opponent's turn, if you did not lose a life, place one core from your opponent's life into their trash. So Alberto needs to try and take a life this turn or otherwise turn off the Fanatec Elk.
Yep.
So what have we got in terms of... So we're playing the... You're playing the Grimoire Fairy there.
Yep.
Unless you get one of your magic, going for the Star Blessed draw.
Yep.
Pay a couple of calls, get a couple of cards. That sounds all nice and good to me. If the Curse Dragon's there, that's one of the things I'm looking for, but I don't think Druid offer those Star Blessed draw cards, unfortunately. So there's a lot of cards in hand.
Yep.
What is the best option that we've got here?
Let's see.
So we got an elephant. Or to give it its full name, Mecha Beast Fortress Newmangard.
So 2 of them on the field now, both with 4 cores on.
Yeah, they're pretty big. And once you get 4 cores, they got to a level 2. They are 10,000 power at that point. That's going to be pretty handy. So, do we have anything that can break through? Start taking out some of these spirits. Start taking out that Fanatec Elk, for instance. Although as soon as it blocks, it basically becomes invincible to everything. So, you need to be pretty... You need to make sure if you're going to be trying to play something that takes it down, you need to do so before you've given it a chance to block. What you don't want to do is give it a chance to block. Now, we do have Baculus sitting there at the front of Alberto's hand, clearly eyeing that one up.
Yep.
Oh, and it looks like
Alberto
we just see the hand coming out.
Yeah.
Concedes, there is no way around it. And yeah, unfortunately, just no option there. It was just not... Oh, okay. Okay, I feel vindicated here, Taj.
Yep.
I've been saying for the past few turns, I want the Baculus Curse Dragon combo, and we did see he was searching for that Curse Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that would have been a swing in the game. I think that would have made a huge difference, but unfortunately... was not to be. Kai Kamiya goes to 6-1, books a place into the top 8 of this tournament, and it's not over.
Nope.
It's not over for Alberto. Sitting at 5-2, there is a chance of bubbling in. There are exactly 2 spots remaining. We're going to have 5, 6, and 1s. We're going to have 1, 7, and 0. That leaves 2 spots for 5 and 2s. Is that a lot of spots? No, it is not a lot of spots. However, better than none.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, it's going to be that waiting game now to see whether they make it or not. And we should, once all the results come in, it'd be a very quick decision. We've got the software that will calculate all the win percentages and give us that result. But yeah, it's going to be a waiting game now. And we still got, I think, we've got 9 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, nervous wait for the
Plus
5-2s.
Yeah.
But, you know, most important thing, congratulations to Kai, going through, booking that spot in top 8. And we got 2 whites, at least. 2 white decks in top 8, doing extremely well. One at the higher end, one at the slightly lower end. And we've seen that white is incredibly good and incredibly powerful. And okay, and it seems like we're sorting out the side decks here. And yeah, it looks like the side deck for Alberto was literally just the 2/2 Baculus Curse Dragon. I really do feel good that that was what he was searching for, because I said it so many times, if it wasn't going to be an option, I would have just looked a bit silly. In terms of updates here, so Kai has booked his spot into top 8. Obviously, Chi-Chun in top 8 and Kun-Xing Chan in top 8. Autogon, who we saw was the Grand Open champion in the Netherlands, sitting at 6-1, booked his way in. So those 4 players are absolutely confirmed. Still waiting to see whether James Hart or Long Dao will make it in. Still waiting to see if Harry Gardiner or Zach Bell will make it in. We've actually had 3 of those 4 players on the stream today. So we haven't been able to have James Hart. Every time we wanted to put him on, he's been against someone that's already been on stream. We wanted 2 newer players. So, yeah, a very awkward wait for the players sitting at 5 and 2. They know that the majority of them aren't going to make it. They know, and then players do this, right? This is a standard thing. We know that it's going to be probably 2 out of 15. You can just look this up online. You can put the number of players in, the number of rounds. Ties aren't allowed, and it will calculate for you. That's what we did. So that's what the players are going to do. So, and when there's no ties, it's much easier. It's less of a prediction with the average number of ties and more just, this is what should happen. So there's going to be 2 5-2s. That is confirmed. Waiting to see who that is. But we know that we have Chi-Chun with that purple deck is in. We know that Kwang-Shin Chan with that real kind of control, that higher end white deck is in. We know that Atagon, who, was that purple again?
I believe it was.
I believe that was purple getting in, and then Kai Kamiya with that slightly more mid-range, slightly lower end at times white deck, but still just as impressive, also making it in there. So 2 white, 2 purple at the moment. We're going to wait to see what else makes it. What we're not going to wait for, however, is to have a chat with Kai. He's made it into top 8, so let's switch some people out and let's have a chat with Kai. We'll be back in a couple of seconds.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Nettles. I was invited to Japan by Bandai to play their new game, Battle Spirit Saga.
The fact that they were willing to fly me out to Japan made it like, wow, this is like, must be a really cool game. After watching the promotional video for Battle Spirit Saga, kind of understanding that there's 6 different colors and what those are all about and how those were created.
Coming to the headquarters and meeting everybody and seeing everything that's going behind this game and all the passion and is truly fascinating.
じゃあバトルスピリッツサガのゲームの説明をさせていただきます。バトルスピリッツサガの一番の特徴はその普通のカードを使うだけじゃなくて、このコアというこれを使って遊ぶゲームになります。
I was a little bit concerned. I didn't completely know the rules of the game. After understanding that, I think it has a lot of strategic depth, and that's kind of what appeals to me about games.
I really love the playmat, which kind of gives you all of the phases built into it so you can understand, like, because when I was first playing, I was like, what do I do now? What do I, like, just the order of operations.
First game, I was completely dominating Seth. I actually was feeling bad that I was kind of embarrassing him. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he kills me out of nowhere.
これの時リザーブにコアを残してるのもったいないので、これは守りたいところに、相手が紫の時は守りたいところに置いといた方が良かったですね。
では今、スターターデッキを使って遊んでいただいたんですが、早速デッキを組んでもらってそれで対戦してもらおうかなと思います。
I think it's cool that there's a lot of different dimensions to it. You know, strategical elements in terms of attacking is not always good, and it's hard to kind of parse through that, and ultimately that makes for a great game.
Logan and I have been playing games for a good chunk of our life. I think both of us would say are pretty competitive and pretty well versed in this type of game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Battle Spirit Saga at my local game store and just walking in and buying a booster box.
Success with the game.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. I'm Ross Gilbert and I'm joined by Kai. Kai, you've just made top 8 at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, super exciting. It was super nerve-wracking being X1, and you gotta win out.
So when did your loss come? How early did it come in the day?
Loss came right in the middle, right at round 4. It was one game for the entire best of 3, and he decked out, but he won on that turn.
Oh no!
So it was a 59-minute game, and that was my loss. But it was a good game.
That is heartbreaking. So then you've got, what, 3-4 rounds in a row?
Yep, 3.
Where 3 rounds in a row, basically 3 winning ins, but you have to win all 3 of them in a row, because we were chatting before we came on, 2-5-2s are going to make it.
Yeah.
I think the phrase you use is you don't want to have to bubble in.
No, never, never, never.
So, White, I mean, look, we all know Axebiter was like the deck before the ban list came in.
Yep.
But then they banned Axebiter, which was the best White card. And yet you still brought White to this tournament.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So basically, I was just thinking back to all the times I won a game without drawing Axebiter. And it was pretty often. And so it's just like that, basically. The deck was so strong that if you just take all those games, you never draw Axebiter, you place it with Star Blessed or whatever you want, the deck win rate's still super high. It's so consistent, especially in a field where I had no idea what to expect, and I still don't even know what's out there. So I just wanted to play a consistent board.
Yeah, I mean, the top 8, I don't want to give too much away, but I'm sure you'll find out soon enough.
Right.
The top 8 is not looking like we expected the top 8 to look. It's looking a little bit strange. But, you know, we've seen some White that, you know, don't play those lower-end White cards like the Bullet Ray and, you know, that go very much on the heavier end with pretty much entirely 7 and 8 cost spirits, which are super nerve-wracking in the early game. You've gone for a more moderate approach with lots of the kind of smaller ones, as well as some of the ones at the bigger end. How do you feel about that? Did you ever consider going the slightly more higher-end White, or was this always the build you were going to go for?
This was always what I was pretty close to. Pegasion really fills that Axebiter role like really well, and I was expecting a lot of purple, and I don't think I played against one purple. Really? But Pegasion was good, and at first it was Fulla, but then I kept losing to red and Worker Ant-Man. So I put in Bullet Ray, and that's been awesome. I'm getting over the Pegasions in the mirror, and it's blocking well. So the low range strategy seems to be working really well.
That seems awesome. And I mean, you've still got those things like the big elephant and the Enterprise and all for the end game if you need them. That elephant is getting around everywhere. So you're in Top Cut now. What do you think your chances in Top Cut? Are you like, yay, I made top 8? Or are you like, oh man, this is my tournament now?
Well, I don't want to say this till later, but my teammate is the one who won Pro Tour 1.
Oh.
So he actually gave me the secret to winning Pro Tours.
Well, don't tell us the secret.
I'm not going to tell the secret.
Not on a day 1 interview.
I'm just saying he told me how to win Pro Tours, and he's the only one with that info. So I think my chances are pretty good.
And I mean, you're 6-1 and you're in top 8, so we're already doing pretty well. So, okay, what are you not looking forward to? Are there any decks that could come up in the top 8 where you're just kind of like, nah, mate, not that?
I feel like I've read so many cards today, I just don't want to read any more cards. And anything from Hong Kong, probably. They're always just very good players. I haven't played any of them yet, but I've heard stories about the Hong Kong players.
I mean, there's 2 players from Hong Kong. They were the 2 6-0s going into the final round.
Yeah, see?
Oh,
they're
the players from Hong Kong are not messing around, man.
No,
they
not
are
at
here to...
Yep.
Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. Right, well, thank you very much for having a chat with us. Congratulations on your game, on making top 8. That's a phenomenal achievement. And now I think we're going to come back with a little bit of a wrap-up. We're going to confirm as much of the top 8 as we can, maybe even the entire top 8. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. We're going to be back one last time because we need to tell you exactly how to wrap up this tournament. And then, you know, there's a top 8 to play tomorrow.
Imperial Chronicle Year 253. If the events triggered by the Star Havoc Reigns were to be called tragic, what befell the world the following year was far more disastrous. The abrupt resurrections of the Void Lords, seeking to destroy the world. The skies burnt with fire. Lands corrupted by shadow. All of existence on the brink of obliteration. As the Denzians of each realm fight back at great cost, the time has come for Tokiwa the Savior to rise up. False Gods. Battle Spirit Saga second booster set and starter deck now on sale.
Gundams are joining Battle Spirit Saga. Unicorn Gundam, Sinanju, Wing Gundam, Freedom Gundam, Gundam Exia, Gundam Barbados. Plus, receive one Gundam card as a bonus with each box. Different mobile suits are available as parallel cards in Battle Spirit Saga.
Hello and welcome back for the final time to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour from Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined once again by the lovely Taj. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good. A really enjoyable day of play today, but we've got the top 8. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we do have the top 8. Well, you guys have been having a little bit of a break. I've been sitting here trying to figure out not just the players, but trying to zone in on which decks they are playing. And it's purple heavy.
It is.
It's a purple-heavy top 8. We got 5 purple, and yes, one of those is we saw Harry's purple, which is heavily with other colours, but still, only loss was to the straight purple we saw on stream. So clearly, Harry absolutely rocking it. But we got 5 purple, 2 white, and a yellow. People did not expect, no red whatsoever. Red is not represented, but we've got a yellow in top 8, and that makes me happy. I believe we're going to see the final standings here. As we said, it is exactly 2 out of 15 5 and 2s that made it in. They were Denny Kostick and Richard Luro. Unfortunately, all the players on the right, they make top 16. They get extra prizes. They don't come back tomorrow to play the top 8. Although I think we're having a release tournament in the venue, so they can come back and play that. And Long Dao, 4th seed with yellow. Although we've actually got a bunch. So Chi Chun was the Melbourne Grand Open champion, made top 8. We see Altegron there in 6th, was the Netherlands Grand Open champion, made top 8. We see Zach Bell, the 3rd seed there, won in Tulsa. So we've got 3 Grand Open champions making it into top 8.
And that shows consistency. Obviously, these guys work really hard, playtesting, regularly checking their decks, making sure they're ready for the meta, ready for tournaments. Just goes to show, how important it is. And there we are. There's the brackets.
I love that bracket. Well, oh my goodness!
Route to the final.
Oh, we've got a white against a yellow with Long Dao against Kai Kamiya. That one's going to be super interesting to see. That's the game that I've absolutely got on my radar. Zach said he was very, very confident in the purple mirror. Well, he's up against Altegron, who is also playing purple, so that's going to be interesting. Quickly, while we're here, so we've got Kwon, who is playing white against Denny, who is playing purple. And then we've got Chi against Harry. Didn't we have that game?
Maybe we did.
I think we had Chi against Harry on stream. I believe Chi was Harry's lone loss in Swiss when we saw Chi's very straight purple against Harry's more teched out purple. So I think that's a rematch of Harry's only loss of the tournament, which I don't think Harry is going to be feeling great about. So they are your matchups. There we go. I've told you the decks as well. And tomorrow's going to be good, Taj. I'm already excited about tomorrow. And I'm going to be honest with you. I've got my eye on white against yellow. Well, we'll make a decision later which of those top 8 games get streamed. But
I think, we're going to have a real good show tomorrow, I think. Obviously, glad the purple's represented well. And I was saying,
Was there ever any doubt, Taj?
Yeah, I think with the bands that we saw, we knew a lot of players were going to come with purple and purple was going to show up. And it did. But I think white also proved that, listen, it's not done. It's still a formidable deck, and we saw that in the last couple of rounds how good white can be as well.
And 2 very different builds. The 2 builds we see in Top Cut are very different builds of white. They're built differently. They play differently. One of them would not give me nightmares to actually try and play in a tournament. One would. So we've got different builds of white there and a yellow. We actually have. It's not a freestyle deck, fine, but we have a yellow deck in top 8 of a Pro Tour, which I don't think many people would have predicted that.
It gives you hope, doesn't it, for yellow? I know you're happy about that.
And Red's off the map.
Yeah.
Parasaur, I heard there was some in the room, but it did not represent.
Yep.
Star Dragon, we got it on stream with Pro Tour winner, but no, just did not unfortunately make it. Sorry, Grand Open winner. Did not make it in, but hey-ho, Red's out, Yellow's in. I'm down with that. As always, thank you very much for watching. We've had an awful lot of fun. We've got our top 8. There is nothing more to do now than to wish you all a very pleasant evening and remind you to come back, same channel, tomorrow. 1 hour later, I believe we're starting tomorrow.
I think we're starting an hour later tomorrow.
But wherever you're watching this now, on my channel, just stay here. Come back tomorrow. We've got a top 8. It's going to be awesome. Look after yourselves till then. And yeah, bye.
Bye.
The dawn of a new era of trading card games. The time has come for Battle Spirit Saga. '23 World Championship. Who will be the winners? Total prize pool, $1 million. Battle Spirit Saga. Booster pack and starter decks now on sale. Don't miss your chance.